Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was raised by Hades trained inside Underworld? Harry hit the kitchen floor hard enough that his teeth clicked. His shoulder smacked tile. Pain shot up his arm and into his neck, sharp and hot, and for a second he could not get air. Vernon Dursley loomed over him, breathing loud through his nose. His face was blotchy. His eyes were glassy. The smell on him was thick like cheap brandy and sweat. "You think you can steal food?" Vernon said, each word like a shove. "In my house." Harry tried to push himself up, but his palms slid. There was water on the floor from the sink, and his fingers shook. His ribs hurt when he breathed. "I did not," Harry managed. His voice sounded small even to him. "I did not steal it." Vernon's hand snapped out and grabbed a fistful of Harry's shirt. The fabric bunched at his throat. Harry gagged and clawed at the fist, trying to make space to breathe. Petunia stood by the counter, arms folded tight. Her mouth was a thin line. She did not look shocked. She looked annoyed, like Harry was something that had spilled and needed wiping up. "He was rummaging," Petunia said. "I saw him." He had his filthy hands near Dudley's biscuits. Dudley sat at the table, cheeks shiny with crumbs. He was watching with wide eyes, like it was telly. "Mine," Dudley said, sounding offended. "He wants my stuff." Harry's stomach clenched. Hunger did that. It made everything feel worse. It made his head light. It made him stupid enough to reach for a biscuit when Dudley had left the packet open on the counter like it was bait. "I was hungry," Harry said before he could stop himself. Vernon's grip tightened. "Hungry," Vernon repeated, mocking. "Listen to it. Like we starve you." Petunia made a sharp little sound with her tongue. "You should have thought of that before you were born," she snapped, then flinched like she had not meant to say it out loud. Harry's throat burned. His eyes stung. He swallowed anyway, because crying never helped. Crying made Vernon louder. Crying made Petunia nastier. Vernon dragged him upright and slammed him against the fridge. The metal door rattled. A magnet fell and clacked on the tile. Harry's head bounced off something. His vision flashed white. He tasted blood, copper and warm, and he could not tell if it was from his lip or his tongue. "Go on," Vernon growled in his face. "Go on, freak. Make something happen. Do it." Harry squeezed his eyes shut. He tried to make his body small. He tried to disappear inside himself, like he did in the cupboard when Dudley and his friends ran past the door, laughing. "I do not want anything to happen," he whispered. Vernon's laugh was short and ugly. "Liar." The first punch hit Harry in the stomach. All the air left him. He folded, but Vernon kept him up by the shirt. The second punch hit his ribs. Something inside him felt like it shifted. He made a noise he hated, half cough, half sob. Dudley's chair scraped the floor. "Do it again," Dudley said eagerly. "Dudley," Petunia warned, but her eyes stayed on Harry like he was dirt under a nail. Vernon's knuckles hit Harry's cheek. His head snapped to the side. His ear rang. His skin went numb, then burned. Harry tried to get his feet under him. He tried to twist away. His bare toes slid on wet tile. "Please," he said, came out broken. "Please stop." Vernon shoved him down. Harry landed on his side. His elbow hit hard. The floor felt freezing and sticky at the same time. "You do not tell me what to do," Vernon said. He lifted his foot. Harry saw it before it landed. The sole of Vernon's shoe, dirty and heavy, coming toward his ribs. Harry jerked his arms up, not to fight, just to block. His forearm took the kick. Pain exploded. His arm went numb down to his fingers. Another kick. This one hit his stomach. His body curled in on itself without permission. He gagged. Nothing came up because he had eaten almost nothing all day, but his throat still spasmed like it wanted to. He heard Petunia speak, calm as if she was reading a recipe. "Do not bruise his face too much," Mrs. Fig might see when she brings him back. Vernon huffed, like that was an inconvenience. Harry lay there, shaking. His breath came in thin pulls. His eyes would not focus right. The kitchen light overhead buzzed, then flickered. He thought stupidly about the cupboard, about the thin blanket that smelled of dust, about how sometimes he would press his ear to the door and listen to Dudley laughing with the telly. Sometimes he would pretend the laughter was for him. Sometimes he would pretend someone was laughing with him, not at him. Then Vernon grabbed him again, hauling him up by the hair this time. Harry's scalp screamed. His eyes watered instantly. "You want to lie?" Vernon said. So close Harry could see spit at the corner of his mouth. "I will teach you not to lie." Harry's knees buckled. His legs were weak. He could not make them hold him. Petunia stepped closer, her voice sharp. "Vernon, he is making a mess," as if that mattered. Vernon pulled Harry toward the back door. The handle dug into Harry's shoulder as Vernon shoved him through. Cold air slapped his face. It was evening, gray and damp. The garden smelled like wet grass and soil. Harry stumbled down the step. He almost fell, but Vernon kept him upright, dragging him across the patio. Dudley followed, waddling, excited. Petunia came last, pulling her cardigan tighter, eyes darting like she did not want the neighbors to see. Like the problem here was people watching. Vernon threw Harry toward the shed. Harry hit the wooden wall and slid down. Splinters pricked his hands. Vernon yanked the shed door open. The smell inside was oil and rot. Lawn tools hung crooked. There was an old sack on the floor that looked like it had something dead in it once. "Get in," Vernon said. Harry looked up at him. His face throbbed. His lips felt swollen. His chest hurt every time he moved. "I will be quiet," Harry said quickly. I swear. I will not touch anything. I will not do anything." Vernon's eyes narrowed. "You already exist," Vernon said, like that was the crime. "That is enough." He shoved Harry into the shed. Harry hit the wall and dropped. The floor was cold concrete. Dust puffed up and filled his nose. He coughed, and it felt like knives in his ribs. Vernon slammed the door. The lock clicked. Harry heard Dudley laugh outside. "Can he stay there all night?" Dudley asked. "Maybe," Petunia said, distracted. "Come inside, Dudley. You will catch a chill." Harry pressed his forehead to his knees. He tried to breathe without coughing. His whole body shook. He could hear his heartbeat, fast and uneven. Every breath felt thin, like the air was not enough. He thought, not for the first time, that he might die here, in a shed, alone, quiet, like rubbish someone forgot to take out. He had tried to imagine death before, late at night in the cupboard. He had wondered if his mom and dad were somewhere, waiting. He had wondered if they would be angry he was weak, if they would even know him. Right now all he felt was tired, deep tired in his bones, like his body was done trying to keep up with everything. He leaned his head back against the wall. The concrete was cold against his skull. The lock on the shed door rattled once, like someone had tested it. Then silence. Harry blinked slowly. His eyes felt heavy. His hearing faded in and out like a radio with bad signal. The pain did not go away, but it got far away, like it belonged to someone else. He tried to swallow. His throat scraped. "I do not want to be here," he thought. It was not a dramatic thought. It was simple. It was a fact. The air inside the shed changed. At first it was just colder. Then it was wrong. The cold did not feel like normal winter cold. It felt like the cold of stone that never saw sun. Harry's breath came out in little white puffs. His fingers went numb. He lifted his head a bit, confused. The darkness in the corners of the shed moved. Not like flickering shadows from a light. There was no light. It moved like it was alive, like it could choose where to be. Harry's stomach clenched, fear finally cutting through the fog. "Hello," he whispered, because he did not know what else to do. The shed door did not open. It did not need to. The shadows pulled apart, and something stepped through them as if the dark was a doorway. The man was tall. Not just tall, but heavy, like the room had to adjust around him. He wore dark clothes that looked simple, but they did not look like anything from Privet Drive. His hair was black. His face was pale. His eyes were darker than the shed, and they looked straight at Harry like they had already decided what he was. Harry tried to scramble back, but his body did not work fast enough. His back hit the wall. His breath caught. The man looked down at him. "You are dying," he said, voice flat, like he was stating the weather. Harry swallowed hard. "I know," Harry whispered. Outside, somewhere beyond the shed walls, a car door slammed. Someone laughed. Life went on like nothing was happening. Inside, the air got colder again. The tools on the wall creaked as frost formed on the metal. Harry watched it with wide eyes, because his brain was trying to understand something impossible instead of the pain. The man's gaze shifted, not to the shed, not to the tools, but to Harry's forehead. The scar. Harry's scar always hurt when things got bad. It had been hurting all day, a low sting. Now it burned, sharp and deep, like someone was pressing a finger into it from the inside. Harry flinched and grabbed his head. He made a small sound without meaning to. The man's eyes narrowed. Not with anger, with focus. He crouched in front of Harry. The movement was smooth, controlled. The shed felt smaller with him in it. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook so hard his fingers slipped on his own hair. "Do not touch it," the man said. Harry froze. His hands hovered. The man reached out. His fingers were bare. They looked normal. They should not have scared Harry. Harry still flinched when the fingers touched his scar. The contact was cold enough to sting. Harry gasped. His vision blurred for a second. The man's expression hardened. "That does not belong to you," he said softly, and for the first time his voice had something in it. Disgust, maybe, or insult. Harry blinked at him. "It is my scar," Harry said, confused, because it was the only thing he knew. "No," the man said. "It is a wound, and something has made itself comfortable inside it." Harry's stomach flipped. He did not understand, but the way the man said it made Harry feel sick. "Who are you?" Harry asked. His voice cracked on the last word. The man stared at him for a long moment. Harry held his breath without meaning to. "I am the one your kind pretends not to fear," the man said, "and the one they cannot escape." Harry's throat went dry. "Death," Harry whispered. The man's eyes did not change, but the shed felt even colder. "I am Hades," he corrected, like Harry had called him the wrong name. Harry's mouth opened. Nothing came out. Hades glanced toward the shed door as if he could see through it. Then he stood. The movement was sudden enough that Harry flinched again, but Hades did not move toward him. He moved toward the wall, toward the corner where the shadows were thickest. The shadows pulled back again, like they were making room for him. "Stay," Hades said to Harry. Harry nodded fast. Hades stepped into the shadow and was gone. Harry sat there, panting, staring at the empty spot where a god had been. His hands shook. His scar still burned, but now the burning felt watched. The shed door rattled again. This time the lock clicked. Harry's head snapped up. The door swung open, and light from the garden spilled in. Vernon filled the doorway, shoulders wide, face red. "Get up," Vernon barked. Harry stayed where he was. He could not make his legs move. His eyes were stuck on Vernon's hands. Vernon took one step in, then stopped. His face changed, not into confusion, into fear. Behind Vernon, Petunia had come out too. Dudley was there, hanging back. All three of them stared into the shed like they had walked into something they could not understand. Harry turned his head slowly. Hades stood in the shed again, between Harry and the door. Vernon's mouth opened. A sound tried to come out. Nothing did. Petunia's hand flew to her throat. Her eyes bulged. She tried to step back, but her foot would not move. Dudley made a small whine, like a dog that had been kicked. Hades looked at them, calm and still, like he had all the time in the world. "You," Hades said. The word hit the air like a weight. The garden light dimmed. The temperature dropped so fast that Vernon's breath fogged. Frost crawled up the doorframe. The grass outside went stiff and white at the edges. Vernon tried to move. His arm twitched. His face strained. Nothing happened. Petunia's lips moved, trying to form a scream. No sound came. Dudley's eyes rolled in panic. Tears started running down his cheeks, but he could not wipe them away. They were frozen but not unconscious. Their eyes tracked. Their fear was loud in the silence. Harry stared, mouth open, half terrified, half shocked. He had never seen Vernon quiet like this. He had never seen Petunia not in control. He had never seen Dudley helpless. A part of him felt something ugly and bright. Good, he thought, then hated himself for thinking it. Hades turned slightly, enough to look at Harry again. "You did not call for help," Hades said. Harry swallowed. "I did not know how," Harry whispered. "No one comes." Hades looked back at the Dursleys. "These are the ones," Hades said, like he was confirming a file. Harry's stomach twisted. The way Hades spoke made it sound official, like this had always been going somewhere. Vernon's eyes were bloodshot. He was trying to glare, even now, trying to hold on to anger because it was all he had. Hades did not react to it. He stepped closer to Vernon. The frost thickened around Vernon's shoes. Ice cracked in the grass. Hades lifted his hand, and without touching, he tilted Vernon's chin up slightly, like he was inspecting an animal. The shed felt too small for this. "Your kind believes itself above consequence," Hades said quietly. "You think cruelty is private." Petunia's eyes darted, desperate. She tried to shake her head. She could barely manage a tremor. Hades glanced at her, and the look he gave her was worse than anger. It was bored disgust. "You made a child into a bruise," he said. Harry's throat tightened. His eyes burned again, but this time he did not look away. He watched. Hades turned back to Harry. "You are leaving," Hades said. Harry blinked. "What?" Harry said. Hades crouched again, this time closer. He did not crowd Harry, but his presence filled the space anyway. "You are dying," Hades repeated. "Your body is failing. They have taken enough from you that the thread is fraying." Harry's eyes widened. He looked down at himself like he could see death under his skin. He felt cold. He felt tired. He felt like he might fall asleep and not wake up. He believed Hades without needing proof. Harry's voice came out smaller. "Am I going to die?" he asked. Hades held his gaze. "Yes," he said simply. Harry's breath caught. He stared at Hades, waiting for the panic that should come. It did not come. Not fully. He thought about going back inside. He thought about the cupboard. He thought about Dudley's laughter. He thought about Vernon's fist. He thought about dying in a shed, alone. His chest tightened anyway, and tears finally spilled, silent and hot. "I do not want to go back," Harry said. The words came out fast, desperate. "Please, I do not want to go back." Hades's expression did not soften, but something in his eyes shifted, small and sharp, like decision. "You will not," Hades said. Harry's hands clenched into fists on his knees. "Are you going to hurt them?" Harry blurted, because part of him wanted it, and part of him was scared of wanting it. Hades looked toward the door again, where Vernon and Petunia and Dudley stood frozen. "They will be judged," Hades said. "Not by your anger, not by mine, by the laws that rule even gods." Harry swallowed. He did not understand the laws. He only understood that for once, someone was saying the word consequence out loud. Hades looked down at Harry's scar again. His jaw tightened. "And that parasite," Hades said, voice colder. "It has cheated my realm. It has attached itself to a child and called it survival." Harry's scar burned again like it did not like being talked about. Harry flinched. "I did not ask for it," Harry whispered. "I know," Hades said. "That is why I am here." Harry stared at him, breathing fast. His ears rang. His fingers were numb. "How?" Harry asked. "How did you know?" Hades did not answer right away. He looked at the air, as if listening to something Harry could not hear. "The moment your body began to fail, your magic screamed," Hades said finally. "Not words, not spells, a raw plea, the kind that tears at the fabric between worlds." Harry stared. He did not know he had magic. Not in a way that was his. He only knew strange things happened when he got too scared, too angry. A glass once vanished when Dudley chased him. A boy once fell off a roof when Harry wished he would go away. He had never meant to do it. It had just happened. Hades's voice stayed calm. A child should not have to be loud enough to reach me, he said. Harry's throat tightened again. What happens now? Harry asked. Hades's gaze sharpened. Now, he said, I ask the fates for what they already owe. Harry blinked. The what? Harry said, confused. Hades straightened. His shadow stretched across the shed floor, and for a second it did not match his shape. It moved like smoke, like a cloak that breathed. He lifted his hand, palm facing upward. The shed darkened, not because the sun moved, but because the light itself seemed to step back. Hades spoke 3 names low and clear. Clotho, Lachesis, Atropos. The air went still. Harry held his breath, eyes wide. Something answered. It was not a voice from outside. It was like the shed itself decided to speak. Like the world had been waiting to hear those names. The shadows in the corners thickened again. They gathered, twisting, climbing the walls like living ink. Then 3 figures stepped out of the dark. They did not look like women from a storybook. They looked old in a way that hurt to see. Not wrinkled old. Real old, like time had sat on their shoulders for so long it had become part of them. One carried thread that glimmered faintly even in the dark. One held a measuring rod. One held shears that looked too plain to be frightening, which made them worse. Harry's stomach dropped. He could not look away. Clotho's eyes flicked to Harry first, fast and curious. Oh, she said, voice soft and rough at the same time. This one is loud. Lachesis leaned forward slightly, like she was smelling the air. He is torn, she said. Not just flesh. Atropos did not move much. She stared at the shears in her hand like she was bored. This thread is nearly done, she said. Harry swallowed, throat dry. Hades did not bow. He did not flinch. He faced them like an equal. You cut his thread, Hades said. Clotho's mouth twitched, almost a smile. We cut what must be cut, she said. Hades's eyes hardened. He was not meant to die in a shed, Hades said. Lachesis tilted her head. And yet, she replied, here we are. Mortals do what mortals do. They break what they hold. Hades's jaw tightened. I will take him, Hades said. Clotho blinked slowly. You can take a soul, she said. You do. You always do. I will take him before the end, Hades corrected. I will bind him to my realm. I will make the mortal Harry Potter die, and I will raise what comes after. Harry's breath hitched at his own name. Potter. He had heard it only when Vernon was extra angry. Potter. Petunia had hissed once, like it was poison. Just like her. Harry did not know what it meant. Lachesis looked at Hades with interest. You want to interfere, she said. Hades's voice stayed even. I want to correct theft, he said. A soul parasite sits in his scar. That thing has no right. It has used a child as a hiding place to dodge judgment. Atropos's eyes lifted for the first time. They were flat and dark. A parasite? She repeated, like she was tasting the word. Clotho's fingers played with the thread in her hands. It is true, she said. There is a second tug on his line. Harry's scar burned, hard enough that he whimpered. He clamped his mouth shut, embarrassed. Hades looked down at him. Look at me, Hades said. Harry forced his eyes up. Hades's gaze was steady. You are not being punished, Hades said. You are being seen. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded, fast and shaky. Hades looked back to the fates. He is a child, Hades said. His thread was damaged by cruelty. His life has been bled out by mortals who were meant to protect him. I will not pretend that is acceptable. Lachesis's mouth curved, faintly amused. Acceptable, she said. The Lord of the Dead speaks of acceptable. How sweet. Hades's eyes flashed. I do not speak of sweet, he said. I speak of order. Clotho laughed. Quiet. Order, she echoed. He wants order. Atropos's shears clicked once. The sound made Harry's stomach lurch. If you want him, Atropos said, name your price. Hades did not hesitate. I will bind him, Hades said. He will be mine, not as property, as kin. I will give him my name, my protection, my claim. Lachesis leaned forward more, eyes sharp. You cannot spill divine blood in a mortal shed, she said. Not without consequence. Hades's lips pressed into a thin line. Then I will do it in my realm, he said. But the bargain is made here. Clotho looked at Harry again, eyes bright with curiosity. And what does the child want? She asked. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook in his lap. Everyone looked at him. Even Vernon, frozen in the doorway, eyes wide with terror, looked at him. Petunia's eyes were wet. Dudley's face was twisted in fear. Harry's throat closed. He felt sick. He felt like he was about to be asked a trick question. Like when Petunia would ask why he made Dudley upset and the wrong answer meant another slap. He forced himself to breathe. Hades's voice cut through, low and firm. No tricks, Hades said to the fates. He answers freely. Clotho's smile widened. Freely, she said, like she found the concept funny. Harry swallowed. His voice came out thin. If I go with you, Harry said to Hades, I will not have to come back here. Hades looked at him. You will not return, he said. Harry stared at him for a second longer. Then the words burst out, raw. Then yes, Harry said. Yes, please. I want to go. I want to go now. Clotho's eyes gleamed. He said please, she murmured, almost delighted. Lachesis sighed like she was bored, but her eyes were sharp. Atropos lifted her shears a fraction, testing the air. Hades looked at the three of them. Name the terms, Hades said. Lachesis's rod tapped the floor once. The concrete did not crack, but Harry felt the vibration in his bones. The mortal thread ends, Lachesis said. Clean cut. No half-state. No lingering. No loophole. Hades nodded once. And the boy is reborn, Clotho added, voice light. Under different laws. Under my laws, Hades said. Atropos's voice was flat. And the parasite, she said, comes with him, bound, caged, judged when the time comes. Hades's eyes narrowed. It will not touch him, Hades said. Atropos's shears clicked again. It already has, she said. It already did. You cannot erase what is done. You can only bind it tighter. Hades's fingers curled. Slow. Then I will bind it, he said. Clotho tilted her head. And the mortals? She asked, looking at Vernon and Petunia and Dudley like they were insects. Do you want them too? Harry's stomach clenched. Hades's gaze flicked to the doorway. They are not mine, Hades said. Not yet. Their time will come. But I will leave them a memory. Something that will sit in their ribs and make sleep impossible. Petunia's eyes rolled in panic, like she understood that somehow. Vernon's eyes bulged more. Dudley's silent crying got worse. Harry's breath came out shaky. A part of him wanted them to suffer. A part of him was scared of that part. Hades looked down at Harry again, as if he could read it on his face. You will not be like them, Hades said quietly. Not unless you choose to be. Harry swallowed. I do not want to be, Harry whispered. Hades held his gaze for a beat. Then he looked back to the fates. Do it, Hades said. Clotho raised the thread in her hands. Harry could see it now, faintly, like a thin line of light running from his chest into her fingers. It made his skin crawl. It made him feel exposed. Lachesis measured a length with her rod. Eyes distant. Atropos lifted her shears. Harry's breath sped up. His body tensed like it expected pain. Hades's hand landed on Harry's shoulder. The touch was cold, but steady. Do not fight it, Hades said. It will be quick. Harry's throat tightened. I am scared, Harry admitted, because the truth fell out of him. Hades's voice stayed calm. Reasonable, he said. Atropos's shears moved. The sound was soft. A simple snip. Harry's chest seized. Not like a punch. Like his heart had forgotten what it was supposed to do. His vision blurred. The shed tilted. The world pulled away. He gasped, but no air came. His hands clawed at his shirt, not understanding. Panic hit, sharp and huge, but it faded fast because his body could not hold it. Hades's hand stayed on his shoulder. Look at me, Hades said, voice firm. Harry forced his eyes to focus on Hades's face. It was the last thing he saw clearly. Hades looked back at him, and for the first time there was something in his expression that was not cold. It was not warmth exactly. It was resolve. It was claim. "You are not alone," Hades said. Harry tried to speak. His lips moved. No sound came. The shed dissolved. Cold rushed over him, deeper than any winter, pressed into his skin, filled his mouth, felt like sinking into dark water. Harry's thoughts scattered. His fear became distant. His pain faded until it was a memory, not a present thing. He saw shapes, a river, black and slow, a sky with no sun, a massive gate in the distance. He tried to reach for something, anything. His hands did not feel like hands anymore. He felt like he was falling without moving. Then he felt a pull, not gentle, certain, like a hook in his chest. Harry's awareness snapped sideways. He choked, sucking in air that tasted like cold stone. His eyes flew open. He was lying on something soft. For a second he did not move. He waited for Vernon's shout. He waited for Petunia's shrill voice. He waited for Dudley's laugh. Nothing came. He sat up too fast, and the room spun. He grabbed the edge of the bed, breathing hard. The room was big. The walls were dark stone that looked polished, like it had been touched by many hands over a long time. There was a fireplace on one side, low flames burning without crackling. The air was cool, but not the damp cold of the shed. This cold felt clean. Harry's hands went to his ribs. No pain. He pressed his fingers against his cheek where Vernon had hit him. No swelling. He looked down at his arms. The bruises were gone. His skin looked pale but not sick. Just different. His heart pounded anyway because none of it made sense. He swung his legs off the bed. The floor under his feet was cold stone. It did not feel dangerous. Felt solid. He took 2 steps, slow, careful. His body felt light, like it had been cleaned out. His stomach, though, twisted hard. He was starving. Not the normal hungry he knew from Privet Drive. This was a deep hunger, like his body was empty down to the bones. He held his stomach, breathing through it, and that was when the door opened. A woman stepped in. Harry froze. She was beautiful, but not in a way that felt like something made to impress. She looked real. Her hair was dark and thick. Her skin was warm brown against the cool room. Her eyes were green, bright and steady. She wore a dark dress, simple and fitted, and she smelled like flowers and earth. Not perfume, real earth, like soil after rain. She did not look scared of him. She did not look disgusted. She looked like she had been waiting. "Hello," she said gently. Harry's throat went tight. "Where am I?" he asked, because he did not know what else to ask. The woman's gaze flicked over him, quick, checking him like she was making sure he was whole. "You are safe," she said first. Harry's hands clenched. "That is not an answer," he said, voice shaky, trying to sound brave and failing. The woman's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "You are in the Underworld," she said. Harry stared. The word Underworld should have scared him. It should have made him scream. It did not. It made him feel something else. Relief, sharp enough it hurt. Harry swallowed. His eyes burned again. "Am I dead?" he asked. The woman tilted her head. "The mortal you was allowed to end," she said carefully. "But you are here. You are breathing. You are thinking. You are still you." Harry's breath hitched. "Who are you?" he asked. The woman stepped closer, slow and non-threatening. She kept her hands where Harry could see them. "I am Persephone," she said, "queen of this realm." Harry's mouth opened. He closed it. He did not know what to do with that information. Persephone's eyes softened a little. "I know you are frightened," she said. "And hungry." Harry's stomach growled loudly, humiliating. He flushed, heat rising in his face. Persephone did not laugh. She turned and set something on a small table near the bed. A bowl. It was full of red seeds that gleamed like little drops of something. They smelled sweet. The scent hit Harry like a punch. His hunger got worse instantly. Persephone picked one seed up between her fingers. "Pomegranate," she said. Harry stared at it. His mouth watered. His hands twitched like they wanted to grab the bowl. Persephone held the seed out to him. "If you eat," she said, voice still gentle, You bind yourself to this realm. That is the old law. You deserve to know before you choose. Harry's throat went dry. Bind, he repeated. Persephone nodded once. It means you will belong here, she said. Not trapped, not like you were, but connected. This place will recognize you as its own. Harry stared at the seed. His fingers shook. He thought about Privet Drive. He thought about Vernon's shoe. He thought about the shed. He thought about how no one had ever asked him if he wanted anything. They just took. Persephone was asking. Harry swallowed hard. What happens if I do not eat? Harry asked. Persephone's gaze did not leave him. Then you would be a guest, she said. Not kin, not claimed. The world above would still have a hold on you, even if you never return there. Harry's breath came fast. He looked at the seed again. His stomach cramped. The hunger was real, physical, urgent. But it was not just hunger. It felt like his body needed this choice, like something inside him was waiting to lock into place. He looked up at Persephone. Will I ever have to go back there? He asked, voice raw. Persephone's eyes sharpened, and for a second the warmth in her face changed into something colder, something dangerous. No, she said. One word. Final. Harry's chest tightened. His eyes blurred. He nodded once. Okay, he whispered. He reached out and took the seed from her fingers. Persephone did not pull away like she was afraid of his touch. She just watched steady. Harry put the seed in his mouth. It burst sweet and sharp on his tongue. Juice ran down his throat. The taste was so strong it made his eyes widen. His stomach clenched, then eased, just a fraction. The hunger was still there, but now it felt like it had direction. He swallowed. Persephone set the bowl closer. You can eat, she said. Harry did not hesitate. He grabbed a handful and shoved them into his mouth. It was not polite. It was not careful. It was animal fast, like he was scared it would be taken away. Persephone did not stop him. He ate until his mouth was full, cheeks puffed, swallowing hard. Juice dripped down his chin. He wiped it with the back of his hand without thinking and kept eating. His hands shook. His breath came in little gasps between bites. After a minute he slowed, because his stomach started to hurt from how fast he was going. He sat on the edge of the bed, bowl in his lap, panting softly. Persephone crouched in front of him, careful to keep distance. Easy, she murmured. No one will snatch it away. Harry blinked at her. The words did not fit in his head. No one will snatch it away. That was not how food worked. His throat tightened again. I am sorry, he whispered automatically, because apologies were armor. Persephone's brows pulled together. For eating, Harry said, voice small. I should have waited. I should have asked. I did not mean to be greedy. Persephone stared at him for a second like she did not know what to do with that. Then her face hardened, and not at Harry. Greedy? She repeated softly, like she hated the word. You were starved. Harry swallowed. His stomach twisted, and he did not know if it was from the food or the emotion. Persephone lifted her hand slowly. Harry flinched on instinct, shoulders hunching, bracing for a hit. Persephone froze, eyes widening. Harry realized what he had done, and shame flooded him, hot and awful. He could not look at her. I am sorry, he whispered again fast. I am sorry. I did not mean it. Persephone lowered her hand. No, she said, voice tight. You have nothing to apologize for. That reflex is not your fault. Harry's breath shook. Persephone straightened, standing again. She turned her head slightly, as if looking toward the doorway, though no one was there. He did that, Persephone said, not to Harry. Her voice carried quiet anger. Harry looked up, confused. Persephone looked back at him, and the anger softened into something else. You are safe here, she repeated slower, like she was trying to make it sink in. No one will hit you for eating. No one will lock you away. No one will call you a freak and mean it as an excuse to hurt you. Harry's throat went tight. They called me that, Harry said, because it came out. Freak. Persephone's eyes stayed on his. Are you? She asked gently. Harry stared. His hands tightened on the bowl. I do not know, Harry admitted. Things happen. When I am scared. I did not want it. It just happens. Persephone nodded slowly. Magic, she said. You are not the only one who has it. Harry's eyes flicked around the room. The fire burned low without sound. The air felt thick with something he could not name. Is this a magic? Harry asked. Persephone's mouth curved slightly. This place is older than the word magic, she said. But yes, if it helps you to call it that. Harry swallowed. His hunger eased more now. Like each swallow was filling not just his stomach but something deeper. He looked down at the bowl. Half the seeds were gone. What happens now? Harry asked quietly. Persephone's gaze softened. Now, she said, you rest. Then you learn. Then you decide who you want to be when you are no longer fighting to survive every day. Harry's hands shook again. He did not know how to do that. He did not know how to live without bracing for the next hit. He looked up at Persephone, and the fear came back in a different shape. Will he be angry? Harry asked. Persephone blinked. Hades, Harry clarified, voice even smaller. Persephone's expression changed, something like pride and affection mixing with sharpness. He is not angry at you, she said. He is angry that you were left to rot. Harry swallowed. Is he nice? Harry asked, and immediately felt stupid. Gods were not nice. Vernon was not nice. Adults were not nice. Nice was a trick. Persephone's mouth twitched again. He is, she said carefully, stern. He is strict. He does not waste words. But he keeps what he claims. And he does not claim lightly. Harry stared. His scar tingled, a low crawl. Persephone's eyes flicked to his forehead. That wound, she said softly. It hurts. Harry nodded. He touched it carefully. The skin felt different, like the scar had shifted. Like it was deeper. Persephone's voice went firmer. He will deal with what is inside it, she said. You will not be alone in that either. Harry swallowed. He did not ask what she meant. Part of him was scared of the answer. Persephone stood and moved toward a tall stand near the wall. She lifted something from it and carried it over. A mirror. It was simple with a dark frame. The glass was clear. It did not look like the cracked mirror in the upstairs hallway at Privet Drive that Petunia kept covered. Persephone held it out. If you want to see, she said. Better you know than guess. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not want to see. But he also did. He took the mirror with both hands. His fingers were still a bit shaky. He lifted it. His own face stared back at him. For a second, he did not recognize himself. He looked cleaner. Not washed exactly. But his skin was pale and smooth, not bruised. His hair was still messy, but it looked darker, like the shadows in it were thicker. His eyes were still green, but they looked sharper. Older somehow. Not wise. Just like he had seen too much. His scar was there, but it was different. The lightning bolt looked deeper, jagged, like a crack carved into his skin. It was darker at the edges, like the skin around it had been touched by ash. And around his eyes, faintly, there were shadows. Not makeup, not bruises. Shadows that looked like they belonged to him, curling near his temples like smoke that knew its way home. Harry's breath caught. What is that? He whispered. Persephone's voice was calm. A mark, she said. A sign that you are not only mortal now. Harry stared at his reflection, heart pounding. He looked scared. He looked hungry. He looked like a boy who had been hurt, but he also looked like something else. Like a boy the dark did not reject. Harry lowered the mirror slowly. His hands were shaking harder now. He looked at Persephone. Am I still Harry? He asked. The question felt stupid and huge at the same time. Persephone's eyes softened. You are the boy who survived, she said. That does not vanish. But names have power. And you have stepped into a realm where names matter. Harry swallowed. I do not want their name, he said suddenly, voice sharp. I do not want Dursley. I do not want anything from them. Persephone's expression hardened, approval flickering in it. Good, she said simply. The door behind her opened again. Harry's whole body tensed on instinct. His shoulders rose. His breath caught. Hades stepped into the room. The air cooled again, but not violently. just enough that Harry felt it on his skin. The shadows in the corners seemed to settle, like they respected him. Hades's gaze went to Harry first. Not Persephone. Not the room. Harry. Harry clutched the mirror against his chest like it was a shield. Hades walked closer, slow. His footsteps were quiet on stone. Persephone turned slightly toward him. There was no fear in her posture. There was familiarity. "You are awake," Persephone said. Hades's eyes stayed on Harry. "Yes," he said. Persephone stepped to Hades and, without hesitation, reached up and kissed him. It was not dramatic. It was simple, quick, real. Hades accepted it like it was normal, like affection here did not have to be earned through pain. Harry stared, stunned. Persephone pulled back and looked at Harry again. "You see," she said gently, like she knew what was going through his head. "This is not a place of only cold." Hades's gaze sharpened a fraction, as if he disliked the softness in the explanation. But he did not argue. He looked down at Harry. Harry forced himself to meet his eyes, even though his heart was racing. Hades's voice was low, controlled. "You are no longer a victim, child," he said. "You are a prince of the silent kingdom." Harry's breath caught. The words hit him like a weight and a blanket at the same time. "A prince?" Harry repeated, almost laughing, because it was too strange. Hades did not smile. "A title is not comfort," he said. "It is responsibility, but it is also protection. No one harms what is mine and walks away untouched." Harry's hands shook. His eyes burned again. "I did not do anything," Harry said, voice cracking. "I did not fight. I could not." Hades's eyes narrowed, not in anger. "You lived," he said. "That was enough." Harry swallowed hard. "What happens to them?" he asked, and he did not even know if he meant Vernon and Petunia or the rest of the world. Hades's gaze flicked, brief, as if he could see all the way back to Privet Drive without trying. "They will remember," Hades said. "They will wake from the stasis and spend the rest of their short lives afraid of shadows." Harry's stomach twisted. Part of him felt satisfied. Part of him felt sick. Hades watched his face like he could read the conflict in it. "Do not mistake fear for justice," Hades said. "Justice is slower, and it does not need your hands." Harry nodded, because he did not know what else to do. Hades stepped closer. He stopped just in front of Harry, close enough that Harry could feel the cold from him. Hades lifted his hand. Harry's body flinched before his brain could stop it. Hades froze for half a beat. His jaw tightened. His hand did not drop, but it slowed. He placed his fingers on Harry's forehead, not on the scar, just above it. The touch was cold, but not painful. Harry's breath shook. Hades's voice went quieter, almost like he did not want to be heard. "That reflex," Hades said. "That ends here." Harry swallowed. "How?" he whispered. Hades's eyes stayed on his. "Because I said so," he replied. It should have sounded like arrogance. It did not. Sounded like law. Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. Hades lowered his hand. "You will eat," Hades said. "You will sleep. You will heal even if your mind fights it. And then you will learn what you are." Harry stared at him. "What am I?" Harry asked. Hades's gaze dropped to the scar again, just for a second. "You are complicated," Hades said. "Mortal blood, wizard magic. And now my claim." Harry's breath caught. "Am I your son?" Harry asked, voice barely there. Persephone's face softened. She looked like she wanted to step closer. She did not interrupt. Hades stared at Harry for a long moment. Then, finally, his voice came out steady and certain. "Yes," Hades said. Harry's chest clenched. He did not know what to do with the word son. Felt too big. Felt like a trap. Hades leaned down slightly, bringing his face closer to Harry's level. "Your old name," Hades said, "belongs to a boy they broke. That boy is dead." Harry's breath hitched. His hands clenched around the mirror. "What is my name now?" Harry whispered. Hades's gaze did not waver. "Hadrian," he said. Harry tried the name in his head. Felt strange. Heavy. Not like Harry, which felt like a bruise. Hadrian felt like armor. Harry swallowed. "Hadrian," he repeated softly. Hades straightened. The room seemed to settle around the sound, like the walls accepted it. Persephone moved closer and rested a hand lightly on Harry's shoulder. Harry did not flinch this time. Not as much. Hades looked at him one last time, eyes dark and calm. "Welcome home," Hades said, voice low, final. And for the first time it sounded like something close to promise. "My son." Harry's hands were shaking so hard the wooden sword kept twitching. He tried to steady it anyway, because the man in front of him did not wait for a child to breathe. Achilles stepped in like he owned the ground. He was bare-armed, scarred, and calm in that annoying way adults got when they were certain you could not touch them. His eyes flicked once to Harry's feet, then back up to Harry's face. "You keep looking at the blade," Achilles said. "That is why you keep losing it." "I'm not losing it," Harry snapped, and then hated the sound of his own voice because it still came out small. Achilles did not laugh. That was almost worse. He just moved. The wooden sword hit Harry's guard with a crack that jolted up his wrists. Harry's arms went numb. His knees bent without permission. He stumbled back, boots scraping on stone that felt cold through the soles. Achilles came again. No warning. No pause. It was like getting shoved by the air. Harry threw his blade up late. The strike slid past and clipped his shoulder. It did not cut, but it hurt like someone had punched bone. Harry hissed, teeth clenched, and the next hit caught his ribs. He went down. His back smacked stone. The breath left him in a dirty burst. For a second he tasted metal and panic, and the old habit of curling up small tried to take over. The shadows around the training ring did not move. They just watched, pressed into the corners like they were part of the walls. Achilles stood over him, not even breathing hard. He pointed his sword at Harry's chest. "Up," he said. Harry stared at the point. His stomach twisted. He could hear his own heartbeat, fast and ugly, like it was trying to climb out of his throat. "I didn't say stop," Achilles added, voice flat. Harry rolled onto his side and pushed himself up. His palms slid on dust. His shoulder throbbed. His ribs hurt when he breathed in. He got to one knee anyway, because the other option was staying down, and he had done enough of that in his life. Achilles backed off half a step. He did not give Harry space. He just gave him the illusion of it. "Again," Achilles said. Harry lifted the wooden sword. His arms still trembled. He forced them still by sheer stubbornness. He set his feet like Achilles had told him yesterday, square, weight-balanced, not leaning away like he wanted to. "Don't flinch," Achilles said. "I'm not flinching." Achilles attacked. Harry moved this time. Not well, but he moved. He stepped in instead of back. The strike crashed into his guard. Pain shot up his wrists, but he held. He shoved back, jaw clenched, and for a second Achilles' eyes sharpened like he was paying attention. Harry swung, aiming low, trying to copy what he had seen the older shades do when they fought each other for sport. Achilles turned his blade and knocked Harry's sword away like it weighed nothing. Then he tapped Harry on the forehead with the flat of his weapon. Harry blinked, more from shock than pain. Achilles leaned close. "You keep your head open," he said. "You think because you have shadows you can ignore basics. I don't think that." Achilles hit his sword out of Harry's hands. The wooden blade skidded across the stone and stopped at the edge of the ring. Harry's fingers stung like they had been slapped. He swallowed, throat tight. "Go get it," Achilles said. "Then we do it again." Harry stared at him. "How long is this going to take?" Achilles' mouth twitched. It might have been a smile. It might have been a threat. "As long as it takes," he said. "You want to be dangerous, you learn how not to die first." Harry's stomach clenched at the word die. He hated how it still landed weird, even here. He walked to the edge of the ring, shoulders tight, picked up the sword, and turned back. Hades was there. Harry did not hear him arrive. He never did. It was like the air decided he had always been present and you were the one who had been late noticing. Hades stood with his hands behind his back. His robes did not drag in dust. They hung like the shadows themselves had stitched them. His eyes were dark, but not empty. They watched everything. They always watched everything. Achilles bowed his head slightly, not like a servant, but like a warrior acknowledging a king. "My lord," Achilles said. Hades did not look at Achilles. His gaze stayed on Harry's stance. Your left foot, Hades said. Harry's heel shifted without him thinking. He corrected it fast, face hot. Hades walked closer, slow, like he had time for eternity. He stopped at the edge of the ring. The shadows behind him thickened, almost eager. You are bleeding, Hades said. Harry touched his lip and came away with a smear of blood. He had not even noticed. He wiped it on his sleeve like it meant nothing. I'm fine, Harry said. Because that was what you said. It was automatic. Hades' eyes narrowed. Not angry, just focused. Do not say you are fine, Hades said. Say what is true. Harry's throat tightened. He forced the words out anyway. My ribs hurt. My shoulder hurts. My hands hurt. Hades nodded once. Good. That means you are alive. Harry swallowed. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Achilles' eyes flicked to him like he expected punishment for that tone. Hades did not move. No, he said. It is supposed to make you honest. Harry stared at him. The underworld did not lie the way the living world did. People here said cruel things like facts. It was weirdly easier. Hades looked at Achilles. Do not break him, he said. Achilles lifted his chin. I break everyone, he replied, like it was a point of pride. Hades' gaze went back to Harry. Not him. Harry's chest did something stupid at that. It was not warmth, not exactly. More like a tight knot loosening a little. Achilles spread his hands. Then he learns faster, he said. Hades' mouth twitched. Faint. He will, he said, like it was already decided. Harry felt it then, the thing he always felt when Hades looked at him like that. Like Harry was not a problem to be dealt with. Like he was a piece of the kingdom now. A responsibility. Hades turned away. Persephone is waiting, he said. Harry's stomach flipped. Why? Hades paused. Because she asked, he said, and then he was moving again. Achilles stepped back and lowered his sword. Training is not finished, he told Harry. Harry glared at him. I know. Achilles' eyes sharpened again. Good, he said. Remember that when you feel tired. Tired does not end fights. Harry walked off the ring, ribs aching, hands still shaking, and followed Hades into the corridor that led deeper into the palace. The Onyx Palace did not feel like a home in the way people talked about homes. It was not warm. It was not soft. It was stone and shadow and quiet rules. But Harry had learned the difference between cold that meant cruelty and cold that meant safety. This cold did not hit. It held. By the time Harry reached the inner hall, his breathing had slowed. His shoulder still throbbed. His hands still stung. He kept his face blank anyway, because he did not know how to do needy anymore without hating himself. Persephone was sitting on the edge of a long table, bare feet swinging slightly. She wore dark green today, like leaves after rain. Her hair fell loose over her shoulders. She looked up when Harry entered and her expression softened instantly. There you are, she said. Harry stopped. I was training. I know, Persephone replied. You smell like it. Harry looked down at himself. He was sweaty. Dust clung to his sleeves. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth, probably. Persephone hopped off the table and walked over. She lifted his chin gently. You're bleeding, she said. It's nothing, Harry muttered. Persephone's eyes narrowed. I do not like that phrase, she said, and he heard Hades in it. It made his chest twist again. Harry swallowed. My lip split, he said. Achilles hit me. Persephone hummed, then pressed her thumb against his lip. Careful. Cool relief spread through the sting. Harry flinched anyway, just reflex. Persephone did not pull back. She stayed steady, like she had all the patience in existence. There, she said after a moment. Now sit. Harry glanced at Hades. He was standing near the wall, arms crossed, watching like he always watched. Harry hated that he still checked for permission, but he did it anyway. Hades nodded once. Harry sat on the bench beside the table. Persephone picked up a small bowl and set it in front of him. Pomegranate seeds, glossy and dark. Harry stared at them. The first time he had eaten them, it had been like the world finally decided he was allowed to exist without pain. He still did not fully trust that feeling. Persephone nudged the bowl closer. Eat, she said. Harry picked up a seed and put it in his mouth. Sweet and sharp. It grounded him, dragged him out of the ache in his ribs and into the moment. Hades finally spoke. Achilles says you are stubborn, he said. Harry chewed. He's annoying. Hades' eyes flicked to Persephone. Then back. That means he is effective, he said. Harry swallowed. Can I train with someone else? Persephone snorted softly. Hades' mouth twitched. No, he said. Harry scowled. Why not? Hades leaned slightly forward. Because Achilles does not pity you, he said. Because he does not care about your story. He cares about results. Harry stared at him. The words landed hard. It was true. Achilles did not look at Harry like a broken thing. He looked at him like a weapon that was not finished. Hades added, quieter. I will not raise a victim. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away fast. Persephone's fingers brushed his hair. Gentle. You are allowed to be tired, she said, voice softer. You are not allowed to quit. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not quitting, he said. Good, Persephone replied, and she smiled like she had won something. Hades turned his gaze to the far end of the hall, where the shadows pooled deeper. Time is strange here, he said, like he was switching topics. But Harry had learned Hades did nothing without purpose. Harry looked back. What does that mean? Hades' eyes returned to him. It means you will have years, he said. And the living world will think you had months. Harry's stomach flipped. So I'm stuck here longer? Persephone clicked her tongue. Stuck? She repeated, amused. What a dramatic word. Harry scowled. I didn't mean it like that. Persephone's smile softened. I know, she said. Hades' voice stayed even. The mortal realm will not wait for you, he said. But it will not take you from me either. Harry stared at him again. The possessive edge in that sentence hit like a door locking. It should have scared him. Instead it made something in his chest feel steadier. Harry ate another seed. So how old am I going to be when I leave? He asked. Hades' gaze flicked over him like he was measuring. Old enough, he said. Persephone leaned closer. You will grow, she said. Not all at once. Not like a spell. But you will not stay 7 forever. Harry's fingers tightened around the edge of the bowl. 7 felt like a curse. 7 felt like small hands and being thrown into cupboards. He wanted distance from it. He wanted the number to stop being him. He looked up. Do I have to go back? He asked, quieter. Persephone's smile faded. Hades' eyes sharpened. Not to them, Hades said instantly. Harry exhaled without meaning to. His shoulders dropped slightly. Hades continued. But there will be other obligations, he said. Your blood. Your magic. Your place among mortals. Harry swallowed. So I have to go somewhere else. Persephone nodded. Later, she said. Not yet. Harry stared at the seeds in the bowl. Okay, he said, voice flat. Persephone reached across and brushed her fingers against his cheek. You are safe, she said. Harry did not know how to respond to that without feeling embarrassed. So he just nodded and ate another seed. Hades turned away first, because he was Hades and he did not linger in softness too long. Training resumes at dawn, he said. Harry blinked. Dawn exists here? Persephone laughed. Not exactly, she said. But you will learn what he means. Hades' eyes flicked back. Do not be late, he said. Harry's mouth twisted. Yes, sir, he said automatically. Hades paused, like he heard the word sir and filed it away. Then he left. Persephone watched him go. Her expression warmed in that private way it always did when she watched him. Harry had noticed it before. It had confused him at first. Adults in his old life did not look at each other like that. Adults in his old life looked tired and angry and disappointed. Persephone walked closer to the doorway, and when Hades stopped at the far end of the hall, she called, Try not to terrify him today. Hades did not turn around. He needs to learn fear, he replied. Persephone sighed. He has enough of that, she said. Hades finally looked back. His expression was unreadable, but his voice softened by a fraction. Then he will learn what to do with it, he said. Persephone's face eased. She walked after him. Harry watched them go. Halfway down the corridor, Persephone reached out and caught Hades' hand. Hades did not flinch. He did not pull away. Their fingers laced together like it was normal, like the king of the dead was allowed to have something gentle. Persephone leaned up and pressed a quick kiss to Hades' cheek. Hades' eyes flicked toward her, and for a second he looked less like a judge and more like a man. Harry looked down fast, ears hot, like he had witnessed something private. He ate another pomegranate seed just to give his hands something to do. Later, the training got worse. Harry did not know when it shifted from painful to unbearable. It just did. One day Achilles made him run until his lungs burned. Another day Achilles made him hold his sword up until his arms shook so badly he could not grip anymore. When Harry dropped it, Achilles kicked it back to him and told him to pick it up. Harry picked it up every time. He learned quickly that Elysium was not soft just because it looked prettier than the rest of the underworld. The grass was darker. The air smelled clean, like rain that never ended. The shades there were calmer, but the warriors still had the same hard eyes. Achilles did not let Harry hide behind being small. He made him fight bigger opponents. He made him fight when tired. He made him fight when angry. Anger makes you loud, Achilles told him once, as Harry swung too wide and got knocked flat again. Loud gets you killed. Harry spat dust. Then what am I supposed to feel? Achilles stared down at him. Control, he said. Harry hated that answer more than anything. The first time Harry tried shadow travel, he thought it would feel like stepping into a cloak. Something smooth, something quiet, felt like drowning. Hades took him to a corridor where the shadows were thick enough to look almost solid. The torches there did not burn with fire. They burned with a pale light that did not warm anything. The walls were cold stone, slick like they had been carved from midnight. Hades stopped in front of a shadow that stretched tall on the wall. Step through, he said. Harry stared. How? Hades tilted his head. You simply do, he said like that was helpful. Harry's jaw clenched. That's not an answer. Hades' eyes narrowed. It is the only one, he replied. Harry looked at the shadow again. It did not move. It did not ripple. It just existed, waiting. He swallowed, then reached out with his hand. The moment his fingers touched the darkness, cold bit into his skin like ice. Not normal cold. This was the kind that went straight into bone. Harry gasped, breath hitching, and his whole arm went numb. He tried to pull back. The shadow pulled harder. Harry's body lurched forward. He stumbled into it like someone had shoved him from behind. The darkness swallowed his face. His chest hit it next. The cold slammed into him everywhere at once, and his brain panicked, screaming that he could not breathe. He fought, flailing, but there was nothing to grab. No air, no floor, just freezing nothing pressing against him from all sides. Harry tried to scream. His mouth opened, and the cold rushed in. It burned. He choked. His stomach flipped. Then he was out. He hit the ground on the other side of the corridor, landing on his hands and knees. He gagged, hard, and vomited onto the stone. Came up sharp and acidic. His whole body shook. His nose started bleeding, warm streaks against the cold air. He tried to wipe it away and his hand smeared red across his face. Hades was there like he had not moved, standing a few steps away, watching. Harry coughed, eyes watering. That, he rasped, was awful. Hades' voice stayed even. Again, he said. Harry stared up at him, fury and nausea twisting together. I just threw up. Hades looked down. And you are still alive, he said. Again. Harry's hands shook. His ribs ached from the retching. His throat burned. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to say no and mean it, but no had never protected him. Harry wiped his mouth with his sleeve, stood unsteadily, and faced the shadow again. Hades' gaze tracked him. Do not fight it, he said. Step with intention. Harry swallowed bile. Intention doesn't stop it feeling like I'm dying. Hades paused. That is the point, he said quietly. Harry froze. His stomach twisted again. Why would you want me to feel that? Hades' eyes were unreadable. Because you will not fear death, he said. You will understand it. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away, then back to the shadow. His hands trembled as he reached out. This time he tried not to yank back when the cold hit. He forced his body forward, teeth clenched so hard his jaw hurt. The darkness swallowed him again. The drowning sensation came back instantly. His lungs screamed. His skin burned with cold. His brain flipped between panic and rage and something else, something like stubborn focus. He imagined stepping through a door. He imagined the shadow was just a hallway. He imagined the cold was not inside him, just around him. For half a heartbeat it worked. Then the darkness twisted and he lost track of direction. He stumbled out again, this time further down the corridor, crashing into the wall hard enough to make his shoulder scream. He slid down, panting, shaking, and vomited again. His nose bled more. His vision blurred. Hades crouched in front of him, and for the first time Harry saw something like approval in his face. "Better," Hades said. Harry laughed once. "Bitter." "You're insane," he whispered. Hades' eyes flicked to his bleeding nose. "Hold still," he said. Hades lifted a hand and touched Harry's forehead lightly. The cold eased. Not gone, but eased. The bleeding slowed. The nausea settled enough that Harry could breathe without gagging. Harry stared at him, confused. Hades stood again. "You will do it until it no longer controls you," he said. "You will not be trapped by walls. You will not be trapped by men. You will not be trapped by fear." Harry's throat tightened again. He looked away fast, because he did not want Hades to see what those words did to him. He wiped his face with his sleeve. "Fine," he muttered. Again, Hades nodded once, satisfied, and stepped back. By the third week of this, Harry had vomited so many times he started carrying water with him without anyone telling him. He hated that it made him feel prepared. He hated that it made him feel like he belonged here. Achilles found it hilarious. "You look like you've been poisoned," Achilles said one day when Harry stumbled onto the training ring pale and sweaty, breathing hard like he had sprinted. Harry glared. "I feel like it." Achilles swung at him anyway. Harry managed to block. Barely. His arms shook with exhaustion. Achilles leaned in and murmured, "If you can fight while you are sick, you can fight while you are scared." Harry's jaw clenched. "Stop talking," he hissed. Achilles' grin flashed. "Make me," he said. Harry swung too fast, too angry. Achilles knocked him down again. Harry hit the ground, panting, and stared up at the dark sky of Elysium that did not have a sun. He tasted blood. His body hurt all over. He still got up. It was after a sparring session that Harry met Nico. Harry was wiping sweat off his face, sword balanced against his shoulder, when he heard a voice behind him. "That's the new kid." Harry turned. A boy stood at the edge of the ring, hands shoved in his pockets. He looked about Harry's age. Dark hair, dark eyes, pale skin like he had not seen sunlight in years. He wore a black jacket that looked strange against the ancient setting, like it belonged in a different world entirely. The boy's expression was bored, but his eyes were sharp. Harry's grip tightened on the sword. "Who are you?" he asked. The boy tilted his head. "Nico," he said. "Nico D'Angelo." Harry stared. The name felt familiar in a way Harry could not place, like a word you had heard in a dream. Achilles appeared beside Harry like he had stepped out of air. "He is not your opponent," Achilles said. Nico rolled his eyes. "I didn't say he was," he replied. His voice had a different rhythm than Harry's. Faster, more casual, like rules were suggestions. Achilles' eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone," he warned. Nico shrugged. "Or what, you'll stab me again," he said, like that was an old argument. Harry blinked. Achilles ignored him and looked at Harry. "Hades ordered it," he said. "You will train together." Harry frowned. "Why?" Nico snorted. "Because training alone is depressing," he said. Harry's eyes flicked to him. "I don't need a friend." Nico's grin was quick and sharp. "Good," he said. "Because I'm not volunteering." Harry glared. "Then why are you here?" Nico stepped into the ring without permission. Shadows stirred around his feet like they recognized him. "Because my dad said so," he replied, voice flat, like that sentence tasted bitter. Harry's chest tightened. Your dad is Hades too? Nico's expression flickered. Something dark passed through it. Fast. Then he shrugged again like it did not matter. He's my dad, he said. He's also the guy who runs this place. Get used to it. Harry stared. For the first time since he arrived, the idea hit that he might not be the only kid who had to navigate being claimed by a god. Harry looked at Achilles. So he's my... He started, and the word brother felt weird and heavy. Nico tilted his head. Say it, he said, eyes gleaming. Harry's jaw clenched. No, Nico laughed. Good choice, he said. It's cringe. Harry blinked. What does that mean? Nico's grin widened. Oh my gods, he said. You talk like a tiny old man. Harry's face went hot. I do not. You absolutely do, Nico replied. Like, you sound like you're about to start a speech. Harry scowled. At least I don't talk like an idiot. Nico's eyes narrowed. Rude, he said. Also inaccurate. I'm extremely smart. Harry raised an eyebrow. Sure. Nico stepped closer. Wanna spar? He asked like they were talking about a game. Achilles' voice cut in. No swords, he said. Not yet. Nico sighed dramatically. Fine, he said. He snapped his fingers. The ground behind him cracked. Harry's stomach clenched. Bones pushed up through the stone like hands clawing out of earth. A skeleton rose, then another. Their empty sockets faced forward. Their jaws hung open. Harry's grip tightened on his sword. His throat went dry. Nico glanced at him. Relax, he said. They're just, skeletons. Harry stared. That's not comforting. Nico shrugged. It's normal here, he said, then smiled like he knew exactly how unsettling that sounded. The skeletons lurched forward. Harry moved without thinking. Shadows flared behind him, curling like smoke. He lifted his sword. Nico's voice was casual. Don't cut them, he said. That's boring. Trip them. Harry's jaw clenched. Stop telling me what to do. Nico grinned. Make me, he said. And Harry hated that it sounded exactly like Achilles. The first skeleton swung its arm at Harry's head. Harry ducked and slammed the flat of his blade into its knee joint. The bone cracked. The skeleton collapsed awkwardly. The second one grabbed for Harry's wrist. His fingers were cold bone. Harry's stomach flipped. He reacted the way he always reacted when grabbed now. He snapped his wrist free and sent a shadow tendril up from the stone. It wrapped around the skeleton's spine and yanked. The skeleton flew backward and hit the ground hard, scattering bones. Nico's eyes widened slightly. Okay, he said. That was cool. Harry's chest heaved. He tried to pretend he was not proud of that. Nico snapped his fingers again and the bones rattled, pulling themselves back together. The skeleton stood again, head tilted like it was confused. Harry stared. That's cheating. Nico grinned. No, he said. That's talent. Harry launched forward. He slid past the skeleton's grasp and used his shadow to hook its ankle again, yanking it down. He slammed his sword hilt into its skull. The skull cracked and rolled away. The skeleton collapsed completely this time. Nico clicked his tongue. Okay, yeah, he said. You've got issues. Harry glared at him. You're the one raising skeletons. Nico shrugged. It's efficient, he said. Also funny. Harry's breathing was heavy. Sweat ran down his neck. His ribs still ached from earlier training. His hands still stung. But his mind felt sharper now, focused. Nico stepped closer, eyes bright. Do it again, he said. Harry blinked. What? Nico gestured at the bones. Again, he said. But faster. Harry's jaw clenched. Why do you care? Nico's expression shifted. For half a second the board mask dropped and Harry saw something else under it. Something lonely and restless. Then Nico shrugged again. Because if you're going to be my brother, you can't be slow, he said like it was a joke. Harry froze. Nico's eyes flicked away, like he regretted saying it out loud. Harry swallowed. I'm not slow, he said quietly. Nico glanced back. Prove it, he said. Harry moved. The sparring turned into a pattern. Not a boring one. It was different every time. Nico would raise skeletons, then change how they moved, then throw shadows into it, then mock Harry for being stiff, then get annoyed when Harry adapted too fast. Harry learned Nico liked to talk while fighting. Constant commentary. He complained. He joked. He insulted. He acted like everything was casual even when the skeletons almost took Harry's head off. Harry learned to answer with fewer words because talking made him breathe wrong. One day, Nico tossed him a deck of cards during a break. Harry stared at them. "What is this?" Nico's eyes lit up. "Mythomagic," he said, like he was announcing something holy. Harry flipped a card over. It showed a cartoonish monster with a ridiculous name. Harry stared. "This is a children's game." Nico looked offended. "It is a strategic masterpiece," he said. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Sure." Nico jabbed a finger at the card. "That's the Hydra," he said. "It counters the Minotaur." Harry looked up. "Why are you telling me this?" Nico shrugged. "Because you need hobbies," he said. "All you do is brood and train and look like you want to murder everyone." Harry's face went hot. "I do not look like that." Nico's grin was sharp. "You absolutely do," he said. Harry tossed the cards back. "I don't need hobbies." Nico caught them easily. "That's what brooding murder kids say," he replied. Harry opened his mouth to argue, then closed it because he did not have a good response. Nico smirked like he had won. Later that week, Nico tried to copy Harry's accent. "Good day," Nico said in an exaggerated voice, chin lifted. "I am Hadrian Potter and I have never smiled once in my life." Harry stared at him. "Stop," Nico kept going. "I speak to shadows and I drink tea with the dead," he said, then looked pleased with himself. Harry's jaw clenched. "I do not drink tea." Nico blinked. "Wait, seriously?" he asked. Harry glared. "Yes." Nico laughed so hard he almost fell over. Harry did not understand why that was funny. He also did not like the small part of him that liked hearing Nico laugh. Sounded like a kid, not a shade. It sounded alive. The first time Harry saw Cerberus, he thought Nico was messing with him. They had been sent to deliver something for Persephone. A small sealed package that smelled like herbs and something sharp. Nico complained the whole way, calling it free labor, saying gods should do their own errands, then grumbling when Harry told him to shut up. They reached a wide gate made of black iron. The air around it felt heavier. The shadows there were thicker, like the ground was breathing. Nico stopped. "Okay," he said, suddenly serious. "So, don't freak out." Harry stared. "Why would I freak out?" Nico pointed past the gate. "Because that's Cerberus," he said. Harry stepped forward. The sound hit first. A deep growl that vibrated through stone. Then another growl, slightly different. Then a third. 3 heads rose out of the darkness. Cerberus was massive. Bigger than any dog had a right to be. His fur was black and bristling. His teeth were long, wet, and sharp. His eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Each head watched Harry with a different kind of attention. Harry's stomach dropped. Nico muttered, "Told you," like he was smug about it. Cerberus took a step forward. The ground trembled. The gate rattled. Harry's hands went cold. Cerberus' middle head leaned closer and sniffed. Harry froze. He did not reach for his sword. He did not summon shadows. He just stood there because something in him recognized this. Not the dog, but the feeling. The feeling of being judged, of being weighed. Cerberus sniffed again. Then the left head sneezed. It was ridiculous. It was loud. It sprayed a bit of spit. Nico blinked. "Did he just sneeze?" he whispered. Harry stared. Then, without thinking, he lifted his hand. Nico hissed, "Harry, no." Harry ignored him. He reached up slowly, palm open, and touched Cerberus' left head between the ears. The fur was coarse, warm under the surface. Cerberus did not bite. Cerberus leaned into the touch. Harry blinked, shocked. He stroked again, fingers moving through thick fur. The left head made a low sound that was not a growl anymore. More like a rumble. The middle head sniffed Harry's hair, then nudged him slightly with its snout. Harry's breath caught. "Hi," he said, voice quiet. Nico stared like Harry had lost his mind. "What are you doing?" Nico whispered. Harry did not look back. He just kept petting the left head. Cerberus' leg shifted, paw scraping stone, and the massive dog lowered slightly, like he was trying to get closer. Harry's hand moved down behind the left ear and scratched. Cerberus' left leg started thumping against the ground. Harry froze. Then he laughed. It was short and surprised, and it came out like it had been shoved out of him. Nico's mouth dropped open. "No way," he muttered. Harry kept scratching. Cerberus' left head leaned into it harder. The middle head let out a deep huff. The right head watched Nico like it was deciding if he was edible. Nico held his hands up. Okay, he said quickly. "I'm not a threat. I'm just emotionally damaged." Harry snorted softly, still scratching the left ear. Cerberus' middle head licked Harry's sleeve. Harry flinched, then relaxed when he realized it was just a dog lick, only bigger. The wet streak on his sleeve was gross, but the gesture was familiar in a way that hit him in the chest. He had never been allowed to touch anything gentle back on Privet Drive. Dudley would have kicked it. Vernon would have laughed. Petunia would have screamed. Here, a monster let him scratch behind its ear like it was normal. Harry looked up at the three heads. "Fluffy," he said. Nico choked. "You did not just call Cerberus Fluffy," he said. Harry looked back at him, eyebrow raised. "Why not?" Nico's hands fluttered in disbelief. "Because he's literally the guard dog of the Underworld," Nico said. "He eats souls." Cerberus yawned, showing a mouth full of teeth. Harry went back to scratching. "He's still Fluffy," he said. Nico stared, then slowly walked closer, careful not to make sudden movements. "So you're just friends now?" he asked, voice a little smaller. Harry shrugged. "He likes scratches," he said. Nico hesitated, then reached toward the middle head like he was approaching a wild animal. The right head growled. Nico froze instantly. "Nope," he said, pulling back. "Not me. I guess he hates my vibe." Harry almost smiled. Almost. He reached out with his free hand and scratched the middle head too. Cerberus' growl eased. The right head stopped glaring at Nico. Nico exhaled. "Okay," he said. "You're the chosen one." Harry glanced at him. "Don't say that," he said, and the words came out sharper than he meant. Nico blinked, then his expression softened. "Yeah," he said quietly. "Fair." Harry looked away fast and focused on Cerberus again. They delivered Persephone's package while Cerberus watched, and when they left, Cerberus nudged Harry's shoulder like it was a goodbye. Harry walked away with fur on his sleeve and something steadier in his chest. A week after that, Hades called Harry into the throne hall. It was not a punishment. Harry knew the difference now. Punishments were direct here. There was no pretending. This felt like business. Harry entered and stopped automatically, posture straight. The hall was wide, lined with pillars that disappeared into shadow. The floor was polished dark stone that reflected light like a still lake. The throne itself was carved from black rock, sharp and simple. Hades sat there, one hand resting on the arm of the throne. Persephone stood beside him, fingers resting lightly on the stone like she was anchoring the space. Nico was there too, leaning against a pillar like he had been forced to attend and was making it everyone's problem. Harry's eyes flicked to Nico. Nico lifted his eyebrows like he had no clue either. Hades' gaze pinned Harry. "Come closer," he said. Harry walked forward, boots clicking softly. The sound echoed. He stopped at the base of the steps. Hades studied him for a moment. "Do you feel it?" he asked. Harry frowned. "Feel what?" Hades lifted a hand and gestured toward Harry's forehead, the scar hidden under Harry's messy hair. "The parasite," Hades said. Harry's stomach dropped. The word parasite made his skin crawl. Harry's fingers twitched. "Sometimes," he admitted. "Sometimes I hear something." Persephone's expression tightened. Nico straightened from the pillar, suddenly alert. "Wait," he said. "What parasite?" Harry shot him a look. Nico held up his hands. "No, seriously, what?" he said. Hades did not look at Nico. He stayed focused on Harry. "It is a soul fragment," he said. "A leech attached to you before you died in the mortal realm." Harry's throat went dry. "In my scar," he whispered. Hades nodded once. Harry's stomach twisted hard. He remembered the way Hades had stared at his scar the first day, like it offended him. He had not understood why. Now he did. Harry swallowed. Can you take it out? Hades' gaze sharpened. In time, he said. Not yet. Harry's hands clenched. Why not? Hades' voice stayed calm. Because it is bound in a way that is not simple, he said. And because if we tear it out without preparation, it will claw at you on the way out. Harry's throat tightened. Nico muttered, That's horrifying. And for once he sounded genuinely unsettled. Persephone glanced at Nico. It is, she said, voice soft. That is why we do this carefully. Harry forced himself to breathe. His ribs hurt slightly with the inhale. He focused on the pain because it was easier than focusing on the idea of something living in his head. Hades leaned forward slightly. It whispers, he said. It will try to influence you. It will try to feed on anger and fear. Harry's jaw clenched. Let it try, he said too fast. Hades' eyes narrowed. It already has, he said, and the statement landed like a slap. Harry froze. Hades continued. You have felt rage that did not belong to you, he said. You have wanted to hurt without reason. You have felt hunger. Harry's stomach turned. He hated that Hades was right. Harry's voice came out smaller. I thought that was me, he admitted. Persephone's expression softened. She stepped closer, hand hovering near Harry's shoulder like she wanted to touch, but did not want to overwhelm him. It is not all you, she said gently. But you are not innocent either. You are learning power. Power attracts ugly thoughts. Harry's throat tightened. So what do we do? He asked, forcing the words out. Hades' gaze held him. We build a cage, he said. Harry blinked. In my head, Hades nodded. A clumency, he said, and the words sounded like iron. Not the polite version mortals teach. The version that holds. Harry swallowed. How? Hades stood. The air shifted. Shadows pulled closer to him. The hall felt smaller, like the world leaned in to listen. Hades walked down the steps. He stopped in front of Harry. Close your eyes, Hades said. Harry hesitated. Nico whispered, This is going to suck. Like he was trying to be helpful and failing. Harry ignored him and closed his eyes. At first, there was just darkness behind his lids. Then Hades' voice cut through. Imagine a gate, Hades said. Iron, heavy, locked. Harry tried. His mind flickered with images, messy and fast. A gate, a door, a cupboard door. Vernon's hand slamming it shut. Harry's breathing hitched. Not that, Hades said sharply, like he sensed it. Do not use your trauma as foundation. Use your will. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced the cupboard image away. He imagined something else. He imagined the black iron gate near Cerberus. He imagined it tall, solid, unbreakable. Good, Hades said. Harry's chest eased slightly. Now imagine the parasite behind it, Hades continued. Keep it there. Harry's stomach twisted. He tried to picture it. Something dark. Something squirming. Something with teeth. For a second he felt it like a pressure at the edge of his thoughts. Like something heard its name and turned. A whisper slid into his mind. Oily and cold. Let me out. Harry's eyes snapped open. He stumbled back a step, heart racing, sweat breaking out instantly. Hades did not move. Do not run, he said. Harry's voice came out rough. It talked. Nico swore softly, then caught himself and said, It spoke. It spoke in your head. Persephone shot him a look. Nico shut up. Hades' gaze stayed on Harry. Again, he said. Harry's stomach lurched. I don't want to. Hades' voice did not soften. You will, he said, because it will not stop until you make it. Harry's hands shook. He hated that he wanted Persephone to say something comforting. He hated that he wanted that at all. Persephone did not coddle him. She just stepped closer and rested her hand lightly on his shoulder. You can do this, she said quietly. Harry swallowed, eyes burning. He closed his eyes again. He imagined the gate. He imagined iron bars. He imagined locks clicking into place. The pressure returned. The whisper slid in again, louder. You are mine. Harry's stomach flipped. His pulse roared in his ears. Cold sweat ran down his back. Hades' voice cut through. Push it back, he said. With force. Harry clenched his jaw. He imagined the gate slamming shut. He imagined it crushing the Whisper. The Whisper laughed. Pain sparked behind Harry's eyes. He flinched, groaning. His hands flew up to his temples. Persephone's hand tightened on his shoulder. Breathe, she murmured. Hades' voice stayed steady. Hold, he said. Do not break. Harry's teeth clenched. His stomach rolled. He tasted bile. His vision blurred behind his eyelids. The Whisper hissed again, angry now. He will abandon you. Harry's breath hitched. A flash of privet drive hit his mind. Vernon's face. Petunia's disgust. Dudley's laughter. Harry's body went cold. Hades' voice snapped like a whip. That is not truth, he said. Harry forced himself to focus on the throne hall. On the weight of Persephone's hand. On the presence of Hades in front of him like a wall. Harry pushed. He imagined the gate again, heavier, thicker. He imagined it glowing with dark heat. Not fire that burned, but heat that forged. The Whisper screamed. Pain shot through Harry's skull. He gagged and vomited onto the polished stone, stomach spasming hard. He heard Nico curse again, then shuffle back like he did not want to be near it. Harry's eyes watered. He coughed, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, shaking. Persephone's hand stayed on his shoulder. She did not move away from the mess. She did not flinch. Again, Hades said. Harry looked up at him, eyes wild. I just threw up again, he rasped. Hades' gaze was cold, but not cruel. And you are still here, he said. Again. Harry's hands trembled. His throat burned. His stomach cramped. Everything in him wanted to collapse. Then he remembered Achilles standing over him, sword pointed at his chest. Saying up. Harry swallowed. He closed his eyes again. This time he did not imagine a gate. He imagined a fortress. He imagined walls so thick nothing could chew through. He imagined iron that did not bend. He imagined darkness that obeyed him, not the Whisper. The parasite pressed against him, angry and hungry, but Harry did not flinch away. He pushed back. The Whisper tried again. You are nothing. Harry's jaw clenched. No, he said out loud, and his voice came out rough, but real. The Whisper faltered, just slightly, like it did not expect him to speak. Harry felt that weakness and used it. He slammed the imagined fortress doors shut. For a second, there was silence. Harry's breathing was ragged. Sweat dripped down his temples. His hands shook so badly he had to clench them into fists. Hades' voice was quiet now. Good, he said. Harry opened his eyes. He was exhausted. His stomach hurt. His head ached like he had been hit, but the pressure was less. The Whisper was still there, but it felt farther back, like it had been shoved into a corner. Harry swallowed. Is that it? He asked, voice hoarse. Hades' gaze stayed on him. For today, he said. Harry's shoulders sagged. Persephone guided him gently to sit on the steps. She waved a hand and the vomit on the floor vanished, like it had never happened. Harry felt embarrassed anyway. Nico hovered a few steps away, looking pale. That was disgusting, he said, then added quieter. Are you okay? Harry blinked at him. Nico's concern looked awkward on his face, like he did not know what to do with it. Harry swallowed. I'm fine, he started. Hades' gaze snapped toward him. Harry corrected fast. I'm tired, he said. My head hurts. My stomach hurts. Hades' eyes eased slightly. Nico exhaled. Yeah, he said. That's fair. Hades looked at Harry. You will build it stronger, he said. Every day. The parasite will learn fear. Harry swallowed. Can it feel fear? Hades' mouth twitched. Everything that can scream can feel fear, he said. Harry stared at the floor, breathing hard. Persephone brushed Harry's hair back from his forehead, careful around the scar. She pressed a kiss to the top of his head, quick and warm. Harry froze, then relaxed slowly, because the gesture felt like something he had needed without admitting it. Nico looked away like he was pretending he did not see it. Hades' voice cut through again. You will not speak of this to anyone outside this hall, he said. Harry nodded. Nico lifted his hands. Yeah, obviously, he said. I don't want that in my head too. Hades' gaze flicked to Nico. You will train your own mind as well, he said. Nico groaned. Why do you hate me? He muttered. Persephone shot him a look. Because you are dramatic, she said. Nico stared at her. I am appropriately expressive, he replied. Harry snorted once, surprised. Nico's eyes widened. Oh my gods, he said. You can laugh. Harry's face went hot. Shut up, he muttered. Nico grinned like he had just discovered a secret. Time passed in the underworld the way rain passed in a place that had no sky. It happened anyway. You felt it in your bones, not in clocks. Harry grew. At first it was subtle. His hands got a little bigger. His shoulders stopped looking so narrow. His limbs stopped feeling like they belonged to a toddler. His voice dropped slightly, rougher when he was tired. One day he caught his reflection in a polished wall and froze. His eyes looked the same, green and too old. But his face had changed. Less baby fat. More sharpness. The scar looked different too, darker, like a crack in stone. He stared at it for a long time. Nico showed up behind him, chewing on something. You look weird, Nico said. Harry glanced at him. So do you, he replied. Nico scoffed. I always look amazing, he said, then paused, studying Harry's reflection. Okay, yeah, he admitted. You look less like a kid now. Harry's throat tightened. How long has it been? He asked. Nico shrugged. Here a while, he said. Up there, who knows? Harry stared. The living world felt like a distant rumor, a story he had once been part of. Nico nudged him. You miss it? He asked, voice casual but eyes sharp. Harry's stomach twisted. He thought of Privet Drive. He thought of the smell of stale food and cheap soap. He thought of Vernon's hands. No, Harry said flatly. Nico nodded like he understood. Good, he said, then grinned. Because it probably sucks. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. You don't know anything about it, he said. Nico shrugged. I know enough, he replied, voice quieter. Harry did not push. He was learning that some things in Nico were locked behind his own gates. Training sharpened them both. Achilles taught Harry how to move like a fighter, not a kid swinging a stick. He taught him how to watch shoulders, hips, eyes. He taught him how to take a hit without panicking. He taught him to breathe through pain. Hades taught Harry how to command shadows without letting them command him. How to feel the difference between using magic and being used by it. Persephone taught him softer things without calling them soft. She taught him that eating was not optional. She taught him how to sleep without flinching at every sound. She taught him that being cared for did not make him weak. Nico taught him how to be a kid sometimes, even if it was the weirdest version of being a kid. Nico would shove mythomagic cards at him and insist Harry learn the rules. Nico would mock his accent until Harry snapped back. Nico would complain about everything, then stand beside Harry the moment something felt truly dangerous. Harry did not say brother again after the first time Nico joked about it, but the word lived in the space between them anyway. One night, after a brutal day where shadow travel had made Harry vomit twice and Achilles had still made him spar after, Harry and Nico sat on the steps outside a quiet corridor. Harry's hands were shaking. His head hurt. He felt hollow like he had been scraped out. Nico tossed him a pomegranate seed. It hit Harry's chest and bounced. Harry stared at it. I'm not hungry, he said. Nico rolled his eyes. Yes, you are, he replied. You always say that and then you pass out. Harry glared weakly. I have not passed out. Nico raised his eyebrows. You literally passed out last week, he said. Face first. Harry scowled. That was one time. Nico snorted. It was two, he corrected. Harry's jaw clenched. Shut up. Nico's grin softened. Eat, he said. Harry picked up the seed and put it in his mouth. Sweet and sharp. It made his stomach settle slightly. Nico leaned back against the wall. So, he said, voice casual. When do you get to leave? Harry's chest tightened. I don't know, he admitted. Nico's eyes flicked to him. Are you going to? He asked. Harry stared at the floor. Hades says I have to, he said. Nico was quiet for a moment. Then he muttered, lucky you. like it was both a joke and not. Harry looked at him. Do you want to leave? He asked. Nico's mouth twisted. I don't know, he admitted. Sometimes I think it would be nice to see normal stuff. Then I remember normal people are annoying. Harry almost smiled. That's fair, he said. Nico glanced at him. You're going to scare them, he said bluntly. Harry's stomach twisted. I don't care, he replied. Nico shrugged. You'll care a little, he said. Because you're annoying like that. Harry shot him a look. I'm not, he said. Nico grinned. You absolutely are, he replied, then leaned forward slightly. Just don't let them mess with you, he added quieter. Harry's throat tightened. They won't, he said, voice flat. Nico's gaze held him. Good, he said. Harry swallowed. He stared at his hands. They looked older now, stronger, still shaking. I still hear it sometimes, Harry admitted, barely above a whisper. Nico went still. The parasite, he said. Harry nodded. Nico's jaw clenched. Does it say stuff? He asked. Harry hesitated. Yeah, he said. Nico's eyes narrowed. Does it say stuff about me? He asked, voice careful. Harry blinked, surprised. No, he said. It mostly tries to. It tries to make me angry. Nico exhaled, like he had been holding his breath. Okay, he muttered. Harry frowned. Why would it say stuff about you? He asked. Nico shrugged. Because everything sucks, he replied. Harry stared at him. Nico's voice stayed casual, but something in his posture was tight, like he did not want to admit he cared about being hated. Harry's throat tightened. It doesn't, he said more firmly. Nico looked at him. Cool, he said, like it was nothing. Harry added quietly. Even if it did, I wouldn't listen. Nico froze. Then his expression shifted, quick, like he did not know what to do with that kind of honesty. He scoffed. Gross, he said, and shoved Harry lightly in the shoulder. Harry winced. Ow, he said. Nico looked guilty for half a second. Sorry, he muttered. Harry shook his head. It's fine, he said, then corrected himself immediately because he felt Hades' voice in his head. It hurts a bit, he admitted. Nico blinked, then grinned. Look at you, he said. Emotional growth. Harry rolled his eyes, but the knot in his chest eased a little. The next morning, Achilles made Harry fight with a dagger. Your sword is not always available, Achilles said. Your wand will not always be in your hand. You need options. Harry's grip on the dagger felt weird. Too small. Too close. It made fighting feel personal. Achilles attacked with a blade of his own. He moved fast, faster than a human should. Harry blocked, barely, and the impact rattled his bones. Achilles pressed in. Stop thinking, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not thinking. Yes, you are, Achilles replied. And then he twisted Harry's wrist hard. Pain shot up Harry's arm. His fingers spasmed. The dagger almost dropped. Harry hissed, eyes watering. Achilles leaned in close, voice low. Pain is information, he said. Use it. Harry's chest heaved. He forced his grip tighter. He twisted with the pain, used the motion to slip under Achilles' arm and jabbed the dagger toward Achilles' ribs. Achilles shifted at the last second. The blade missed. Achilles slapped Harry's head lightly with his own dagger. Harry's vision blurred for a second. Achilles stepped back, eyes bright. Better, he said. Harry panted, sweat dripping down his face. You're still annoying, he muttered. Achilles grinned. Good, he said. That means you are still alive to complain. One day, shadow travel finally clicked. Not perfectly, not gently, but it clicked. Harry stood in the corridor, staring at the shadow on the wall. He felt sick already, like his body remembered what was coming and wanted to refuse. Nico hovered nearby, arms crossed. If you throw up on me, I'm leaving, he said. Harry glared. Go away then, Nico snorted. No, he replied. I want to see you fail. Harry's jaw clenched. Thanks, Nico grinned. Anytime. Hades watched from the side, silent. Harry inhaled slowly, forcing his lungs to fill. His hands shook. He pictured the fortress in his mind, the gate, the control. Then he stepped. The cold hit. It always hit. But this time Harry did not panic. He held his breath, not because he could not breathe, but because he chose not to. The darkness swallowed him. For a heartbeat he felt nothing but ice and pressure. Then he pushed forward with intention. He came out the other side a few steps away, stumbling slightly, but still upright. His stomach rolled. His nose tingled. But he did not vomit. Harry blinked, shocked. Nico's eyes widened. "No way," he said. Harry's breath came out in a shaky exhale. He looked down at his hands like he did not trust them. Hades' voice was quiet. "Again," he said. Harry swallowed hard. He did it again, and again. By the fourth time, Harry was sweating and pale and his stomach was twisting, but he stayed on his feet. He wiped at a thin trickle of blood from his nose and kept going. Nico stared like he was watching something impossible. "Okay," he said softly. "That was actually impressive." Harry's chest heaved. He tried not to look pleased. He failed. He glanced at Nico. "Don't tell anyone," he muttered. Nico snorted. "Yeah," he said, "because your reputation as a terrifying murder child would be ruined." Harry rolled his eyes, but his lips twitched. Later that day, Persephone found Harry in a quiet room, sitting on the floor with his back against a pillar, eyes half closed. "You are pale," she said. Harry opened his eyes slowly. "I'm fine," he started, then sighed. "I'm tired," he corrected. "Shadow travel makes my stomach feel weird." Persephone sat beside him. "It burns through you," she said. "It takes energy. You must eat." Harry made a face. "I am eating," he said. Persephone raised an eyebrow. "Then eat more," she replied. Harry groaned softly. "You sound like Hades." Persephone smiled. "Good," she said. "He is right." Harry leaned his head back against the pillar. "Does it ever stop feeling like cold death?" he asked. Persephone's expression softened. "It becomes familiar," she said. "That is different." Harry swallowed. "I hate it," he admitted. Persephone nodded. "You can hate it," she said. "You still do it." Harry closed his eyes again, exhausted. Persephone's fingers brushed his hair lightly. "You have grown," she said quietly. Harry's throat tightened. "Yeah," he said. Persephone paused. "Do you feel ready?" she asked. Harry opened his eyes. "For what?" he asked, though he already knew. Persephone's gaze held his. "For the living world," she said. Harry's stomach twisted. "No," he replied honestly. "But I'm not going back to them." Persephone nodded. "You will not," she said. "You will go somewhere else." Harry swallowed. "Where?" he asked. Persephone's lips curved slightly. "A school," she said. "A castle full of children who think they understand darkness because they read about it in books." Harry stared. "That sounds annoying," he said. Persephone laughed softly. "It will be," she replied. "But you will learn what you need there." Harry's jaw clenched. "I don't want to be watched," he said, voice tighter. Persephone's smile faded. "You will be," she said gently. "But you will not be powerless." Harry looked away, breathing hard. Persephone leaned closer. "You are not the boy who was hurt," she said. "You are not the victim." Harry swallowed. His eyes burned slightly. He hated that the words mattered. He nodded once. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a day that felt like ordinary training until it did not. Harry was in the outer hall, half dressed in his training gear, when the sound of frantic wings echoed against stone. He froze. Birds did not come down here often. Not living ones. Nico was sitting on the steps nearby, shuffling his mythomagic cards like he was trying to look busy. He looked up too, eyes narrowing. "What's that?" he asked. Harry stood slowly, heart picking up speed. An owl appeared at the far end of the hall. It was brown and wide-eyed and shaking. It flew in a jerky line, like the air itself scared it. It stopped short the moment it saw the shadows, wings fluttering wildly. The owl made a distressed sound and tried to turn around. The doors behind it slammed shut. Harry flinched at the sound. Hades walked into the hall from the side corridor like he had been waiting for this moment. Persephone followed, expression calm but curious. The owl froze completely, feathers puffed up, eyes huge. A letter was tied to its leg. Harry stared at it. His stomach twisted. Something in him recognized the living world in that piece of parchment. Felt like a hook reaching for him. Nico leaned forward. "Is that for you?" he whispered. Harry did not answer. Hades approached the owl. The owl trembled so hard its wings shook. Hades lifted a hand and untied the letter with one smooth motion. The owl made a tiny sound like it was about to faint. Hades did not harm it. He just held the letter. The owl tried to back away, but the shadows held it in place like invisible hands, not tight enough to hurt, just enough to keep it from escaping. Persephone clicked her tongue softly. "Poor thing," she murmured. Hades glanced at her. The shadows eased. The owl stumbled back and hovered near the door. Desperate. Hades looked at the letter. His eyes scanned the front. Harry could not see what it said from where he stood, but he saw Hades' mouth twitch faintly. Hades looked up at Harry. "Hogwarts," he said. Harry's chest tightened. Nico blinked. "Hogwarts like the wizard school?" he asked quickly. Harry shot him a look. Nico shrugged. "What? I know stuff," he said. Hades' gaze went back to the parchment. "They have many titles," he said, voice dry. "They enjoy writing them." Persephone smiled slightly. "Read it," she said. Hades broke the seal and opened the letter. The paper did not shake in his hands. Nothing shook in Hades' hands. He read silently for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed. Harry's stomach twisted harder. "What does it say?" he asked, voice tight. Hades looked at him. "It says they want you," he said. Harry's jaw clenched. "Of course they do," he muttered. Nico's eyes flicked between them. "Wait," he said. "Do they know where you are?" Hades' mouth curved slightly. Not a smile. Something colder. "They do not," he said. "But their magic searches. It finds cracks." Harry swallowed. "So what happens?" he asked. Hades folded the letter once. Neatly. "You will go," he said. Harry froze. Persephone stepped closer, hand resting lightly on Harry's shoulder. "Not alone," she said softly. Harry's throat tightened. "I don't want to," he admitted, and the honesty tasted raw. Hades' gaze held him. "You do not want to be watched," he said. "You do not want to be controlled." Harry's eyes burned. He nodded once. Hades' voice stayed calm. "Then you learn their world," he said. "You learn their rules. You learn their weaknesses." Harry swallowed hard. Nico muttered, "That sounds ominous," and then added, "I love it." Harry shot him a look. Nico grinned like a menace. Persephone squeezed Harry's shoulder gently. "You will be different there," she said. "They will try to name you. They will try to fit you into their story." Harry's jaw clenched. "I'm not their story," he said. Hades' eyes sharpened. "Pleased." "No," he said. "You are mine." The words should have felt like chains. Instead they felt like a shield. Hades stepped closer and held the folded letter out to Harry. Harry took it with shaking hands. The parchment felt warm compared to everything else. It felt alive. He stared at the writing. His name. The name they thought they knew. Harry's throat tightened. He did not speak. Hades' voice dropped slightly, quieter, meant for Harry alone even though everyone heard. "They believe they are the light," he said. "They believe darkness is something they defeat." Harry swallowed. Hades' eyes held his. "Go show them what darkness actually is," he said. Harry's stomach twisted with fear and excitement and something sharp that felt like purpose. He nodded once, slow. Nico leaned in and whispered, "If they annoy you, call me." Like that was even possible. Harry glanced at him. "How?" he asked. Nico shrugged. "Figure it out," he said, then added quickly, "Also don't die." Harry's lips twitched. "I won't," he said, and for the first time he believed it. The owl at the door made another frantic sound, desperate to leave. Persephone waved a hand and the doors opened. The owl shot out like it had been fired from a cannon. Harry watched it go, letter clenched in his fist, heart pounding. Hades' voice came again, quiet and final. "Pack," he said. Harry turned. Hades' eyes were dark and steady. "Tomorrow," he said, You begin learning how to walk among prey without letting them notice the teeth. Harry's grip tightened on the letter. Okay, Harry said, voice rough. Persephone's hand slid from his shoulder to his cheek briefly. Warm. You are not alone, she whispered. Nico rolled his eyes dramatically. Yeah, he said, then looked at Harry, expression unexpectedly serious. Kick their teeth in, he added, then paused, and corrected himself fast. Metaphorically, unless they deserve it. Harry stared at him for a beat, then he nodded once, and in the quiet after, with the underworld holding its breath around him, Harry felt the fortress in his mind settle heavier, the gate locking tighter, like even the parasite was listening now and realizing it was not the only thing living in his head. Not anymore. Harry's stomach flipped inside out. 1 second he was in the cool dark of the palace corridor, stone under his bare feet, the air smelling like ash and cold metal. The next, he was half bent over in a narrow alley that reeked of damp brick, smoke, and something sour that made his eyes water. His throat tightened like he was about to be sick again. He forced a breath in through his nose anyway, because Hades had told him that was how you won. You didn't flinch away. You looked at the ugly thing until it got bored of trying to scare you. A hand settled on the back of his neck, firm, steady, not comforting in the way Persephone would do it, but grounding. Like an anchor. Stand, Hades said. Harry swallowed hard and straightened. His knees still felt wrong, like the shadows had rearranged them when they spat him out here. The alley was tight. Walls close. A crooked gutter dripped somewhere above. A lantern burned greenish, as if even fire here didn't want to look warm. Hades looked like a wizard today, at least to anyone who didn't know better. Tall, pale, black hair combed back, plain dark robes that somehow sat on him like a crown. His eyes were the real problem. Glamours could shift skin and clothes. They never changed the way his gaze made the world feel smaller. Harry wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then checked his hands. No blood, just shaking, faintly, like they'd remember the cold later. Is this Diagon Alley? Harry asked, voice flat because he refused to sound like a child. Not here. Hades glanced down the alley, as if he was bored. This is Nocturne Alley. The back door. Wizards who pretend they are righteous prefer to avoid being seen entering it. Harry's head turned slightly. He took in the doors. Most were shut. One was cracked open, light spilling out with a murmur of voices. A sign above it showed a skull that seemed to grin differently every time he blinked. He tasted fear in the air, but it wasn't his. It was old, baked into the stones. This place held secrets. People paid for those. Harry found he didn't hate it. At home, in the underworld, the darkness was honest. It did not pretend to be soft. He looked back at Hades. Why bring me here first? Because you will learn the difference between power and performance, Hades said. Diagon Alley is a stage. This place is the dressing room where they sharpen knives. Harry nodded once. His scar pulsed under his fringe, mild, like a warning that woke up sometimes just to remind him it existed. He pushed the feeling down. Iron gates, black fire. The parasite pressed against the bars and found nothing to hold. Hades's fingers left his neck. Walk! Harry started forward. He didn't rush. His feet were quiet. He'd spent years learning how to move around shades that hated being startled. The alley narrowed, then opened into a little bend where the light changed. A doorway to the right had a display window full of shrunken heads and silver knives, and a pair of hands that looked like they belonged to a statue. Harry kept his eyes level and watched for movement instead of staring. A laugh came from behind him, low and sharp. Not Hades. Harry didn't turn fast. He turned just enough to see without giving them the satisfaction of watching him jump. 3 boys leaned against the wall ahead, older than him by a few years. Teenagers, tall enough to feel brave. One had a thin mustache that looked like he'd drawn it on. Another had a scar down his chin, pale and jagged. The third wore a cloak that had been patched so many times it looked like a quilt. Their eyes went to Harry's robes first, then to the man behind him. The patched cloak boy licked his lips. Well, he said, voice trying to sound casual. What's this then? Lost. Harry kept walking until he was close enough that he could smell them. Sweat, cheap tobacco, a hint of magical smoke, like someone had been practicing curses they shouldn't. He stopped 3 steps away. The space mattered. Close enough to make them uneasy, not close enough to be grabbed without warning. Hades stood behind Harry, slightly to the side so he could see past him. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The alley seemed to hush around him anyway, like even the dripping gutter had decided to be quiet. Patched Cloak Boy shifted, gaze sliding away from Hades and back to Harry. You got money, yeah, little lordling. Diagon Alley's that way. We can show you. For a fee. Harry studied him with the same look he used on Shades in Elysium when they tried to test his footing during sparring. Nothing warm. Nothing apologetic. Move, Harry said. Scar Chin Boy barked a laugh, but it sounded forced. Oh, listen to him. The thin mustache boy took 1 step forward. He was trying to loom. Harry noted the way his weight was wrong, more on his front foot. Easy to sweep. He also noted the wand in his right sleeve, just visible. Harry's fingers twitched once. Not to draw a wand. He didn't have one yet. Just reflex. Hades finally spoke, quiet and mild, as if he was commenting on the weather. You have chosen a poor corridor to hunt. Patched Cloak Boy swallowed. Harry saw it. He tried to hide it by smirking. Mate, he said, aiming at Hades now. This is Nocturne. Everyone hunts. Hades' smile was small. It didn't reach his eyes. Yes, Harry felt it then. The way the shadows around their feet seemed to tilt toward Hades like plants leaning toward sun. The alley got colder. Not in a dramatic way. In a simple way. Like the world remembered winter existed. Scar Chin Boy frowned and rubbed his arms. What are you? He muttered. Harry didn't look at Hades. He kept his eyes on the boys. Last chance, Harry said. Move, Thin Mustache Boy snapped. He flicked his wand out, fast, and shouted, Petrificus Totalis. Harry reacted before the spell fully formed. Shadow travel was not just distance. It was understanding. The space between things was flexible if you knew where to press. Harry didn't disappear fully. He slid. It looked like he stepped sideways into the darker part of the wall and then stepped out again half a second later, closer, almost behind Thin Mustache Boy's shoulder. Thin Mustache Boy's curse hit empty air and splashed on the wall, turning the bricks gray with a sheen of frost. The boy spun, wide-eyed. Harry drove his elbow into the boy's ribs, hard and clean. He didn't put his full strength into it. Just enough to make the boy fold with a strangled gasp. Harry's left hand grabbed the boy's wrist and twisted. The wand clattered to the ground. Scar Chin Boy reached for his own wand, panic flickering across his face. Patched Cloak Boy backed up 1 step. Harry's voice stayed calm. Pick it up, he said to Thin Mustache Boy, nodding at the wand. The boy wheezed, clutching his side, eyes glossy with shock. Pick it up, Harry repeated, a little colder. Hades moved then, a step forward, cloak whispering. His presence pressed down like a heavy door closing. Scar Chin Boy froze. Literally. His hand stopped halfway to his sleeve as if an invisible hook had caught his fingers. Patched Cloak Boy tried to run. His foot lifted and then slammed back down because the shadow beneath it grabbed his ankle like a hand. He yelped, tugging. The shadow held. It did not tremble. Harry crouched and picked up Thin Mustache Boy's wand himself. Careful. Like it was a snake. He held it out between 2 fingers, not using it, just showing it. You tried to curse me, Harry said. You didn't even ask my name first. Thin Mustache Boy stared at him, jaw shaking. Harry leaned closer, voice low enough that it felt private even though the alley was listening. Next time you do that to someone smaller than you, they'll die. Not because you're strong. Because you're sloppy. He tossed the wand to the ground in front of the boy. Pick it up, Harry said again. Thin Mustache Boy did. His fingers fumbled. He looked like he wanted to cry but wouldn't. Harry stood and stepped back to his original distance, giving the boy space to breathe. He did that on purpose. Fear was more effective when it felt like mercy. Hades watched Harry for a beat, then nodded once, barely noticeable. The shadow on Patched Cloak Boy's ankle released. The freezing grip on Scar Chin Boy's hand vanished. They didn't need another invitation. The three boys scrambled away, tripping over each other as they ran deeper into Nocturne, coughing and swearing and not looking back. Harry watched them go until they were out of sight. Then he exhaled, slow. His hands shook again, but this time it was adrenaline, not nausea. Hades stepped beside him, close enough that Harry could feel the cold radiating off him like a second layer of air. "You did not kill them," Hades said. Harry didn't turn his head. "They weren't worth it." "Good." Hades's voice softened by a fraction, which somehow made it more dangerous. "You will meet many who are not worth it. They will want you to waste yourself proving something." Harry glanced up. "Proving what?" "That you can become a monster," Hades said. "You already can." "That is not interesting." Harry's mouth tightened. He hated when Hades was right. He looked down the alley again, toward where the green lantern light faded and brighter light waited around a corner. "Come," Hades said. Harry walked. The transition from Nocturne to Diagon hit him like stepping out of a tomb into a festival. Light. Too much light. Bright shop windows. Banners. People talking over each other. Kids running and laughing. Their robes swishing. Their faces red with excitement. It was loud. Not the dangerous loud of screams and chains. The normal loud of a crowd that believed it was safe. Harry's skin prickled like he was walking through a room full of open flames. Not because he feared it, because it was unfamiliar. He kept his shoulders relaxed. He kept his eyes moving. Hades walked at his side like the crowd should part for him, and in a way it did. People stepped aside without realizing why. A group of witches giggled at a window display full of self-stirring cauldrons. A wizard argued with a shopkeeper about a telescope. An owl hooted from somewhere above, flapping its wings impatiently. Harry heard it all. He also heard the softer things, the scrape of shoes, the hitch in someone's breath when they noticed him, the way a few adults fell quiet as he passed, eyes narrowing like they were trying to place something about him. He had been trained to notice eyes. "Do they know?" Harry asked, without looking at Hades. "That you are here?" "No," Hades said. "They know nothing. They feel a pressure. They invent reasons for it. Good clothing. Wealth. Bloodline." Harry's gaze flicked to a family passing by. A father with a proud smile. A mother fussing over her daughter's hair. Harry felt something in his chest that he didn't like. A dull ache that wasn't sadness exactly, but it wasn't nothing. He swallowed it down. A shop bell rang somewhere. A smell hit him. Sweet. Hot. Like melted sugar. He turned his head slightly and saw a little kiosk selling ice cream. Bright colors. A teenage girl behind the counter laughing with a boy. Harry stared for a second too long. Hades noticed. Of course he did. "You may look," Hades said, tone dry. Harry forced himself to keep walking. "I was looking at the crowd." Hades hummed like he didn't believe him. They approached the white marble building at the end of the street. Gringotts. The letters above the door gleamed. Harry had read about it in one of the books Persephone had given him. Wizards trusted goblins with their gold because goblins were too proud to steal it. That was what the book said, anyway. Harry assumed the truth was uglier. Trust was always about fear. Two goblins stood at the door, sharp suits, sharp eyes. They looked bored until Hades stepped closer. Then they stiffened. Harry watched their pupils tighten. He watched their noses flare like dogs catching a scent they didn't want. The goblin on the left took one involuntary step back. Hades didn't slow. The goblin swallowed, Adam's apple bobbing, and then he bowed. Not a polite little dip. A full bow, deep, stiff like his spine hurt. The other goblin followed instantly, as if he'd been waiting for permission. Harry's eyebrows rose just a bit. Hades spoke in a language Harry had heard in the Underworld, from older shades who still carried the taste of old cities. "I require access." The goblin's voice shook, but he tried to hide it behind formality. Of course, my lord." Harry didn't miss the word. "My lord." Hades glanced down at Harry. "Come." Harry stepped into the bank. It was cooler inside. The noise of Diagon dulled. The floor shone. Candles burned with clean flames. The goblins behind the counters glanced up, saw Hades, and then lowered their eyes fast. Harry felt their fear again, sharp and sour. They walked past the counters without stopping. A goblin in a slightly finer suit hurried over, moving like he was terrified of being too slow and equally terrified of getting too close. "Welcome," the goblin said, voice thin. "How may Gringotts serve?" Hades didn't answer immediately. He just looked at the goblin, and Harry saw the goblin's hands twitch at his sides like he wanted to cover his throat. Harry spoke instead, because Hades had been teaching him that power was sometimes letting others talk while you watched. "I am Harry Potter," he said. "I need access to my vault." The goblin's eyes snapped to Harry's forehead, to the scar. Recognition flickered, but it was the shallow kind, the kind mortals had for stories. Then the goblin's gaze shifted to Hades again, and that recognition went deeper. "Older." "Yes," the goblin said quickly. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Of course." Hades's tone remained bored. "The key." The goblin hesitated, as if he wanted to ask where the key was, then thought better of it. "No need," he said, a little too quickly, then cleared his throat. "We will escort you." Harry's mouth twitched. He felt almost amused. It was a strange feeling, like trying on a coat that didn't fit yet. They followed the goblin through the doors to the carts. The goblin driver looked up, saw Hades, and went pale. He nodded rapidly, hands trembling as he pulled levers. Harry climbed into the cart first. The metal felt cold under his fingers. Hades sat beside him, calm, cloak settling around him like darkness deciding to be polite. The goblin stood at the edge of the track, refusing to step in. "You are not coming?" Harry asked. The goblin's laugh was thin. "Oh no, no, my sir. The driver will take you." Hades waved a hand like he was dismissing smoke. The cart lurched forward. Harry gripped the edge, more out of habit than fear. The cart dove into the tunnels, wind biting at his cheeks. He'd ridden chariots made of bone through storms of ash. A mine cart wasn't impressive. Still, the speed was sharp, and the turns came fast enough to pull at his stomach again. He kept his breathing steady. Lights flashed by, torches set into the walls. The air smelled like metal and damp earth. The deeper they went, the more Harry felt something else too, a faint vibration in the stone, like the bank itself was alive and watching. Hades leaned slightly toward him, voice low over the roar of the cart. "Remember what I told you about wealth?" Harry kept his eyes forward. "It is a chain. It is a weapon," Hades corrected. "It is a promise. It is a trap. It is a key. It is never only one thing." Harry nodded once. The cart slowed at a small platform. The driver hopped out fast, avoiding Hades's eyes. He held out a lantern with shaking hands. Harry stepped out, boots landing on stone. The tunnel here was narrower. Doors lined the walls. Each door felt different, like a heartbeat with its own rhythm. The driver led them to a door marked with a number. He unlocked it with a key he somehow produced without Harry seeing where it came from. Harry suspected the goblins had just created one out of panic. The door swung open. Gold spilled into Harry's vision. Piles of coins, stacks of bars, jewelry scattered like someone had thrown it in without caring. There were also other things tucked back, half hidden. A small trunk, a few boxes, a pile of parchment tied with string. Harry stepped into the vault slowly, as if the gold might bite him. He looked at the coins first, then at the trunk. His chest tightened again. He crouched and pulled the trunk forward. It was dusty. His fingers left clean streaks where they touched. The lock popped easily when he pressed in the right place. He'd learned locks in the Underworld too, because Hades believed that doors existed to be understood, not obeyed. The trunk opened. Inside were photographs, moving like tiny living windows. A woman with bright red hair laughing as a man with messy black hair tried to kiss her cheek and she shoved him away, smiling. The man waved at the camera like he was showing off. The woman rolled her eyes. Harry froze. His throat tightened. His eyes stung in a way he hated. He stared at the woman's face. Lily. He stared at the man's grin. James. The photos didn't include him. It was like they were all taken before he existed, before everything broke. Harry's fingers curled around the edge of the photograph, careful not to bend it. Hades spoke behind him, softer than before. "You may take what is yours." Harry didn't look up. They were real. Hades's voice went quiet, almost sharp with something Harry couldn't name. Yes, Harry swallowed. Did you see them? In Elysium, Hades said. Briefly. They chose peace. They did not ask to return. Harry's jaw clenched. The parasite in his scar stirred, hungry at the emotion. Harry slammed the gates down on it hard, and the pressure eased. He set the photo back gently and closed the trunk. Not because he didn't want it, because he didn't trust himself to look at it longer and still leave. He stood. Hades stepped into the vault and looked at the gold with mild disgust. This is what they call fortune, Hades said. Harry's voice came out low. It is a lot. It is crumbs, Hades replied. Harry turned his head slightly. Why? Hades lifted his hand. For a second Harry expected magic, fire, shadows. Instead, Hades reached into the air as if reaching into earth and pulled. A sound came, faint like stone grinding. A pile of coins appeared beside Hades's feet, but they weren't golden galleons. They were older, darker, drachmas. Some were silver. Some looked like they'd been dug out of a grave. Then gems. Raw, uncut, still dusty with earth. Harry stared, despite himself. Hades shrugged. The world bleeds wealth. It always has. Mortals pretend they own it because they invented paper and numbers. The driver made a choking noise from the doorway. Hades didn't look at him. Fill the bag. Harry pulled out a leather bag from his robe. The one Persephone had stitched for him, the seam strong. He started scooping the drachmas and gems in, hands moving steadily. His mind worked while he did it. If Hades could do this, why ever use the potter gold? Because this was a lesson. Because carrying the potter gold mattered politically. Because being seen spending it would make people think things. Power was performance sometimes. Hades had said that too. When Harry finished, he held the bag. It felt heavier than it should, but it didn't strain his shoulder. Magic. Hades stepped out of the vault. Harry looked back once more, then followed. The cart ride back was quieter. Harry sat with his hands folded, bag at his feet, mind racing. When they returned to the main hall, the goblins moved like they were watching a predator cross their nest. Hades leaned slightly toward one of them, voice calm. A question. The goblin nearly flinched. Yes, sir. Your kind understands oaths, Hades said. Contracts. Debt. The goblin nodded rapidly. Of course. Hades's gaze sharpened. Then understand this. If any wizard speaks of this visit, if any whisper of my presence touches the ministry, I will collect the debt personally. The goblin's face went gray. No one will speak. Hades smiled faintly. Good. Harry watched, learning. Hades didn't threaten loudly. He threatened like he was stating a simple fact. They left Gringotts and stepped back into sunlight. Harry blinked. The noise hit him again. He walked at Hades's side, slightly behind him now, scanning faces. A man in bright purple robes passed them and gave Harry a strange look. Harry felt something oily under the man's skin, a nervousness that didn't belong to the crowd. Harry filed it away and kept walking. Hades tilted his head. You are watching too hard. Harry kept his voice low. I am watching enough. Hades's mouth twitched as if that amused him. They stopped outside a narrow shop with a faded sign. Ollivander's. Harry felt something before they even entered. Old magic. It wasn't bright. It wasn't cheerful. It was old like bones. The bell above the door chimed when they stepped in. Dust floated in the air. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. The shop felt cramped, but not in a comforting way. In a way that made Harry think of a coffin. A man appeared from behind the counter like he'd been waiting there the whole time. Pale eyes. Long fingers. He smiled. Ah, Ollivander said, voice soft, like he enjoyed secrets. Mr. Potter. Harry didn't move. Hades stood behind him, silent. Ollivander's gaze flicked to Hades and paused. The smile faltered, just for a heartbeat. Then he recovered, but his fingers tightened around a measuring tape. Yes, Ollivander said quietly, and for the first time his voice sounded uncertain. Of course. He stepped closer, measuring tape unspooling on its own. It wrapped around Harry's arm, then his shoulders, then his head, brisk and cold. Harry stared at the boxes behind Ollivander, not wanting the man too close. Ollivander's eyes glittered. Your parents were here. Your father, 11 inches, mahogany, pliant. Your mother, 10 1/4 inches, willow, nice for charms. Harry's jaw tightened. And you, Ollivander said. You have something unusual in you. Harry's scar pulsed. Hades's voice cut through the air. Proceed. Ollivander's throat bobbed. Yes, of course. He moved fast then, pulling down boxes, opening them, offering wands like offerings. Harry took the first. Maple. A warm buzz under his fingers. Swish, Ollivander said. Harry swished. A puff of sparks came out. Weak. Embarrassed. Ollivander frowned. No, next wand. Too light. Harry swished and the wand snapped at the air, then fizzled like it was disgusted. Harry's face stayed blank. Inside, irritation started to build. He didn't like being tested like a circus animal. Ollivander tried again. Hawthorn, then cedar, then oak. Each time, magic sputtered. It didn't obey. It didn't connect. It was like the wands were trying to reach into Harry and finding something they didn't understand, something cold and deep, and pulling away. Ollivander's hands started shaking slightly. Hades leaned against a shelf behind Harry like he had all day. Ollivander's voice went thinner. Perhaps something with holly. Harry's scar prickled. Ollivander opened a box carefully, like he was handling glass. Holly, he said, almost reverent. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. Harry's fingers closed around it. For a moment there was silence. Then heat slammed into Harry's palm like someone had poured boiling water under his skin. The wand jerked. Harry's arm snapped upward as if pulled by a hook. A blast of gold light exploded from the tip, not like sparks but like a flare. The shelves rattled. Boxes fell. Dust exploded into the air. Harry stumbled back, eyes wide, hand burning. He dropped the wand like it was a snake. His heart hammered. His stomach rolled. The scar burned like someone had pressed a hot coin to it. The parasite screamed inside his skull, furious, hungry, thrilled. Harry clenched his jaw and slammed the iron gates shut with everything he had. The scream muffled, but the pressure remained. Ollivander stared at the wand on the floor like it had betrayed him. No, he whispered. No, no, no. Harry's breathing was too fast. He forced it slower. He refused to show weakness in front of this man. Hades stepped forward, robe brushing the floor. He looked down at the holly wand like he was looking at a dead insect. Light, Hades said, voice flat. It cannot hold him. Ollivander's eyes snapped to Hades. It is not supposed to do that. Hades's gaze chilled the room. Try again. Ollivander swallowed. His fingers twitched. Then he turned abruptly and walked to the back of the shop. He disappeared behind a curtain for a moment. Harry stood still, fists clenched at his sides, trying to keep his hands from shaking. The burning in his palm faded slowly, leaving a dull ache. He heard soft sounds from behind the curtain. Boxes shifting, wood tapping, Ollivander muttering under his breath like a prayer. Then the man returned, carrying 2 boxes, his face pale. He set them on the counter carefully. I have, Ollivander said, voice low, kept certain wands for certain destinies. Harry's eyes stayed on the boxes. Ollivander opened the first. The wand inside was dark. Not black, but deep brown, almost like dried blood. The wood looked twisted, knotted in places, as if it had grown in a storm. Blackthorn, Ollivander said. 11 inches. Bone core. Harry's fingers twitched. Try, Ollivander said, and his voice almost sounded like he wanted Harry to refuse. Harry picked it up. Cold ran up his arm instantly. Not painful. Familiar. Like stepping into shade after standing in sun too long. Harry swished once. The air in the shop shifted. The candles flickered. Dust sank to the floor as if it had been told to kneel. Harry felt something respond, deep in his chest. A quiet hum like a door unlocking. Ollivander's eyes widened. Oh, he whispered. Harry lifted the wand again. Slower. The tip pointed toward the ceiling. A thin thread of shadow rose, barely visible, like smoke, curling around the tip. It didn't lash out. It didn't explode. It just existed, obedient, waiting. Harry's breathing steadied. Hades's voice came from behind him. Better. Ollivander looked like he wanted to back away, but he forced himself to stay still. Terrible, he whispered. But great. Harry's scar pulsed again, but it wasn't burning like before. It was like the parasite was listening, cautious now. Harry tightened his grip. It felt like it belonged to him, like the wand had been made for his hand. He lowered it slowly. Ollivander cleared his throat, trying to sound professional. It will serve you, he said. It will do what you ask, but it will also encourage certain paths. Harry's mouth tightened. I decide my path. Ollivander's eyes flicked to Hades again, and his voice dropped. Of course. Harry glanced down at the wand. Bone core. He could feel it not as a fact but as a presence, like a tiny spine inside the wood. He slid it carefully into his sleeve, feeling the weight settle there like it had always been meant to. Hades turned toward the door. We are finished. Harry followed. Outside, the sun felt too bright again. Harry blinked once, then forced his gaze to stay level. He had a wand now, felt like carrying a knife. Comforting. Dangerous. They moved on. Madame Malkin's was crowded with children and parents. Robes hung from hooks. A witch with a tape measure moved briskly, smiling and snapping instructions. Harry paused at the doorway, taking it in. Too many voices. Too many bodies too close. Hades leaned toward him. You will be measured. You will not flinch. Harry didn't answer. He stepped in. A witch approached immediately, cheerful. Hogwarts dear. First year. Harry nodded. Stand on the stool, she said. Harry did, posture straight. She measured him quickly, tugging at fabric, muttering sizes. Harry kept his gaze forward. He could feel other kids staring. He could feel adults whispering. Harry Potter. The story boy. The scar. He didn't look at them. He didn't give them anything. Then a boy stepped onto the stool beside him. Blonde. Pale. Sharp features. A smirk like he'd practiced it. Harry didn't need a book to know who he was. He'd seen his type. Proud kids in Elysium too. Sons of warriors who thought blood made them immortal. The boy glanced at Harry's forehead, then tried to hide his interest behind boredom. First year too, the boy said, voice smooth. Hogwarts is all right. Not as good as Durmstrang, but you take what you can get. Harry didn't respond. The boy kept talking anyway, like he needed the sound of his own voice. My father says Hogwarts has been going downhill. Too many. He wrinkled his nose. Types. Harry turned his head slightly, just enough to look at him. The boy's smirk faltered for half a second. What is your name? Harry asked. The boy brightened, like he'd been waiting for that. Draco Malfoy. Harry held his gaze calm. Then Harry let his eyes go slightly unfocused, the way Hades had taught him. Soul sight. Not a spell, not magic in the wizard sense. A sense. Draco's soul wasn't dark. Not like killers in the fields of punishment. It was just messy. Fear. Pride. A need to be admired. A hunger that never felt full. Harry's voice stayed flat. You are afraid. Draco's face flushed. What? You talk too much, Harry said. It leaks out. Draco's eyes widened. He tried to laugh, but it sounded thin. You're odd. Harry tilted his head. That is not an insult. Draco's mouth tightened. He glanced around, as if looking for someone to laugh with him. Harry's attention drifted past Draco's shoulder to a boy across the shop. Red hair, freckles, staring at Harry like he was looking at a treasure and a threat at the same time. The boy's face twisted with envy even from this distance. Harry filed that away. Draco cleared his throat, trying to recover. If you're going to Hogwarts, you'll want to choose the right people. Some families are better than others. Harry looked back at Draco. Are you offering? Draco blinked. Offering what? Protection, Harry said. Friendship. Whatever you call it. Draco's smirk returned, weaker. I could. Harry's expression didn't change. I do not need it. Draco's face hardened. You might. Hogwarts isn't like wherever you're from. Harry's mouth twitched. Barely. You would be surprised. Draco leaned forward a fraction. What house do you think you'll be in? Harry didn't answer immediately. He didn't like giving away answers that could be used. He glanced at Hades, who sat in a chair by the wall, watching, silent. Hades's gaze met Harry's for a brief second. A reminder. Harry looked back at Draco. I will be where I choose. Draco stared. Then, very softly, he said, You're Harry Potter. It wasn't a question. It was awe dressed up as confidence. Harry watched Draco's eyes, watched the way the name hit him like a jolt. Draco tried to hide it. He failed. Yes, Harry said. Draco's expression shifted, scrambling for the right mask. I thought you'd be taller. Harry didn't react. Draco tried again, voice softer, as if he was letting Harry in on a secret. My father says you'll be a hero. Everyone says that. Harry's voice dropped. Everyone is wrong. Draco swallowed. His gaze flicked to Hades again, as if he felt the cold in the room but couldn't name it. Who is that? Draco asked, nodding slightly. Harry didn't look. Someone you should not stare at. Draco's nostrils flared, offended. Then the witch tugged Draco's sleeve and snapped. Hold still. Draco jerked and went quiet. Harry stayed on the stool until the measuring was done, then stepped down smoothly. The witch handed him a bundle of robes. You'll be back for the rest. Come with a parent next time if you can. Harry didn't correct her. He took the robes and tucked them under his arm. Hades stood as Harry approached. Finished. Harry nodded. As they left, Draco's voice chased after him, strained. See you on the train. Harry didn't answer. Outside, the street noise hit again. Harry's fingers brushed the wand in his sleeve, just to feel it. Malfoy, Hades said as they walked. Remember him. Harry kept his gaze forward. He is weak. He is useful, Hades corrected. Harry didn't argue. He was learning that in Hades's world, usefulness mattered more than comfort. They moved through more shops, picking up books, a cauldron, a set of scales. Harry didn't complain. He didn't act excited. Not because he didn't care, but because excitement felt like letting your guard down. Still, he caught himself staring at things sometimes. Quills that wrote on their own. A globe that spun showing constellations. A display of enchanted marbles that played tiny music. He didn't touch them. Hades watched him watch and said nothing. Then they reached the bookstore. Flourish and Blots was packed. Shelves tight. The air smelled like paper and ink and old leather. People bumped shoulders without apologizing. Harry stepped in and immediately felt overwhelmed. Not emotionally. Sensory. Too many voices. Too many scents. Too many moving bodies. He focused on the quiet things. The rustle of pages. The soft thud of a book being placed down. The way the floorboards creaked in the same spot near the left shelf. Hades stayed near the entrance, a step back, as if he was letting Harry navigate. Harry knew it wasn't kindness. It was a test. Harry moved deeper into the shop, eyes scanning titles. A book caught his attention, mostly because it was tucked behind other books like it was trying to hide. Dark cover. Plain letters. He reached for it. Another hand reached for it at the same time. Harry's fingers brushed pale knuckles. Both hands paused. Harry looked up. A girl stood there, about his age, blonde hair pulled back neatly, eyes pale green and cool. She didn't look startled. She looked irritated, like the world had inconvenienced her by existing. Her gaze flicked to Harry's scar, then back to his eyes. No gasp, no whisper, just assessment. Harry didn't pull his hand away. He didn't move first. He waited. The girl's mouth tightened slightly. You have good taste, she said. Harry's voice stayed calm. So do you. She tilted her head. That book is not on the Hogwarts list. It should be, Harry said. A small spark of amusement flickered in her eyes. It was quick, but it was there. Bold. Harry slid the book out carefully. The title read Blood and Binding, an introduction to magical oaths. He held it between them, neutral. Do you want it? The girl's gaze narrowed, like she was suspicious of generosity. No one gives things away for free. Harry's mouth twitched. I did not say free. I asked if you wanted it. She stared at him for a beat, then placed her hand on the book too. Steady. Her fingers were cool against the cover. We can both read it, she said. If you are not slow. Harry's eyes held hers. I am not slow. She nodded once like that settled something. Good. Harry let her take the book. She tucked it under her arm, then looked at him again, more directly now. What is your name? Harry hesitated for half a second. Names mattered. In the underworld, names were hooks. But he was here, in the mortal world. He needed allies, or at least people who didn't flinch. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. The girl's face didn't change, but her eyes sharpened. Not awe. Interest. Of course you are, she said quietly. Harry watched her. And you? She didn't answer instantly. She glanced over her shoulder toward the aisle behind her. A tall man stood there, dark hair, posture stiff, pretending to read a book while clearly watching her. She looked back at Harry. Daphne Greengrass. Harry nodded. He'd heard that name in a book about old families, the way some names carried weight like stone. Daphne studied him like he was a puzzle. You do not talk like the other boys. Harry's voice stayed flat. I was not raised like them. That is obvious, Daphne said. Harry felt the corner of his mouth lift slightly. He didn't stop it. Daphne noticed. Her eyes narrowed, almost pleased. You can smile. Harry blinked once. Sometimes. Daphne shifted her weight, holding the book tighter. Most people here will try to be your friend. They will want something. Tension, protection, status. Harry's gaze flicked toward the crowd, then back. I know. Daphne's voice dropped a fraction. Do you want friends? Harry thought of Nico laughing at him when he tripped during training. He thought of Persephone's hands smoothing his hair when nightmares hit. He thought of Hades's cold approval, rare and heavy. I want, Harry said carefully, people who do not lie to me. Daphne stared, then nodded slowly. That is rare. Harry watched her throat move as she swallowed. She looked like she wanted to say something else but was deciding whether to risk it. Harry decided first. You are not afraid of me, he said. Daphne lifted her chin. Should I be? Harry's scar pulsed. He ignored it. Many are. Daphne's eyes flicked to his sleeve, as if she could sense the wand there. Many are afraid of what they do not understand, she said. That does not make you the problem. Harry held her gaze for a moment longer than was polite. Then the tall man behind her cleared his throat. Not loud, just enough to remind Daphne he existed. Daphne didn't look away, but her posture tightened slightly. He is your father, Harry guessed. Daphne's lips pressed together. Yes, Harry nodded. He does not like you talking to strangers. Daphne's eyes sharpened again. He does not like me talking to anyone. Harry almost smiled again. Daphne shifted, stepping a little closer, just enough that her voice could stay private. You will be sorted soon. People will watch where you go. Harry's voice went quiet. Where will you go? Daphne's mouth twitched, faint. Where my family expects. Harry understood that. He didn't like it. He glanced briefly toward the entrance where Hades stood. Hades was still there, unmoving, watching like a statue. When Harry looked back, Daphne's gaze followed his, then returned to him. That man, Daphne said softly. He feels wrong. Harry's voice stayed calm. He is not a man. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. Not fear. Surprise. Harry watched her reaction carefully. Most kids would laugh or call him weird. Daphne just processed. Is he? Daphne started, then stopped. Harry didn't help her. He let her choose. Daphne's voice came out quieter. Is he your guardian? Harry nodded once. Daphne's fingers tightened around the book under her arm. Then you are protected. Harry's mouth tightened. Sometimes protection is a cage. Daphne's gaze flicked back to him sharply. For the first time, something almost warm cracked through her calm expression. Recognition. Yeah, she whispered. I know. They stood there for a beat, the noise of the bookstore fading around them, like the space between them had its own quiet. Then Daphne moved, quick and controlled. She leaned in and pressed a brief kiss to Harry's cheek. It was fast, light, more like a decision than affection, and yet Harry's skin went hot where it touched, like his body didn't know how to react to something gentle. Harry froze. His breath caught. Daphne pulled back immediately, face unreadable again, but her ears were slightly pink. For luck, she said, voice clipped, like she'd done it to annoy the universe. Harry stared at her. Daphne lifted her chin. Do not make a thing of it. Harry's voice came out rougher than he wanted. I was not. Daphne's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Her father stepped closer then, gaze sharp. Daphne, I'm coming, Daphne said, eyes still on Harry. She shifted the book in her arm. I will see you at Hogwarts, Harry Potter. Harry nodded once. His cheek still felt warm. Daphne turned and walked to her father, posture straight. Her father glanced at Harry, eyes narrowing, then guided Daphne away through the crowd. Harry stood still for a moment longer than necessary. Hades's voice came from behind him, calm as ever. You are red. Harry's head snapped slightly toward him. No, Hades's mouth twitched. You are. Harry's jaw clenched. It is warm in here. Hades looked around at the bookstore, expression flat. It is not. Harry hated that Hades noticed everything. He picked up a stack of books from the counter, more forcefully than necessary, and carried them toward Hades. Hades took some without comment, then turned toward the exit. As they stepped out into the street again, the air felt cooler. Harry's cheek still felt like it was burning. He stared forward. Hades's voice stayed quiet. Greengrass is intelligent. Harry didn't answer. She will be dangerous, Hades continued, like he was discussing a knife. If you let her. Harry's grip tightened on the books. I will not let anyone, Hades hummed. Good. They finished the rest of the shopping quickly. Harry didn't waste time. He didn't linger. He still noticed everything, but he forced himself to move to keep control. By late afternoon, his arms ached from carrying. His body felt heavy with the strain of being in sunlight and noise for so long. They returned to a quieter spot near the leaky cauldron. Harry stood near the wall, watching people pass, feeling his wand against his arm like a steady heartbeat. Hades looked down at him. You saw how they live. Harry's voice was low. They look soft. They are, Hades said. Some will harden. Most will break when they learn the world does not care about their rules. Harry's scar pulsed again, sharper. Harry stiffened. He closed his eyes for half a second, forcing the iron gates shut. Hades's gaze narrowed. It stirs. Harry opened his eyes. It always does. Hades stepped closer, voice dropping. Listen, you are going to Hogwarts. You will be watched. You will be tested. They will try to make you fit into their story. Harry's jaw tightened. I will not. Hades's expression stayed calm. Good. You will not be their hero. You will not be their villain. You will be your own. Harry nodded once, the motion stiff. Hades lifted a hand, fingers brushing Harry's fringe, pushing it back just enough to expose the scar. Harry didn't flinch. He forced himself to stay still. Hades's thumb hovered near the scar but did not touch. This parasite thinks it knows death, Hades said quietly. It does not. It has only been running from it. Harry's stomach turned. He felt the parasite press against the gates again, like a rat scratching at a door. Hades's eyes darkened. When it whispers, do not answer. Harry's voice came out flat. I never do. Hades held his gaze. Never. Harry nodded. The street noise shifted. Somewhere nearby someone laughed. Somewhere else a door slammed. Harry felt the world moving around them like they were standing in a river and refusing to be carried. Hades turned slightly, looking down the alleyway beside the leaky cauldron. Harry followed his gaze. A man stood at the edge of the crowd, head tilted, watching. For a second, Harry thought he was just another wizard. Thin, nervous, hands fidgeting. Then the man's eyes met Harry's. Harry felt something wrong in that gaze. Not fear, not pride, not hunger like Draco, something dead. Harry's skin prickled. The man flinched like Harry had touched him, then turned and vanished into the crowd. Harry's heart hammered once, hard, like it wanted to punch out of his ribs. Hades's voice was calm, but colder. Did you feel that? Harry swallowed. Yes. Hades didn't look at him. Good. Remember it. Harry's fingers curled around the strap of his bag. His wand pressed against his arm like a promise. Hades stepped closer to Harry's side. The shadows at their feet deepened, Ready. Come, Hades said. Harry didn't hesitate. They slid into darkness, leaving Diagon Alley behind. But the dead feeling in that stranger's eyes followed Harry into the shadow like a stain, and the parasite in his scar pressed against the iron gates, quiet now, almost pleased, as if it had just recognized something it had been missing. Harry woke up before Persephone knocked. He was already sitting on the edge of the bed, boots on, robe tied, hair still damp from the cold wash basin. The palace was quiet the way it always was before the dead started moving in their routines. The silence here was thick, safe, honest. Persephone slipped in anyway, carrying a small cloth pouch in one hand and a folded scarf in the other. Her eyes went straight to his face like she was counting bruises that were not there. "You ate," she said. Harry nodded. She crossed the room and pressed the pouch into his palm. It was warm. "What is it?" he asked. "Pomegranate seeds," Persephone said, like it was obvious. "You are going to be up there all day. You get sharp when you are hungry, but your magic gets reckless too." Harry glanced at the pouch. He could smell the sweetness through the cloth. "I will be fine," he said. Persephone lifted her eyebrows. "That is what you say right before you stop being fine." Harry did not argue. He tucked the pouch into the inner pocket of his robe. Persephone unfolded the scarf. It was plain, dark gray, soft enough to look normal, but when she held it up the fabric caught the torchlight like it had ash woven into it. "Hades made that," Harry said. Persephone's mouth twitched. "He pretended he did not. Put it on." Harry leaned forward and let her wrap it around his neck. Her hands were quick and gentle. When she was done, she tugged once to straighten it, then left her fingers there for a second longer than necessary. Harry kept his eyes forward. His throat felt tight in a way he did not like. "You will write," Persephone said quietly. Harry blinked. "Write what?" "You will send something," she corrected. "A note, a sign, anything. If you get hurt, if you get lost, if you get stuck in their rules and you cannot breathe." Harry stared at the wall for a moment, then nodded once. "I will." Persephone exhaled like she did not believe him but wanted to. Her gaze dropped to his sleeve. "Do you have it?" Harry flexed his wrist slightly. The wand rested there, snug, like it belonged against his skin. "Yes." Persephone stepped closer. Her voice softened. "You have been brave for so long. Up there you can be smaller sometimes. You can be a kid." Harry's jaw clenched. He did not look at her. "I do not know how," he said. Persephone nodded slowly, like she had expected that answer. She reached up, cupped his cheek, and pressed a brief kiss to his forehead, right below the edge of his fringe. Harry froze. It was not romantic. It was not possessive. It felt like a blessing, and that almost made it worse. When she pulled back, her eyes were bright. "Do not let them make you ashamed of what you are." Harry swallowed. "They will try." Persephone's smile was thin. "Then let them try." A knock hit the door once. Heavy, impatient. Hades did not wait for an answer. He pushed the door open and stepped in like the room was his, which it was. His gaze swept Harry first. Boots, robe, scarf, wand. Then Persephone. His expression tightened for half a second, like he hated tenderness but tolerated it for Harry's sake. "Time," Hades said. Harry stood. His stomach fluttered, then steadied. He looked at Persephone once, just once, then turned to Hades. Hades held out his hand. Harry took it. The world folded. For a split second, Harry felt the pressure of the underworld letting go of him. The warmth vanished. The air changed. His ears popped. His body went cold, like he had stepped into winter water fully clothed. Then they were standing in a crowded station, noise slamming into him. Voices, feet, steam, the sharp smell of metal and coal and sweat. Bright light that did not flicker like torchlight, it just existed, flat and rude. King's Cross. Harry stood still, hands still in Hades's. He forced his breathing slow. The urge to flinch away from the noise crawled under his skin. Hades released him and adjusted the cuff of his sleeve like nothing had happened. His glamour was heavier today. He looked like a man who belonged in the station, tall and severe, dressed in a dark coat that made him blend into the crowd. The only thing that never fully changed was the way space seemed to give him a little room without understanding why. Walk, Hades said low. Harry moved. They threaded through the crowd. Harry kept his trunk close. It rolled behind him, heavy but obedient. The owl cage bumped his leg with each step. The owl inside rustled, offended by everything. Harry scanned faces automatically. Most people were nothing. Normal humans with soft eyes, soft bodies, carrying bags, rushing, laughing. Then he saw them. Red hair, loud voices, a woman in a worn coat with a tired face and a fierce grip on her kids like she could hold the world together by force alone. A tall boy with freckles and a grin, shoving his younger brothers. Twins, identical, laughing like trouble was their religion. A girl with red hair, watching everything like she was daring it to go wrong. And a boy with messy hair and 2 long limbs, holding a rat cage and looking around like he expected someone to steal his shoes. Ron Weasley. Harry did not know his name yet, not officially, but he had seen him in books, in pictures, in whispers. He knew the family too. The poor purebloods who were still stubborn enough to be kind. Harry slowed slightly, not because he wanted to meet them, but because he wanted to understand how they moved. Ron looked up and spotted Harry's trunk and owl cage first. His eyes widened, then flicked to Harry's face. Harry felt the stare hit his scar like a fingertip. Ron's mouth fell open. His ears went pink. The twins noticed too. Their grins sharpened. The mother followed their gaze, her expression shifting from confusion to recognition to something like worry. Harry kept walking. Hades leaned toward him, voice low enough to cut through the station noise. They will be near you. They are not harmless. Harry's eyes stayed on the Weasleys. They look harmless. They look like they have nothing to lose, Hades corrected. That makes people brave. It also makes them unpredictable. Harry nodded once. They approached the barrier between platforms. The crowd thinned slightly here, like the air itself knew it was different. Hades did not stop. He walked straight at the wall. Harry followed without hesitation. The wall did not resist. It swallowed them like water swallowing stone. Then Harry stumbled out onto a platform that felt wrong in the best way. Steam rolled over the tracks. A scarlet train waited, long and loud, and the air smelled like magic hiding behind ordinary things. Platform 9 3/4. Harry's skin prickled. The noise here was different, less human, more layered. Kids swarmed, parents hugged, owls hooted, cats yowled. Someone dropped a trunk and swore under their breath. Harry stood still for a second, letting his senses adjust. Hades stayed close, his gaze moving over the platform like he was measuring weak points. A sleek blonde woman stood near one of the train doors, posture perfect. A man beside her looked like a blade in a suit, pale hair, cold eyes. Lucius Malfoy. Draco was there too, already in new robes, chin lifted like the platform belonged to him. His eyes snapped to Harry instantly. Draco's face lit up, then tightened as he noticed the man beside Harry. Draco hesitated, then walked over anyway, because pride pushed him. Potter, Draco said, trying to sound casual and failing. You made it. Harry looked at him, expression empty. Draco's gaze flicked to Hades again. He swallowed. Who is that? Harry did not answer. Hades did, with mild boredom. No one you can afford to question. Draco's cheeks flushed. His mouth opened, then closed again. Harry watched the reaction and filed it away. Draco's pride was loud. His fear was louder when pressed. Draco forced a smile, turning back to Harry. You are coming in my compartment. It is the best one. Harry's voice was calm. Why? Draco blinked. Because I said so. Harry's eyes stayed steady. That is not a reason. Draco's jaw clenched. Fine. Because people will watch you. It is better if they see you with the right sort. Harry almost smiled. Almost. Hades shifted slightly, closer to Harry's shoulder. And you believe you are the right sort. Draco stiffened. I am. Harry's gaze flicked past Draco, scanning again. He spotted Daphne Greengrass near the middle of the platform. She stood beside her father, posture straight, face blank, eyes sharp. She saw Harry looking and did not pretend she had not. She nodded once. Small. Private. Harry's chest tightened in an annoying way. Draco noticed Harry's attention drift and snapped his fingers in front of him like he was calling a dog. Harry's eyes came back to Draco slowly. Draco's hand dropped. "Do not ignore me." Harry's voice went colder. "Do not snap at me." Draco's eyes widened slightly. He looked offended, then remembered where he was, then tried to recover. Hades did not say anything. He just watched Draco like Draco was something that would break if squeezed. Draco swallowed. "Fine," he muttered. A whistle shrieked at the far end of the platform. Parents started hugging harder. Kids started climbing onto the train. Hades leaned toward Harry, voice low. "I will not be inside." Harry's stomach dipped. He hated that it did. Harry kept his face still. "I know." Hades's eyes narrowed as if he heard the emotion anyway. "You will manage." Harry nodded once. Hades reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a coin. Old, dark, heavy. A drachma, stamped with a face worn smooth by time. He pressed it into Harry's palm. "What is this for?" Harry asked. "An anchor," Hades said. "When you feel their world trying to pull you into weakness, hold it." Harry closed his fingers around it. The metal was cold, familiar. Hades's gaze sharpened. "One more thing." Harry looked up. Hades's voice dropped until it was almost nothing. "If you see that dead thing again, do not chase it alone." Harry's scar pulsed faintly, like it was listening. Harry nodded once. "I will not." Hades held his gaze for a beat longer, then stepped back. The shadows near Harry's feet deepened for a second, like something curled around his ankles protectively, then eased. Hades turned and walked away, blending into the crowd like he had never existed. Harry stood there for a second, coin clenched in his fist, then forced himself to move. He hauled his trunk toward the train. The owl cage bumped his leg again. The owl huffed like it was judging him. Harry climbed onto the train and stepped into the corridor. It was narrower than he expected. The air smelled like old wood, sugar, and too many kids. Voices spilled out of compartments, laughter and nerves and shouting. Harry's heartbeat stayed steady. His senses stayed sharp. He moved down the corridor, looking for a compartment that felt quiet. A door slid open ahead. Daphne stood there, one hand on the door, watching him like she had been waiting. "Potter," she said. Harry's mouth tightened. "Greengrass." Daphne's eyes flicked to his scarf, then to his sleeve, then back to his face. "You have a wand." Harry nodded once. Daphne stepped aside. "This compartment is empty. For now." Harry looked inside. It was plain. 2 benches facing each other. A window smeared with steam. No clutter yet. Harry stepped in and lifted his trunk onto the rack with one clean shove. His arms tensed. His shoulders ached slightly. He did not show it. Daphne closed the door behind him and slid the lock halfway, not fully, like she wanted privacy but not a trap. Harry turned to face her. "Why are you here?" Daphne's mouth twitched. "Because Draco talks too much." "Because you do not." Harry almost smiled again. Daphne sat by the window, posture straight, hands folded. She looked calm, but her eyes kept moving, counting sounds outside the door. Harry sat opposite her. For a moment, neither spoke. The train hissed. The platform noise muffled. Someone shouted goodbye. Someone cried. Harry stared at the reflection in the window glass. His face looked pale. Older than 11 but still too young. Daphne's voice cut the silence. "Are you nervous?" Harry blinked once. "No." Daphne watched him. "That was quick." Harry's jaw tightened. "I do not get nervous." Daphne's eyebrows lifted slightly. "Then what do you get?" Harry hesitated. It irritated him that he hesitated. He settled on the truth that was safest. "Annoyed." Daphne's mouth twitched again. "Good. Nervous people make mistakes. Annoyed people plan." Footsteps stopped outside the compartment. The door slid open without a knock. Ron Weasley stood there, half leaning in, face bright, eyes wide. He looked at Harry and froze like someone had stunned him. "Oh," Ron said. Harry did not move. Ron's gaze darted to Daphne, then back to Harry. His ears went red again. "Ron said, fumbling. "Sorry?" I thought this one was empty. Daphne did not speak. She just watched him like he was a loud insect. Ron swallowed. You are Harry Potter. It was not a question. It was all wrapped in bluntness. Harry's voice stayed calm. Yes. Ron stepped in another inch, still holding the door. I am Ron Weasley. Do you want to, sit together and stuff? Harry stared at him. Ron tried to smile, but it looked nervous. I mean, everyone says you are, brilliant. And you have got an owl and that, and I have got a rat, and I thought, well, we are going to the same place, so. Harry let the silence stretch. Ron's smile faltered. Daphne spoke softly. You are blocking the corridor. Ron blinked at her, offended. I am just talking. Daphne's voice did not change. Talk faster. Ron's cheeks flushed. He looked back at Harry, trying to ignore Daphne. Do you want to come to my compartment then? The twins are around somewhere. They are funny. Harry's scar pulsed faintly, like it disliked the noise. Harry kept his voice flat. No. Ron froze. No. Harry nodded once. No. Ron's face shifted, confusion turning into something sharper. Why not? Harry's eyes stayed steady. Because I am sitting here. Ron stared like he could not understand someone refusing him. Ron tried again, voice softer, like he was negotiating. Right, but you could sit there too. It would be better, friends. Harry's fingers tapped once against his knee, a small tell he did not like. I do not know you, Harry said. Ron's mouth opened, then snapped shut. He looked embarrassed, then angry at being embarrassed. Ron's voice lifted. You do not know anyone. That is the point. You make friends on the train. Harry did not raise his voice. I do not need to. Ron's eyes flashed. That is stupid. Daphne's posture shifted slightly, like she was ready to speak again. Harry lifted a hand, small, stopping her without looking. Daphne paused, then leaned back. Harry looked at Ron. His voice was quiet now. Do not tell me what I need. Ron swallowed. His gaze flicked to Harry's sleeve, then to the scar, then back to Harry's eyes. He looked like he wanted to say something brave and did not know how. Ron's voice came out rough. Fine. Whatever. I was just trying to be nice. Harry's voice stayed flat. Then be nice somewhere else. Ron flinched like that line hit harder than a curse. He stared at Harry for a beat longer, then backed out abruptly. Ron slid the door shut harder than necessary. The latch rattled. Harry did not move until Ron's footsteps faded down the corridor. Then Harry exhaled slowly. Daphne watched him. That was cruel. Harry's jaw tightened. It was honest. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Honesty can still be cruel. Harry stared at the door. He could still hear the echo of Ron's voice in the wood. I did not ask him to come in, Harry said. Daphne's voice stayed calm. People like him will come anyway. Harry turned his head back to her. Why? Daphne's mouth tightened. Because they like stories. Because you are a story. They will try to own you by being close. Harry's scar pulsed again. Harry ignored it. Daphne's gaze softened by a fraction. Do you regret it? Harry did not answer instantly. He thought of Ron's face. The shock. The hurt. The way it turned into anger fast. Harry's chest tightened again. Annoying and heavy. No, Harry said finally. Daphne studied him. That is not true. Harry's eyes went cold. Do not tell me what I feel. Daphne held his gaze. Fine. Then feel it quietly. Harry's jaw clenched. The train jerked. A hiss of steam. The platform started sliding past the window. They were moving. Harry watched the station blur away. Parents vanished. The crowd vanished. Hades vanished. He did not like the feeling of being carried somewhere without choosing each step, but he forced himself to accept it. Daphne's voice cut in softly. Are you afraid of Gryffindor? Harry blinked. No. Daphne's eyebrows lifted. Then why did you reject the Weasley? Harry's mouth tightened. Because he wanted something. Daphne nodded slowly, like she accepted that logic. Everyone wants something. Harry looked at her. What do you want? Daphne's eyes stayed steady. A quiet year. A safe one. Answers about the stone. A way to not be used by my family. Harry's chest tightened again, but this time it felt like recognition. Harry looked away. You want too much. Daphne's mouth twitched. I know. Footsteps approached again. This time there was a knock, sharp, polite. Daphne did not move. Harry did. "Enter," Harry said. The door slid open. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by two other boys Harry recognized from old family photos in books. One had dark hair and a guarded face. Theodore not. The other was taller, darker-skinned, expression bored. Blaise Zabini. Draco's eyes snapped to Daphne first, irritation flashing. Then to Harry. "Potter. I told you." Harry's voice stayed calm. "You did." Draco stepped in anyway, because he did not understand the word no. Theodore and Blaise followed, closing the door behind them. Draco did not lock it, but his body position made it clear he thought he owned the space now. Draco looked at Daphne. "Greengrass." Daphne nodded once. "Malfoy." Draco's mouth tightened. "Did you invite him?" Daphne's voice stayed flat. "No." Draco looked back at Harry, offended. "Then why are you with her?" Harry stared at him. "I sat down." Draco's cheeks flushed. Theodore's eyes flicked between them like he was watching a chessboard. Blaise looked bored, but his gaze stayed sharp. Draco forced a smile. "Fine. We will sit too. This is better. We are Slytherin, likely." Harry did not respond. He did not like people deciding things for him out loud. Blaise dropped into the seat beside Draco, relaxed like he was in his own house. Theodore sat near the door, quiet, observant. Daphne remained by the window. Harry watched all of them, noting positions. It mattered. Draco leaned forward. "So, what do you think you will be?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "A student." Draco's eyes narrowed. "House Potter." Harry did not answer. Draco's voice sharpened. "Gryffindor. Everyone expects it. The hero house. You will be there. That is why you should be with us now. Because then you can still talk to us." Harry stared at Draco. "You talk like a child who repeats adults." Draco stiffened. Theodore's mouth twitched slightly, like he found it funny. Blaise's eyes flicked to Harry with new interest. Draco's voice went colder. "My father does not repeat. He knows." Harry's scar pulsed. Harry ignored it. Harry's voice stayed quiet. "Your father fears losing control." Draco froze. Blaise's eyebrows lifted. Theodore leaned forward slightly, watching Draco's reaction like he was testing a hypothesis. Draco's face went red. "What did you say?" Harry did not raise his voice. "He fears that the world will change and he will not be able to stop it. That is why he talks about blood. It is a rope he uses to tie himself down." Draco's mouth opened. No sound came out for a second. Then Draco snapped. "You do not know anything about my father." Harry's gaze stayed steady. "I know fear when I smell it." Draco's hands clenched. "You are not special." Harry's mouth tightened. "Yes, I am." The silence that followed was sharp. Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry, then away, like she was hiding a smile. Blaise finally spoke, voice smooth. "That was bold." Harry glanced at him. "You are not offended." Blaise shrugged. "Offense is a choice. Draco chooses it too often." Draco glared at Blaise. "Do not take his side." Blaise's expression stayed bored. "I do not have sides. I have interests." Theodore's voice came soft, careful. "Potter, where were you raised?" Draco's head snapped toward Theodore. "Do not ask that." Theodore ignored Draco. His eyes stayed on Harry. "It matters. If you grew up with muggles, you will not understand our rules." Harry held Theodore's gaze for a beat, then answered with the truth that was still safe. "Not with muggles," Harry said. Draco's eyes widened slightly. "Then where?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "Far." Daphne let out a small breath that might have been a laugh if she allowed herself. Blaise leaned back. "That answers nothing." Harry nodded. "Good." The train rattled. The corridor outside filled with footsteps and laughter. Someone ran past, yelling for a friend. Inside the compartment, the air felt tight. Draco tried again, like he could not help himself. "When we get to Hogwarts, you should sit with me. People will watch. They will try to pull you to Gryffindor. They will use you." Harry's voice stayed calm. "So will you." Draco flinched. "No." Harry leaned forward slightly. "Yes." Draco's nostrils flared. "I am offering you safety." Harry's eyes stayed cold. "You are offering me a cage with nicer curtains." Blaise's mouth twitched. Theodore's gaze sharpened. Daphne's voice cut in, soft but firm. He does not want your offer. Draco glared at her. And you think you can offer him something? Daphne's eyes stayed steady. I offer him silence when he wants it. That is more valuable than your noise. Draco's face flushed. He looked like he wanted to lash out, but he held it back, because even Draco knew better than to start a war with another old family in a train compartment. Harry watched Draco struggle and learned. A knock came at the door again. 3 knocks, then a pause. Harry's fingers twitched toward his sleeve, but he did not draw. Daphne spoke first. Yes, the door slid open. A girl stood there, bushy hair already frizzing, eyes bright with aggressive curiosity. Hermione Granger. She stepped in like she owned the air. Hello. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. Her eyes swept the compartment. They landed on Draco and she frowned like she could smell arrogance. Then they landed on Harry and she froze. Her expression shifted into shock so fast it was almost funny. You are Harry Potter, Hermione said. Harry did not move. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Sorry, that was rude. Everyone knows. I read about you. Draco snorted. Of course you did. Hermione turned her head sharply. And who are you? Draco lifted his chin. Draco Malfoy. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Right? That explains the attitude. Draco's face went red. Excuse me. Hermione ignored him and looked back at Harry. Have you seen a toad? It is brown. It looks like it has been sat on. Harry blinked once. No. Hermione nodded briskly. Fine. Thank you. She turned to leave, then hesitated, eyes flicking to Daphne. And you are? Daphne's voice stayed flat. Daphne Greengrass. Hermione's eyebrows rose. You are pureblood. Daphne stared at her. That is not a question. Hermione flushed again but did not back down. No. It is an observation. A lot of you act like it matters. Draco bristled. It does matter. Hermione turned toward him. It matters to people who need something to feel better than others. Blaise let out a quiet laugh. Draco glared at him. Stop laughing. Blaise's smile stayed lazy. Make me. Hermione looked between them, then seemed to remember why she was there. Right? The toad. If you see him, tell Neville. He is in the last carriage. He is the boy with the round face. Harry nodded once. Hermione's gaze flicked back to Harry. Also, if you have not already, you should practice a few spells. The sorting is important. Daphne's mouth twitched. Thank you for the advice. Hermione blinked, slightly thrown off by the tone. It is not advice. It is common sense. Draco muttered. She is insufferable. Hermione heard him anyway. You are rude. Draco's voice sharpened. You are a mudblood. The compartment went still. Harry felt the word hit the air like something rotten thrown on the floor. Hermione's face went pale. Her eyes widened. Daphne's posture stiffened. Blaise's smile faded slightly. Theodore's gaze sharpened, watching Harry now, not Draco. Harry stood, slowly, calmly. His chair scraped the floor once, a soft sound that still made Draco flinch. Harry walked around the small table, stopping in front of Draco. Draco lifted his chin, trying to look brave, but his eyes flicked to Harry's sleeve again. Harry's voice stayed quiet. Say it again. Draco blinked. What? Harry leaned closer. Not enough to touch, just enough to make Draco feel his space disappear. Say it again. Draco swallowed. I was just, that is what people call, Muggleborns. Hermione's breathing turned quick. She looked like she wanted to run but did not want to look weak. Harry's scar pulsed. Harry ignored it. Harry's voice stayed flat. Do you call Daphne that? Draco stiffened. No. Harry's gaze did not move. Do you call me that? Draco stared. No. Harry's mouth tightened. Then why do you call her that? Draco's cheeks flushed. His voice went defensive. Because she is one. She is not. She is not one of us. Harry's eyes went colder. You are small. Draco flinched. What? Harry's voice stayed quiet. You are small. You need words like that to feel big. Draco's jaw clenched. My father says. Harry cut him off. I do not care what your father says. Theodore's eyes widened slightly. Blaze leaned forward, interested again. Daphne's gaze stayed on Harry like she was measuring him. Hermione stared at Harry now, shock and confusion fighting in her face. Draco's hands clenched. He looked like he wanted to lash out, but he did not. He remembered Nocturne. He remembered ribs and fear. Harry turned his head slightly, just enough to look at Hermione. "Leave," Harry said softly. "He is not worth your time." Hermione's mouth opened. I can handle him." Harry looked back at Draco. "You cannot handle him because he is dangerous. You cannot handle him because he is loud." Hermione's cheeks flushed. "That is not." Daphne cut in, voice calm. "Go find the toad." Hermione glared at Daphne, then looked at Harry again, torn. Harry held her gaze steady. No softness, no pity. Hermione swallowed, then nodded sharply. "Fine. Thank you. And it is Hermione Granger. Not Granger. Hermione." Harry blinked once. "Yes." Hermione hesitated, then looked at Draco like she wanted to spit, then turned and left. The door slid shut behind her. The compartment stayed quiet for a beat. Draco's breathing was quick. He tried to hide it by scoffing. "You are defending her now." Harry looked at him. "I am correcting you." Draco's mouth tightened. "Why?" Harry's voice stayed calm. "Because if you keep talking like that, someone will kill you someday. It might be me. It might be someone else." Draco's eyes widened. Blaze's eyebrows lifted. Theodore went still. Daphne's voice was soft, almost amused. "That was a threat." Harry did not look at her. "It was a fact." Harry stepped back and sat down again. Slow, controlled. He did not slam the chair. He did not act dramatic. He just sat. The moment passed, but it left a mark. Blaze exhaled, then smiled faintly. "Interesting." Theodore's voice came careful. "You do not fit." Harry's eyes flicked to him. "Good." Draco stared at Harry like he was trying to decide if Harry was an ally or a monster. Daphne watched all of them, silent, satisfied in a way she would never admit. The train rattled on. Minutes slid into an hour. A trolley which passed by, calling sweets. Draco bought things to look rich. Ron's laughter echoed faintly down the corridor from somewhere else. Hermione's voice floated by once, sharp and bossy, correcting someone's pronunciation. Harry stayed still, listening. He ate 3 pomegranate seeds quietly, letting the sweetness hit his tongue and anchor him. The coin in his pocket felt heavy, steady. Outside the window, green fields blurred, then hills, then darker stretches of trees. The light shifted, grayer. Harry's scar started to prickle again. Not burning, just awake. Harry sat up slightly, eyes narrowing. Blaze noticed. "What?" Harry did not answer. He listened harder. There was a wrongness in the air, faint, like a cold breath slipping under a door. The corridor noise faded for a second. Not fully, just enough for Harry to notice the gap. Theodore's posture tightened. "Do you feel that?" Draco swallowed. "Feel what?" Daphne's eyes flicked toward the door. "Something is coming." Harry stood again. This time Daphne stood too, smooth and quick. Blaze stayed seated, but his hand slipped into his robe. Theodore's fingers twitched toward his wand. Draco finally did the same, nervous. Harry moved to the compartment door and slid it open a crack. The corridor was empty. That was wrong. A second ago it had been full of kids and noise. Now it looked like the train had swallowed everyone. Harry stepped out. Daphne followed him without asking. Behind them, Blaze and Theodore stood. Draco hovered, torn between pride and fear. Harry's boots hit the corridor floor softly. The air was colder. The lanterns along the corridor flickered like they were losing confidence. Harry's scar pulsed once. He heard a sound, soft, a whisper. Not words, more like a breath trying to form a name. Harry's stomach tightened. Daphne's voice came low. "Is this magic?" Harry's voice stayed calm. "Yes." A door down the corridor creaked open by itself. Harry turned his head slowly. A shape leaned out. A man hunched, wearing a turban. Quirinus Quirrell. His eyes were wide. His face looked pale. He looked like he wanted to scream but could not. Harry's skin prickled. Quirrell's gaze locked on Harry. Harry felt it instantly. Dead. Not dead like a corpse. dead like a soul that had been hollowed out and stuffed with something else. Harry's scar burned, sharp. He clenched his jaw and forced the iron gates down hard. The burn dulled, but the pressure stayed. Quirrell's mouth moved. His voice came out shaky. "Potter." Harry did not answer. Daphne's fingers brushed Harry's sleeve. A small touch, a warning. She could not feel what he felt, but she could feel him go still. Quirrell swallowed. There is something on the train. A presence." Harry's voice stayed quiet. "Yes." Quirrell flinched at the calm answer. Quirrell's eyes darted to Daphne, to Blaze, to Draco, then back to Harry. "You should go back. Stay in your compartment." Harry's mouth tightened. "Why?" Quirrell's throat bobbed. "Because it is dangerous." Harry's gaze stayed on Quirrell's eyes. The deadness behind them watched back. Harry's voice went colder. "You are lying." Quirrell froze. Behind Harry, Draco made a small sound. Blaze went still. Theodore's eyes narrowed. Daphne's grip tightened on Harry's sleeve for a second, then loosened, like she was steadying herself too. Quirrell's voice shook harder. "I am not." Harry took one step forward. Quirrell stumbled back like Harry had pushed him. Harry's scar pulsed again, hot. Harry forced his breathing slow. He reached into his sleeve and drew his wand. The blackthorn felt cold, familiar, steadied him. Daphne's breath hitched. Quirrell's eyes went wider. "Put that away." Harry's voice stayed quiet. "No." The lantern above them flickered hard, then went out. The corridor plunged into darkness. The air turned colder again. A sound rolled through the train, low and hungry, like something breathing too close. Daphne whispered, "Harry." Harry did not look at her. He listened. The sound came again, closer. Harry saw it then, not with eyes but with something else. A smear of shadow moving against the shadows, wrong and restless. A wraith-like shape, thin, half-formed, sliding down the corridor toward them. Draco choked. "What is that?" Theodore's voice was tight. "A Dementor." Harry's skin prickled. He had read about them. Wizards feared them like they were the worst thing in the world. Harry had lived among worse. The wraith drifted closer. The air grew colder. Harry felt something tug at the edges of his mind, trying to pull memories loose. Not sadness. Hunger. It wanted pain. Harry's jaw clenched. He lifted his wand. Quirrell's voice cracked. "Do not. You cannot fight it." Harry's voice stayed flat. "Watch." The Dementor drifted closer. The corridor frost crept along the floorboards. Daphne's breath came out in short bursts. Draco's hands shook. Blaze swallowed hard. Theodore's face went pale but his eyes stayed fixed. Harry stepped forward. The Dementor leaned toward him. Harry felt the pull harder now, trying to drag out his worst memory. Found too many. Found screams in the fields. Found bodies in Asphodel. Found the crack of bone under his elbow in Nocturne. Found the Dursleys shouting. Found hunger. Tried to feed. Harry let it. For a split second he opened the gate in his head. Just a crack. Not enough for the parasite to escape, but enough to let the underworld air leak through. Cold, deep, ancient. The Dementor froze mid-drift. Harry's wand lifted higher. He did not shout a spell. He did not need to. He spoke one word, low and heavy. A word the dead understood. Down. The shadows under the Dementor thickened like tar. They wrapped around it not like rope, but like hands dragging, anchoring, forcing it to kneel. The Dementor shuddered, tried to pull away. The shadows held. Harry's heart hammered once. Hard. Sweat broke across his neck under the scarf. His stomach tightened. His scar burned as the parasite pressed against the iron gates, furious at the power being used. Harry ignored it. He stepped closer to the Dementor until he could feel the cold licking his skin. The Dementor leaned toward him again, slow, hungry. Harry's voice stayed calm. "You are not welcome." The Dementor hesitated. Harry lifted the coin in his left hand. The drachma Hades had given him, holding it up in front of the wraith like a seal. The metal gleamed faintly in the darkness. The Dementor recoiled. Daphne's breath caught. Draco's mouth fell open. Blaze whispered, "What?" Harry did not answer. He pushed his wand forward, not stabbing, not striking, just pressing the point into the air in front of the Dementor like he was marking a boundary. The shadow hands tightened. The Dementor made a sound, a low rattling inhale, then jerked back sharply like it had been burned. The shadows released just enough for it to flee. The wraith shot down the corridor, vanishing into the darkness toward the engine like a terrified animal. The lantern above them flickered back to life. Warm light returned, but the corridor still felt colder than it should. Harry lowered his wand slowly. His hand shook once. His lungs burned like he had been sprinting. His scar throbbed, angry. Daphne stared at him, eyes wide. Something like fear and admiration tangled together. Draco looked like he could not decide if he wanted to worship Harry or run. Theodore's voice came quiet. That should not be possible. Harry's voice was rough. It was. Blaise exhaled slowly, then smiled, but it looked forced. Right, Potter? Good to know. Quirrell stood rigid, face pale, sweat beading under his turban. His eyes stared at Harry with something sharper now. Recognition, not the shallow kind from stories. The dead thing behind his eyes watched Harry like it had just found a problem. Quirrell's voice came out thin. You should not do that again. Harry's eyes narrowed. Why did it come? Quirrell flinched, then forced a laugh that sounded wrong. How would I know? Perhaps it smelled fear. Harry stared at him. Quirrell's gaze dropped first. Harry's scar pulsed, hot. Harry forced his breathing slow again. Daphne's fingers brushed Harry's wrist, grounding him. We should go back, she said softly. Harry nodded once. He slid his wand back into his sleeve. As they turned, Harry glanced once more at Quirrell. Quirrell's eyes followed him. Dead eyes. The same dead eyes from Diagon. Harry's stomach twisted. He walked back to the compartment, posture steady, heart still hammering. Draco rushed after him, speaking too fast. What was that? What did you do? That thing, it is supposed to make people faint. Harry did not answer. Daphne slid into the compartment first, then Harry, then Blaise and Theodore. Draco followed, still talking, then shut up when he realized no one cared. They sat. The train noise returned outside, like the world had resumed. Harry stared at the window, watching the gray sky. Daphne's voice came low. That was not normal magic. Harry's jaw tightened. No, Daphne hesitated. Are you going to tell me? Harry looked at her. He thought of Hades, of anchors, of cages. He chose a half-truth. I was trained differently. Daphne nodded slowly, like she accepted that because she had no choice. Blaise leaned back, eyes sharp. You just made a lot of enemies and a lot of admirers. Harry's voice stayed quiet. I do not want either. Theodore's gaze stayed fixed on Harry. You will get them anyway. Harry did not argue. The sky outside darkened further. Rain tapped the window like impatient fingers. The train slowed. A voice echoed down the corridor, muffled. We will be arriving shortly. Please change into your school robes. Harry stood, changed quickly, movement sufficient. He did not waste time. He did not fumble. Daphne changed with her back turned, quick, precise. Draco did it like he was performing. Blaise did it like he did not care. Theodore did it silently. When they were ready, the train finally stopped with a long hiss. The corridor filled with noise again. Doors slid open. Kids spilled out, laughing and shouting and nervous. Harry stepped off the train. Cold air hit him. Damp, night air. He smelled pine and wet grass. Torches burned along the platform. The castle loomed in the distance, dark and massive, lights glowing in windows like eyes. Hogwarts. Harry's stomach flipped again. Not fear. Something else. The weight of a place old enough to notice him. A booming voice cut through the chaos. First years. First years over here. Hagrid. He stood tall, shaggy hair and beard, lantern raised, coat too big. His eyes swept the crowd, then landed on Harry. Hagrid froze. His face shifted like he had been punched with memory. Harry, Hagrid breathed. Harry stared back. He knew Hagrid's name from stories. The giant who pulled him from the ruins. The man who cried when he talked about Lily. Harry did not know what to do with that softness. Hagrid stepped forward, eyes bright. Harry, blimey, look at you. Harry's throat tightened. He did not like it. Harry nodded once. Hello. Hagrid's smile trembled. Yeah, hello. First years. This way. The first years gathered around Hagrid, a nervous cluster. Ron stood among them, face still flushed, eyes darting to Harry, then away, then back. He looked angry and embarrassed and too young to hide it. Hermione stood near Ron, chin lifted, watching Harry like she was trying to understand him as a problem to solve. Neville clutched his toadless hands, face pale. Draco shoved toward the front, trying to be seen. Daphne stood slightly apart, calm, eyes scanning the dark. Hagrid raised his lantern. Follow me. Watch your step. They moved. Harry walked behind Hagrid, not too close, not too far. He watched the ground. Mud, stones, roots. He heard the lake before he saw it. Water lapping, wind rolling across the surface. Hagrid led them down toward the boats. Harry's gaze flicked past the boats to the side path where the carriages usually waited for older students. He saw them, large shapes in the darkness. Horses skeletal and thin, heads lowered, eyes pale. Thestrals. Harry's chest loosened slightly, relief slipping in before he could stop it. Something familiar. Something from the edge of death, not pretending to be pretty. Harry drifted toward them without thinking. Hermione hissed, "Where are you going?" Harry did not answer. He walked to the nearest thestral and lifted his hand slowly, palm open. The thestral lifted its head. His breath puffed out, cold and damp. It leaned forward. Harry's fingers touched its muzzle. The skin felt like cold leather stretched over bone. The creature's nostrils flared. It made a soft sound, almost pleased. Harry's shoulders dropped slightly, tension easing. Behind him, a sharp gasp. Ron's voice cracked. "What is he doing?" Hermione whispered. "He is petting the air." Draco's voice went tight. "There is nothing there." Daphne did not speak, but Harry heard her inhale sharply. Harry kept his hand on the thestral's muzzle. The creature nudged him gently, like it recognized him, like it recognized where he had been. Harry's scar pulsed faintly, but the thestral did not care. Harry's voice was quiet, almost to the creature. "Hello." Hagrid turned, lantern light swinging. His eyes widened as he saw Harry's hand outstretched toward empty space from everyone else's perspective. Hagrid swallowed hard. His voice went careful. "Harry, come on. Boats. First years go by boats." Harry did not want to move. The thestral's presence felt grounding. But Hades's voice echoed in his head, cold and simple. "You will manage." Harry withdrew his hand slowly. The thestral huffed softly, then lowered its head again, patient, like it knew he would return. Harry turned back to the group. Ron stared at him like Harry had just confessed to something insane. Hermione's eyes were wide. "How can you see that?" Harry blinked once. "See what?" Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Draco swallowed. "Potter, what was that?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "A horse." Draco's face twisted. "That is not." Harry cut him off. "Boats." He walked past them toward the boats. The group shuffled after him, unsettled. Harry stepped into a boat. Hagrid pointed kids in. Per boat. Harry ended up with Daphne, Neville, and a small boy with sandy hair who looked like he wanted to cry. The boat rocked slightly as they settled. Neville sat rigid, knuckles white. Daphne sat beside Harry, close enough that their sleeves brushed. The small boy stared at Harry like he was terrified and curious at once. Harry kept his eyes on the black water. The boats moved on their own, gliding toward the castle. The lake was cold and wide. The castle rose taller as they approached, its towers cutting into the night sky. Harry listened to the water. He listened to the wind. He listened to the small sounds of kids breathing too fast. Neville whispered, "That was scary." Harry did not answer. Daphne leaned slightly closer, voice low. "You frightened them." Harry's mouth tightened. "Good." Daphne's fingers brushed his sleeve. A small touch. "That is not always good." Harry's jaw clenched. "It keeps them away." Daphne hesitated. "It keeps everyone away." Harry stared at the castle. The boat bumped the dock softly. Hagrid shepherded them up stone steps and into a big entrance hall that smelled like wax and old stone. A stern woman waited there, posture straight, hair tight in a bun. Professor McGonagall. Her eyes swept the group. They landed on Harry and narrowed slightly, like she was assessing a weapon. "First years," she said, voice crisp. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a few moments you will be sorted into your houses. Your house will be like your family while you are here." Harry's scar pulsed faintly. Harry ignored it. McGonagall turned, robe swishing. "Follow me, and do not wander." They followed her down a corridor and into a small chamber where they waited. The air felt thick with nerves. Kids shifted. Someone sniffled. Ron stood across the room from Harry, arms crossed, jaw tight. Hermione whispered spells under her breath, practicing. Draco kept glancing at Harry like he was trying to decide what his plan should be. Daphne stood near Harry, silent. Harry's stomach churned slightly. Not fear. Hunger. The pomegranate seeds helped, but the surface world still felt like it drained him slowly. He pressed his fingers around the drachma in his pocket. Anchor. McGonagall returned with a battered hat. The Sorting Hat. She placed it on a stool. The hat looked ordinary. Old cloth. Stitches. Nothing impressive. Then it twitched. Harry felt its magic like a thin thread stretching toward him. McGonagall unrolled a parchment. "When I call your name, you will step forward, sit on the stool, and put on the hat." Names started. Kids walked up. Hat touched their heads. Hat shouted houses. Harry watched the pattern. The moment of hesitation. The relief or disappointment. Then McGonagall's voice cut through again. "Potter. Harry." The room went still. Harry felt 100 eyes on his scar. He stood and walked to the stool. His steps were calm. His posture straight. He did not rush. He did not hesitate. He sat. The hat dropped over his eyes. The room vanished. For a second there was only darkness and fabric smell. Then a voice slid into his head, warm and curious. "Ah!" the hat murmured. "Harry Potter." Harry did not answer out loud. The hat's voice shifted slightly. "Interesting. There is a lock on you, and something behind the lock." Harry's scar pulsed. Harry's mind tightened. He imagined the iron gates, heavy, slammed shut. The hat touched the gates with its magic. The gates did not move. The hat went quiet. Then the hat's voice changed. Fear, not panic. The hat was too old for panic. But fear, sharp and genuine. "What?" the hat whispered. Harry's jaw clenched. He did not like fear. He did not like things inside his head. The hat's voice trembled. "Those are not memories. Those are places." Harry stayed still. The hat's magic pressed again, searching for something else, something normal. It brushed the edge of the underworld anyway. Harry felt it. He felt the hat see torchlit halls, black stone, screams in the distance, fields of ash, a throne carved from dark rock, a man with dead eyes and a calm voice telling a child to stand. The hat recoiled. "What are you?" it whispered. Harry's voice in his own head was calm. "Sorted." The hat swallowed hard, a sound that was strange for a hat. "It is not supposed to feel like that," the hat said. "You have death in you, not the kind people see once, the kind that lives." Harry's scar pulsed harder. Harry forced the gates down again. The hat's voice went thinner. "Not Gryffindor. You would eat them alive." Harry felt the hat flick toward Ravenclaw. Curiosity, intelligence, cold planning. Then it flicked toward Slytherin. Ambition, cunning, a house that understood power and fear. The hat hesitated like it was afraid to say it. "You would do well in Slytherin," the hat whispered. Harry's jaw tightened. Harry thought of Quirrell's dead eyes. He thought of the pull of something inside this school. He thought of Voldemort's name like a stain. He thought of all the old families watching him like he was a prize. He thought of Hades saying power was not performance, but performance still mattered. Harry made the choice. "I choose Slytherin," Harry said inside his head. "I will destroy Voldemort's legacy from within." The hat went silent for a beat. Then it whispered, almost relieved. "As you wish," the hat shouted. "Slytherin." The room exploded. Gasps, whispers, a few cheers, a lot of stunned silence. Harry lifted the hat off and stood. He saw McGonagall's face. Her mouth was tight, eyes sharp. He looked past her. The great hall, ceiling like a night sky, floating candles. for long tables. He saw the Gryffindor table. Ron sat there already, staring at Harry like he had been slapped. Hermione's eyes were wide, confused. Neville looked like he might faint. He saw the Slytherin table. Draco was clapping loudly, face bright, relief and triumph tangled together. Daphne watched Harry, calm, like she had expected this. Harry's gaze lifted to the staff table. Dumbledore sat in the center, hands folded, beard long, eyes bright. Those eyes were not bright with delight right now. They were bright with calculation and concern. Dumbledore's smile was still there, but it looked thinner than it should. To Dumbledore's right, a man in black robes stared at Harry like he wanted to carve him open with his gaze. Severus Snape. Snape's eyes were dark, sharp, full of hate that did not make sense. Harry stared back. He did not blink. He did not flinch. Snape's mouth tightened. His nostrils flared like he smelled something wrong. Harry kept staring. Dead eyes, Hades had called it. The look that told people you would not beg. Snape looked away first. Harry walked to the Slytherin table and sat. Draco leaned in immediately, too close. You chose right. Harry did not answer. Pansy Parkinson sat nearby, watching Harry with sharp, hungry interest. Blaise sat further down, expression bored. Theodore sat quiet, eyes still on Harry like he was trying to solve him. Daphne slid onto the bench beside Harry without asking. Her knee brushed his under the table. Small, intentional. Harry's chest tightened. Daphne's voice came low. You did it. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Daphne's eyes flicked to his face. Are you happy? Harry stared at the feast appearing on the tables. Food, steam, warmth. He ate one pomegranate seed in his mouth quietly, letting the sweetness anchor him again. I do not know, Harry said. Daphne's mouth twitched. That is the most honest thing you have said. Draco tried to insert himself again. Now everyone will watch us. Good. They should. Harry's eyes stayed on the staff table. Dumbledore rose to speak. His voice carried warm and practiced. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. The hall quieted. Dumbledore spoke of rules, of forbidden corridors, of the forest, of how the school was a home. Harry listened, but his gaze stayed fixed on the staff. He saw Hagrid watching him with worry and something like pride. He saw McGonagall's tight posture. He saw Snape's glare returning in flashes. Then he saw Quirrell. Professor Quirrell sat near the end, turban wrapped, hands trembling slightly, smile weak. He looked like a frightened man, but his eyes were wrong. Harry felt his scar pulse hot. Harry's stomach twisted. Dead. Quirrell's gaze slid to Harry for a brief second. For a moment, Harry felt that same dead thing behind the eyes look straight at him. Harry's scar burned like it wanted to split open. He clenched his jaw and forced the iron gates down hard. The burn dulled. Quirrell looked away, hands shaking a little more. Harry's fingers tightened on his fork. Daphne leaned in, whispering. What? Harry did not look at her. Later, Dumbledore finished his speech with a smile that looked like it hurt. The feast continued. Slytherins talked. They watched Harry. They watched each other. Politics in a room full of children pretending it was not politics. Pansy leaned over Draco, loud enough to be heard. He looks like a corpse. Draco smirked. He can hear you. Harry kept eating. Pansy's eyes flicked to Harry. Can you? Harry turned his head slowly. Yes. Pansy's smile faltered. Good. Then hear this. Slytherin takes care of its own. Harry's voice stayed calm. Do you think I am yours? The table went quiet for a beat. Draco's eyes widened slightly. Blaise's mouth twitched. Theodore watched, silent. Daphne's gaze stayed steady on Harry, almost proud. Pansy recovered with a laugh that sounded fake. You are dramatic. Harry's eyes stayed cold. You are loud. Pansy's cheeks flushed. Snape's voice cut through the hall suddenly. Sharp. Silence. The whole hall stiffened. Snape's gaze locked on the Slytherin table, then landed on Harry. He stood and walked down from the staff table with slow, deliberate steps. He stopped behind Harry, looming. Harry did not turn. Snape's voice dropped low, meant only for Harry. Enjoying the attention, Potter. Harry's voice stayed quiet. No. Snape leaned closer. Harry felt his breath, cold and bitter. Snape's voice turned sharp with disgust. You have your mother's eyes. Harry's stomach clenched. He thought of the photograph. Lily laughing. Harry kept his voice flat. And you have hatred you cannot control. Snape froze. Daphne's posture stiffened beside Harry. Draco went still, eyes wide. Pansy looked thrilled, like she wanted blood. Snape's voice went quieter. What did you say? Harry turned his head slowly, meeting Snape's gaze. He stared at him with the same dead calm he had used on the Dementor. Snape's eyes narrowed, fury flaring. For a second, Harry saw something else too. Not just hate, fear. Like Snape was looking at something he recognized and did not want to. Snape straightened abruptly. His lips curled. 10 points from Slytherin for insolence. Draco choked. Pansy hissed. Blaise rolled his eyes. Harry did not react. Snape held Harry's gaze for a beat longer, then turned and stalked back to the staff table. Daphne leaned in, whispering, voice tight. That was stupid. Harry's voice stayed flat. He wanted me to flinch. Daphne's mouth tightened. And you did not. Harry looked at the staff table again. Dumbledore watched him now, eyes bright, face calm, but something in his posture had shifted. Concern, fear, interest. Quirrell stared at his plate like he could not breathe. Harry's scar pulsed again, faint, almost pleased. Harry's fingers curled around the drachma in his pocket, hard enough to bite into his palm. Anchor. The feast ended. Students rose, chairs scraping, noise swelling again. Prefects started calling houses. The Slytherin prefect, a tall boy with slick hair, barked. First years. Follow me. Harry stood. Daphne stood with him. Draco hovered close, trying to reclaim control. Blaise and Theodore followed. Quiet. They left the great hall and moved into the corridor. Harry's senses stayed sharp. He counted footsteps. He watched shadows. He smelled cold stone and candle smoke. They descended stairs, deeper, until the air felt damp. They reached a wall of stone. The prefect tapped it and said a password. The wall slid open. The Slytherin common room waited inside, lit by greenish light from the lake above, shadows moving in the water like slow ghosts. The room smelled like old stone and ambition. Harry stepped in and felt the place watch him. Students spread out. Some claimed couches. Some whispered. Daphne drifted beside Harry, close enough that she could speak softly. You will not be alone here, she said. Harry's voice stayed quiet. Yes, I will. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Then she leaned in, quick, and pressed a brief kiss to the corner of his mouth. It was fast, soft, a private rebellion in a room full of watchers. Harry froze. Daphne pulled back immediately, face blank again, but her cheeks were faintly pink. Now you are not, she whispered. Harry's heart hammered once, hard enough to hurt. He swallowed. His voice came out rougher than he wanted. Do not do that. Daphne's eyebrows lifted. Why? Harry's jaw clenched. He looked around. Draco was watching. Pansy was watching. Theodore was watching. Blaise was watching like he was amused. Harry's stomach tightened. Harry's voice stayed low. Because they will use it. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Let them try. Harry stared at her. For a second, he did not know what to say. Daphne's mouth twitched. You look confused. Harry's voice was quiet. I am. Daphne nodded once like she accepted that as normal. She turned away, moving toward a couch like nothing had happened. Harry stood still for a beat, chest tight, mouth warm where she kissed him. Then Draco stepped closer, voice low and irritated. Greengrass is not yours. Harry turned his head slowly. No one is mine. Draco's nostrils flared. Then why is she? Harry cut him off. If you speak about her like property again, I will make you bleed. Draco went pale. Harry did not raise his voice. He did not look dramatic. He just said it like a fact. Draco swallowed and stepped back. Harry exhaled slowly. He was tired. Not physically, not yet, but the surface world pressed on him like a weight. The school pressed. The eyes pressed. The dead thing pressed. Harry walked toward the dormitory stairs, posture straight, face empty. Behind him, voices whispered. Ahead, The corridor into the boys' dorm was dim and cold. Harry climbed the steps, each one quiet. He reached his bed, dropped his trunk, sat on the edge. The room smelled like new sheets and old stone. Draco's bed was nearby. Theodore's. Blaze's. They were here. They were not his. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the drachma. He held it in his palm. Cold metal. Ancient weight. He closed his eyes for a second and listened. He heard the lake water above the ceiling, slow and constant. He heard Draco whispering to someone, voice sharp. He heard Blaze laugh softly. He heard Theodore's quiet breathing. He heard his own heartbeat, steady. Then he heard something else, faint, like a hiss behind a wall. His scar pulsed once, hot. Harry opened his eyes. In the darkness of the dorm, for a split second, he saw Quirrell's dead eyes again in his mind, staring straight at him, like the train corridor never ended. Harry clenched his fist around the coin until it hurt. He did not flinch. He did not look away. But his voice, when he whispered into the dark, came out cold. I see you. Harry's first night at Hogwarts felt like sleeping inside a lake. Not the water itself. The pressure. The weight above his head. The soft, constant movement that never stopped. He lay on his back in the Slytherin dorm and listened to the slow hush of water beyond stone, like the castle was breathing through glass. Draco kept whispering in the dark, the way boys did when they wanted the world to hear them but were scared of being caught. Blaze made one quiet comment that shut him up. Theodore did not speak at all. Someone shifted in bed and the mattress springs creaked. Harry stared at the ceiling and waited for sleep to take him. It did, eventually. It was not a normal dream. He stood in a corridor that was too wide for Hogwarts. The walls were black stone. Torches burned low and steady. The air smelled like damp earth and iron and something sweet underneath, like fruit left in the sun. Footsteps echoed behind him. Harry turned and saw Hades walking toward him, cloak moving like shadow, eyes calm and sharp. You let it taste you, Hades said. Harry's hands clenched automatically. It came at me. It came at you because something here calls it, Hades said. He stopped an arm's length away. And you let it taste you. Harry held Hades's gaze. It ran. Hades's mouth tightened. Do not confuse retreat with defeat. Hunger remembers. Harry swallowed. His throat felt dry even in the dream. My scar burned. Hades's eyes narrowed. The parasite is awake. Harry's stomach turned. The word parasite always made him think of something worming into his skin. Hades reached out and placed 2 fingers on Harry's forehead, right above the scar. The touch was cold, but steady. It did not hurt. Harry's mind went still for a second, like something heavy was placed on top of a lid. You are not a door, Hades said quietly. Do not let it make you one. Harry's jaw clenched. It is in my head. It is in your life, Hades corrected. There is a difference. You are learning it. Harry wanted to ask 100 questions. Who put it there? Why it survived? Why it felt like it hated him and owned him at the same time. But a sound crawled up the corridor behind Hades. A soft whisper that was not language, just breath shaped like malice. Harry stiffened. Hades did not turn around. He only looked at Harry and spoke in a low voice. Do not chase it alone, he said again. And do not let the old man turn you into a story. Harry's chest tightened. Dumbledore. Hades nodded once. The torches flickered. The whisper grew louder. Hades's hand closed around Harry's wrist. Firm. Anchor. Harry's fingers found the coin in his pocket even inside the dream. Cold metal. Heavy. Real. The corridor snapped away. Harry woke up in the dorm with his hand clenched around empty air. His heart hammered once, then steadied. His skin felt damp under his shirt. The lake light painted the ceiling green. For a second he thought he could still smell the underworld on his fingers. He sat up slowly. The dorm was quiet. Draco was asleep now, mouth slightly open, looking younger and less arrogant. Blaze lay on his side, still, like he was pretending to sleep but might not be. Theodore's breathing was slow and controlled. Harry swung his legs off the bed and stood. The cold stone floor bit his feet. He did not bother dressing slowly. He moved the way he had been trained to move. Quiet, efficient. No wasted sound. When he stepped into the common room, it was mostly empty. A few older students sat with books, whispering. They glanced up, saw him, then looked away too quickly. The place had learned fear overnight. Harry could feel it in how people kept distance without saying why. The lake glass walls showed vague shapes moving outside. Fish, maybe something bigger. The green light made everyone look sickly. Harry walked to the far corner near the window and stood there, watching the water. His reflection looked too pale for this place. A shadow moved at his feet, stretching longer than it should. Curled around the base of the couch like a cat. Harry did not tell it to stop. He did not tell it to hide. Let them see, Persephone had said. The portrait door opened. Daphne stepped in with her hair still slightly damp. Robe neat, expression blank like always. She saw Harry by the window and paused. Her eyes flicked to his face, then to the corner of his mouth like she was checking if he still felt last night. Harry's chest tightened again. Annoying. She walked over without hesitating. You look like you did not sleep, she said. Harry's voice stayed flat. I slept. Daphne lifted an eyebrow. You woke up. Harry stared at the lake. Yes. Daphne stood beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched but not quite. She looked out at the water too. Everyone is talking, she said. Harry did not ask who. He already knew. Daphne continued anyway, like she needed to say it out loud. They think you did something to the Sorting Hat. They think you threatened Snape. They think you are cursed. Harry's mouth tightened. Let them think. Daphne's voice stayed calm. Fear makes people stupid, but it also makes them creative. Harry glanced at her. You are warning me. Daphne nodded once. Yes. Harry's fingers flexed at his sides. Thank you. Daphne looked slightly surprised by the words. Then she masked it again. Do not thank me. It makes me uncomfortable. Harry almost smiled. Almost. A loud voice cut through the common room. Potter. Draco strode in like he owned the place. Crabbe and Goyle behind him. Pansy drifting nearby with her sharp eyes. He looked exhausted and irritated, like he had been awake thinking about the points Snape took and the way Harry had spoken back. Draco stopped a few feet away, staring at Daphne first, then Harry. What are you doing with him? Draco snapped. Daphne's voice did not change. Standing. Draco's mouth tightened. You kissed him. Pansy's smile widened like she wanted to clap. Harry turned his head slowly. Stop. Draco blinked. Stop what? Harry's voice stayed quiet. Talking about her. Draco's face flushed. You think you can tell me what to talk about in my own common room? Harry stared at him. Yes. Crabbe made a small sound like he wanted to laugh but did not know if he was allowed. Goyle's eyes flicked between Harry and Draco like he was watching two dogs. Daphne did not move. She only watched Draco with a bored expression that was more insulting than any insult. Draco's jaw clenched. Fine. Whatever. Breakfast. He turned on his heel and marched toward the exit. Pansy lingered a second, looking Harry up and down. If you break her, Potter, we will break you. Harry's eyes went cold. Try. Pansy's smile faltered for a fraction. Then she scoffed and followed Draco. Daphne exhaled softly through her nose. She is not used to boys who do not flinch. Harry's voice stayed flat. Neither is Draco. Daphne's mouth twitched. He is used to boys who want to be him. Harry started walking. Daphne walked with him. The corridor outside the common room was cold and damp. Their footsteps echoed faintly. The torches hissed. As they climbed toward the great hall, Harry noticed something small. Not a person. A feeling. Eyes on him. Not from the students this time. From the castle. Like the stone itself was listening. They entered the great hall with the rest of Slytherin. The room was loud. Plates clattered. Kids shouted. Owls swooped in with post. The ceiling was gray today, clouds roiling like it might rain inside. Harry sat at the Slytherin table near Daphne. Draco sat across, still sulking, still watching. Food appeared. Eggs, toast, sausages, porridge. Harry ate without hurry. He ate like someone who knew hunger and did not waste chances. Across the hall, Ron kept glancing over, then jerking his gaze away when Harry looked back. Hermione stared openly, eyes narrowed like she was trying to read the shape of Harry's thoughts. Neville looked like he wanted to hide under the table. Dumbledore watched the room with his calm smile, but Harry could see the tension under it. Snape sat rigid, eyes dark, gaze sliding to Harry again and again like a habit. Quirrell sat hunched, hands trembling slightly around his cup. Harry's scar pulsed once. A warning. Hot. Angry. Harry tightened the iron gates in his mind and forced his face to stay still. Daphne noticed anyway. Her hand moved under the table and brushed Harry's fingers once. Quick. Grounding. Harry did not pull away. Draco saw the movement and his jaw clenched again. He looked like he wanted to explode but held it back because there were too many eyes. The first week started the way Hogwarts always started. Schedules, books, teachers shouting names. Harry walked into his first potions lesson with the Slytherins and Gryffindors packed together, tense and loud. The dungeon classroom smelled like damp stone and old herbs. The air was thick, warm from cauldrons and bodies. Shelves lined the walls with jars that looked like nightmares pickled in green liquid. Harry took a seat near the middle, Daphne beside him, Theodore behind, Draco a few seats away. Ron sat across the aisle with Hermione, still stiff. Neville sat near the front, already sweating. Snape swept in like a storm wrapped in black cloth. The room fell silent immediately. His eyes dragged over the students, then locked on Harry. Harry held the gaze without blinking. Snape's mouth curled. Not a smile. More like he tasted something bitter. "You are here," Snape said, voice silky and sharp. "How fortunate for us." Harry did not respond. Snape glided to the front. "There will be no foolish wand waving in this class. You will not be taught to cast spells or charm objects into silly shapes. You will learn to brew." His gaze flicked to Hermione like he already disliked her. Then it snapped back to Harry. Snape leaned on the desk slightly. "Perhaps some of you have arrived with inflated expectations. Perhaps you believe your name grants you immunity." Harry's scar pulsed. Harry kept his face still. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Potter." Harry's voice was calm. "Professor." Snape's lip twitched. He looked like he hated the word professor in Harry's mouth. "What would I get?" Snape asked softly. "If I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood." The room held its breath. Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored her like she did not exist. Harry did not answer instantly. He could have. He knew the textbook answer. He also knew asphodel in the Underworld. Fields full of it, pale flowers that never felt alive. He chose the simple truth. "A sleeping draught," Harry said. "One that can be used for calm death like sleep." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Calm death." Harry's voice stayed flat. "Yes." A few Gryffindors shifted, uncomfortable. Snape's nostrils flared. "You read ahead." Harry did not lie. "I have seen it." Snape froze for a fraction. Then his expression sharpened like a blade. "Seen it," Snape repeated. "How poetic." Harry's mouth tightened. He did not like being mocked. Snape's voice grew quieter, more dangerous. "And if I asked you what monkshood is also known as?" Hermione's hand was still waving like she might break her shoulder. Harry answered calmly. "Wolfsbane." Snape's eyes flicked. "And Bezoar." Harry's scar pulsed again. Hotter. Harry forced his breathing slow. "A stone that can stop most poisons." Snape stared at him. Something flickered in Snape's gaze, too fast for most people. Rage. Disgust. Confusion. Like he saw James's face on a child's mouth, then saw Lily's eyes watching him from it. Harry kept staring back. Dead calm. Snape straightened. 10 points from Slytherin. A wave of whispers rippled. Draco made a strangled noise. Daphne's jaw tightened. Theodore went still. Harry did not move. "For what?" Snape's eyes narrowed. "For your tone." Harry's voice stayed flat. "My tone was calm." Snape's mouth curled. "You will learn what calm sounds like when I decide you have earned it." Harry's scar pulsed. The iron gates held. Snape's gaze swept the class. "Now." Instructions on the board. "If you melt your cauldron, you will clean it with your own hands. If you burn your face, do not expect sympathy." Everyone moved fast, nervous. Harry measured ingredients. He chopped with clean precision. His hands did not shake. Neville's hands did. Harry watched him fumble, watched his eyes dart to his notes, watched the panic climb his throat. Snape drifted behind Neville like a predator circling wounded prey. Neville dropped a piece of something into his cauldron too early. The potion hissed, foamed up. Neville yelped. Snape's voice cut like a whip. Idiot! Neville's face went red. I am sorry, Professor, Snape leaned in. Just what? Just breathed. Just existed. The potion bubbled higher. Harry felt the pressure shift in the room. A small explosion waiting. Neville's hands shook harder. His eyes flicked to Harry once, desperate, then away. Harry's fingers tightened around his stirring rod. He could let Neville burn. It was not his problem. But he remembered what it felt like to be 7 years old and helpless and watched by adults who enjoyed it. His jaw clenched. He moved without standing. A thin shadow slid from beneath his desk, quiet as smoke, curling under Neville's bench. Neville's cauldron tilted a hair, just enough to settle. The foam sank back down as if the potion decided to behave. Neville blinked hard, confused. Snape's eyes narrowed. He stared at the cauldron, then at Neville, then at Harry. Harry kept stirring like nothing happened. Snape glided away, but his gaze stayed fixed on Harry's hands. When time was up, Harry's potion sat clean and dark, a smooth surface with a faint silver sheen. Snape stopped beside Harry's desk and looked down. For a second his expression tightened like he was tasting a memory. This is acceptable, Snape said. Harry did not say thank you. Snape's eyes flicked up to Harry's face. Your father would have liked to show off. Harry's stomach tightened. Harry's voice stayed flat. My father is dead. Snape's mouth twitched. Yes, he is. The way Snape said it sounded like satisfaction pretending to be fact. Harry held Snape's gaze. He did not flinch. He did not look away. Snape looked away first. He moved down the aisle and barked at someone else. Daphne leaned closer, voice low. He hates you. Harry's eyes stayed on the potion. He hates someone else. I am just convenient. Daphne's gaze sharpened. You are too calm about that. Harry's mouth tightened. If I get angry, he wins. Daphne nodded once like she understood that too well. By lunchtime, the whispers had grown. Harry could feel them like insects crawling around his ears. Potter answered Snape. Potter brewed like a fifth year. Potter saved Neville without moving. Potter's shadow moved on its own. In the corridors, kids started stepping away from the walls when Harry passed. Like they were afraid the darkness would grab them. It did not help that his shadow sometimes did stretch wrong. Not because he wanted it to, because it was used to a world where it was allowed to be alive. Harry walked through the castle and the shadows walked with him. That afternoon, Harry sat with Daphne in the library. The Hogwarts library smelled like old paper and dust and candle wax. It felt like the most honest place in the castle. Quiet, heavy with knowledge, too busy to care about gossip if you did not feed it. Madame Pants prowled between shelves like a hungry crow. Harry and Daphne took a table in the back, away from groups. Stacks of books sat between them. Ancient texts, modern histories, a book with a worn spine that smelled faintly of smoke. Daphne opened a book and slid it across. Nicholas Flamel. Harry's eyes flicked down. You found him. Daphne nodded. Not in the obvious places. People keep books about him locked away like the idea of him might infect you. Harry traced the page with his finger, not touching ink, just hovering like he was testing it. He is real, Harry said. Daphne's voice stayed calm. He is old, and the headmaster keeps him close. Harry's scar pulsed faintly. Harry's voice lowered. There is something in the castle. Daphne's eyes did not widen. She just waited. Harry continued. Something hungry. Something that hides behind a man. Daphne's gaze sharpened. Quirrell. Harry looked at her. You noticed. Daphne's mouth tightened. Everyone notices he is weak. Not everyone notices it feels fake. Harry's fingers tapped once on the page. He looked at me on the train. He lied. Daphne leaned in slightly. About what? Harry's voice stayed flat. About the Dementor. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Why would he lie about that? Harry looked down at the text again. Because he is involved. Daphne's hand hovered over another book. You think he is after the stone? Harry's scar pulsed hotter. Harry forced his breathing slow. Yes, Daphne watched him for a beat. You are sure? Harry's jaw clenched. I can smell it. Daphne's eyes flicked to his scarf, then to his face, like she wanted to ask what that meant but did not want the answer. Instead she asked something else. What do you want? Harry paused. The truth was simple and ugly. He wanted to punish the thief. He wanted to rip the parasite out of the world and crush it. But he also wanted something quieter. He wanted to not be used. Harry's voice stayed calm. I want to know what Dumbledore is hiding. Daphne nodded slowly. Good. I want the same. Harry looked at her. Why? Daphne's mouth tightened. Because my family plays games. Hogwarts is supposed to be safe. It is not. That means someone is lying. If I do not know who, I am a piece on someone else's board. Harry stared at her for a moment, then nodded once. Daphne's expression softened by a fraction. You understand. Harry's voice stayed flat. I was raised by someone who hates lies. Daphne's eyebrows lifted slightly. That sounds lonely. Harry did not answer. They read in silence for a while, turning pages, sharing small notes and whispers. The book mentioned alchemy, the stone, the way it could turn metal to gold, the way it could create immortality. Immortality. Harry's stomach tightened. He did not like the idea of cheating death. He did not like it at all. He thought of Hades's voice, calm and sharp. He is insulted that a parasite is cheating his domain. Harry's fingers clenched around the page edge. Daphne watched him. You hate it. Harry's voice was quiet. It is theft. Daphne blinked. Theft. Harry looked at her. Death is part of the order. You do not steal from it. Daphne's eyes narrowed. That is not what most wizards think. Harry's mouth tightened. Most wizards are arrogant. Daphne's mouth twitched. You sound like you hate them. Harry stared at the book. I do not hate all of them. Daphne waited. Harry added, quieter. I hate what they pretend is harmless. Daphne nodded once like she accepted that answer. A shadow fell across their table. Harry's hand slid toward his sleeve out of habit. Hermione stood there, books in her arms, expression determined and annoyed. She looked at Daphne first, then Harry. I knew you would be in here, Hermione said. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Why? Hermione lifted her chin. Because you look like someone who reads instead of talks. Daphne's mouth tightened. That was almost a compliment. Hermione ignored her and looked at Harry. I need to talk to you. Harry's voice stayed flat. No. Hermione blinked, offended. Excuse me. Harry's gaze stayed steady. No. Hermione flushed. You cannot just say no to everything. Harry did not raise his voice. Yes, I can. Daphne's mouth twitched again like she was enjoying this. Hermione set her books down hard, then seemed to remember Madame Pants existed and lowered her voice. Fine, Hermione hissed. Then I will say it quickly. You can see things other people cannot. Harry did not respond. Hermione leaned in. On the platform, you were petting something. And on the train, the corridor went cold and then it stopped and everyone was whispering and someone said you did something and then you looked like you wanted to vomit and you did not. So I want to know what you did. Daphne stared at Hermione like she was a loud puzzle. Harry's voice stayed calm. I did not do anything. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is a lie. Harry's gaze sharpened. Careful. Hermione held his gaze anyway. No. You are the one who should be careful. People are already scared of you. If you keep acting like this, they will turn on you. Harry's mouth tightened. They already have. Hermione's voice softened a hair. Just a hair. You could have friends. Harry stared at her. He thought of Ron's face on the train. He thought of Daphne's kiss in the common room. He thought of Hades's hand on his forehead in the dream. Harry's voice stayed flat. Friends are not safety. Hermione's cheeks flushed. They can be. Harry leaned forward slightly. To you. Because you grew up love. Hermione froze. The words hit like a slap she did not see coming. Daphne's eyes flicked to Harry, then away, like she was pretending not to notice the raw honesty. Hermione swallowed. Her voice came out quieter. You do not know that. Harry's gaze stayed steady. I know enough. Hermione clenched her hands. I am not here to fight. I am here to understand. Harry's voice stayed calm. then read. Hermione stared at him, frustrated, then looked at the stack of books between Harry and Daphne. "What are you reading?" she asked. Daphne answered before Harry could. "Nicholas Flamel." Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "Why?" Daphne's voice was flat. "Because someone is hiding something in this school." Hermione stiffened. "That is a serious accusation." Harry's scar pulsed. Harry forced his breathing slow. "It is a serious school." Hermione looked between them. "You think the headmaster is hiding something?" Harry did not answer. Daphne did. Daphne nodded once. "Yes." Hermione's mouth tightened. "He is Albus Dumbledore." Harry's voice stayed quiet. "He is a man." Hermione stared at him like she wanted to argue, but something in Harry's face stopped her. Hermione's gaze flicked to Daphne. "You are a Slytherin. Of course you would assume the worst." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "And you are a Gryffindor who assumes the best. Of course you would excuse anything." Hermione flushed. "That is not fair." Daphne's voice stayed calm. "It is accurate." Hermione looked back at Harry. "Are you going to tell me anything at all?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "No." Hermione's jaw clenched. "Fine. Then I will tell you something. Ron is angry. He feels stupid. And he thinks you humiliated him on purpose." Harry's chest tightened. He kept his face still. "That is his problem." Hermione leaned closer, eyes sharp. "It becomes your problem if he does something stupid." Daphne's posture tightened slightly. Harry stared at Hermione for a beat. "Why are you warning me?" Hermione's cheeks went pink. "Because I do not like bullies. And I do not know if you are one. But I do know the people who will come after you will not care what you are. They will just want to win." Harry studied her. He respected her mind. That did not mean he trusted her. Harry's voice stayed quiet. "Thank you." Hermione blinked again, surprised by the words. Then she scooped up her books. "Do not make me regret it." She turned and marched away, shoulders stiff. Daphne watched her leave, then looked at Harry. "She is brave." Harry's mouth tightened. "She is naive." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Both can be true." Harry did not argue. Later that day, Harry got his first real taste of how Hogwarts fought back. It started after dinner, in a corridor near the main staircase. Harry walked with Daphne, Theodore, and Blaise. Draco had stormed off earlier because someone laughed at him for losing points. The corridor smelled like rain, cold air seeping in through old stone. Torches crackled. Portraits whispered. A group of Gryffindor boys rounded the corner. Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, a couple of other first years Harry did not care to name. Ron was with them. They stopped when they saw Harry. For a second no one spoke. Then Seamus laughed, loud and forced. "There he is," Seamus said. "The Slytherin hero." Dean smirked. "He does not look heroic. He looks like he is going to bite someone." Ron's ears were red. He stared at Harry, jaw tight. "Just leave him. He is weird." Harry's mouth tightened. Blaise leaned back slightly, amused. Theodore's gaze sharpened. Daphne went still. Harry stopped walking. The air in the corridor shifted like a curtain being pulled. Seamus tried to look brave. "What? Going to stare us to death?" Harry's voice stayed calm. "Move." Seamus laughed again. "Or what?" Harry's scar pulsed faintly, like it enjoyed the tension. Harry's shadow stretched. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just wrong enough that Dean's smile faltered. Dean swallowed. "Did you see that?" Seamus's laugh died. Ron's eyes widened for a fraction. Then he forced his face hard again like he refused to be scared. Harry took one step forward. The corridor torches flickered. Seamus flinched but tried to cover it with anger. "You think you are scary. You are just—" He searched for a word that would hurt. "A freak," Ron said, quieter, but it carried. The word hit the air and sat there. Daphne's posture tightened. Theodore's eyes narrowed. Blaise's smile faded slightly. Harry stared at Ron. Ron stared back, breathing hard like he had already decided to hate Harry because it was easier. Harry's voice stayed quiet. "Say it again." Ron swallowed. "No." Harry's mouth tightened. "Then do not say it at all." Seamus scoffed. "Oh look, he is giving orders." Harry did not answer. He lifted his hand slightly, not reaching for his wand, just raising his fingers like he was about to brush dust off his robe. The shadows on the wall behind the Gryffindors moved. A small crack sounded under Seamus's foot. Seamus yelped and lurched as the stone beneath him slicked with a thin layer of moisture that should not exist on dry corridor stone. He fell hard, landing on his back with a thud that echoed. Dean stumbled too, trying to catch him, and ended up slamming his elbow into the wall. One of the other boys slipped, arms flailing, and smacked into a suit of armor. The helmet toppled and clanged, loud as a bell. The corridor filled with noise and panic. Ron jumped back, eyes wide, looking down at the floor like it might bite him. Harry stood still. He did not laugh. He did not gloat. He just watched them scramble. Seamus sat up, face red, voice cracking. "What did you do?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "Nothing." Dean stared at the wet stone. "That is not normal." Harry's eyes stayed on Ron. "Do you want to try again?" Ron's jaw clenched. He looked furious and scared at the same time. He opened his mouth. A voice cut through the corridor, bright and delighted. "Oi!" Two figures appeared at the far end, tall and lanky, red hair identical, grins identical. Fred and George Weasley. They walked toward the mess like they owned it. Fred looked at Seamus on the floor. That looked painful. George looked at the fallen helmet. That sounded painful. Fred looked up at Harry. "That was you." Harry did not respond. George's grin widened. "That was you." Daphne's eyes narrowed. She watched the twins like she was evaluating danger. Theodore shifted slightly behind Harry. Blaze's expression turned amused again. "Here we go." Fred stepped around Seamus like Seamus was furniture. "You did not even pull out your wand." George leaned closer, eyes sharp. "How did you do that?" Harry's voice stayed calm. "Move along." Fred blinked. "That is rude." George nodded. "Proper rude." Harry's eyes stayed cold. "I do not care." Fred's grin sharpened. "You should." George's grin matched. "We are experts." Daphne cut in, voice calm. "You are also Gryffindors." Fred looked at her like she was an interesting new problem. "You are Greengrass." George nodded. "Ice Queen's little heir." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "Do not call me that." Fred's grin did not fade. "Or what?" Harry's shadow shifted. George noticed and lifted both hands like a joke surrender. All right. We are just curious." Fred leaned in closer to Harry, voice dropping. "Were you the one on the train?" Harry stared at him. "What?" George's eyes glittered. "The cold corridor. People said a Dementor came. People said you stood up and it ran." Harry's scar pulsed faintly. Harry's voice stayed flat. "People talk." Fred's grin widened. "We like people who make people talk." George nodded. "Especially Slytherins." Ron's face went red. "What are you doing?" "Stop." Fred looked at Ron like he was a small dog barking. "Shut it." George added. "You embarrassed yourself already." Ron's hands clenched. "He is not your friend." Fred shrugged. "He is not yours either." George looked back at Harry. "You got a problem with pranks." Harry's mouth tightened. "Yes." Fred's grin softened a fraction. "Fair. Some pranks are cruel." George's voice lowered. "Some are just art." Harry stared at them, still measuring. He did not trust Gryffindors. He also did not underestimate people who laughed like they could cut you with it. Harry's voice stayed calm. "You watched that and you smiled." Fred nodded. "Because it was clean." George added. "Because it was not pathetic." Daphne's eyebrows lifted slightly. Harry's eyes stayed on Fred. "What do you want?" Fred leaned back like he respected the question. "A deal." George nodded. "A pact." Harry's voice stayed flat. "No." Fred blinked. "You did not even hear it." Harry stared at him. "I heard enough." George chuckled. "He is fun." Fred looked at Harry again, more serious now, but still playful. "We do not want to fight you, Potter." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Then do not." George lifted a finger. "But if you start turning corridors into ice traps every time some idiot breathes near you, the castle will get interesting fast." Fred nodded. "And we like interesting." Harry's mouth tightened. "Say your deal." Fred's grin returned. "We leave you alone. We tell our house to stop poking you just to see what happens." George added. "In return, you do not point your creepy shadow at us." Harry stared at them. Daphne's voice cut in cool. They are not asking nicely. Fred looked at her. We are Weasleys. We do not do nicely. We do honest. George nodded. And loud. Harry considered. He did not care about their friendship. He cared about control. He cared about fewer idiots testing him every corridor. Harry's voice stayed quiet. You do not prank Daphne. Fred blinked. Why? Harry's eyes went cold. Because you will regret it. George's grin faltered for a fraction, then recovered. Protective. Fred nodded slowly. All right, we will not prank Greengrass. Not unless she pranks us first. Daphne's eyes narrowed. I will not. George smiled. Then we are safe. Harry's voice stayed flat. And you do not touch my things. Fred's grin sharpened. We do not steal. We borrow. Harry stared at him. You do not borrow my things. George held up both hands again. All right. No borrowing. Harry nodded once. Then fine. Fred's eyes lit up. Brilliant. George clapped his hands softly. A pact with the Shadow Prince. Ron made a sharp sound. You cannot. Fred turned toward Ron and his smile vanished. Watch us. George's voice went cold for once. Go back to your tower, Ron. You are making it worse. Ron's face twisted. He looked at Harry like he hated him more for that moment. He turned and walked away, shoulders stiff. Seamus scrambled up, rubbing his back, glaring at Harry like he wanted to say something, but did not dare now that the twins were there. Dean followed, quiet, eyes still on the wet stone. The corridor cleared. Fred looked at Harry again, grin returning. You are going to make this year fun. Harry's voice stayed flat. That is not my goal. George laughed. It will happen anyway. Fred leaned closer, voice low. One more thing. Harry's gaze sharpened. What? Fred's grin turned sly. If you want to mess with someone without getting caught, we know the good spots. George nodded. And the hidden stairs. And the trick doors. Daphne stiffened slightly. Harry stared at them. Why are you offering? George shrugged. Because you are not like the other Slytherins. You do not pretend. Fred added quieter. And because Ron is our brother. He is being an idiot. If he gets himself hurt, Mum will kill us. Harry's mouth tightened. He did not like the small honesty in that. Harry's voice stayed calm. Tell him to stop. Fred sighed. We will. George smirked. He will not listen. Harry nodded once. Then he will learn. Fred's grin faded a little. Just do not break him. Harry stared at Fred. I am not here to break children. George looked relieved at that, even if he pretended not to. Fred clapped Harry lightly on the shoulder like they were mates already. Harry did not flinch, but his posture went rigid. Fred noticed and withdrew his hand. Right? Boundaries. George laughed. He is like a startled cat. Harry's eyes went cold. Go away. Fred grinned. We are going. George winked at Daphne. Try not to freeze anyone. Daphne's voice stayed flat. Try not to be annoying. Fred and George laughed and walked off down the corridor, their voices echoing. When they were gone, Daphne looked at Harry. A non-aggression pact with the Weasley twins. Harry's mouth tightened. It reduces noise. Daphne's eyes narrowed. It also makes you visible. Harry stared at the corridor where Ron had gone. I am already visible. That night, Harry felt the castle shift again. Not with cold this time, with watching. In the Slytherin common room, older students whispered and glanced at him like he was a dangerous pet that might bite if touched wrong. In the dorm, Draco kept trying to bait him into conversation, failing, growing more irritated. Blaise read his book and pretended nothing mattered. Theodore watched like he was memorizing. Harry lay in bed again, staring up at the green ceiling light. The lake water moved. His scar pulsed faintly, then steadied. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep immediately. A sound pulled at his senses. Soft. Wrong. Someone breathing too carefully. Harry's eyes opened. He sat up slowly, heart steady, senses sharp. The dorm was dark. Draco was asleep. Blaise looked asleep. Theodore's eyes were open, faintly reflecting the green light. He was watching the room like he expected something. Harry slid out of bed silently. His bare feet touched cold stone. The sound came again, a faint scrape near his trunk. Harry's trunk sat at the foot of his bed, latch closed. A shadow moved beside it. Not his. Harry's jaw clenched. He stepped forward, silent. A figure crouched by his trunk, hands fumbling with the latch, face pale in the low light, red hair, freckles. Ron Weasley. Harry went still for a second, shock turning into anger so cold it felt clean. Ron's hands shook as he tried to force the latch. Harry spoke quietly. "What are you doing?" Ron froze like he had been petrified. His head snapped up. His eyes met Harry's. For a second Ron looked terrified. Then his face hardened like he forced himself into anger to survive. Ron started, then swallowed. "I was checking." Harry's voice stayed flat. "Checking what?" Ron's ears went red. "Checking if you had something. You were acting weird. You were doing weird things. You made a Dementor run. You made Seamus fall without a wand. You are not normal." Harry stared at him. "You came into my dorm." Ron's jaw clenched. "I had to." Harry's mouth tightened. "No. You wanted to." Ron's breathing went fast. "You do not get it. People are scared." Harry stepped closer. The shadows under Ron's hands thickened slightly, curling around his wrists like a warning. Ron flinched, but he did not pull away. Pride held him. Harry's voice stayed calm. "How did you get in?" Ron swallowed. "I heard the password." Harry stared at him. "From who?" Ron hesitated. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Say it." Ron's voice came out rough. "Malfoy." He said it in the corridor earlier. He was showing off. He said it loud. "I followed someone in." Harry held Ron's gaze. "So you chose to sneak into a place you know you are not welcome." Ron's cheeks flushed. "I did not come to steal." Harry's voice stayed quiet. "You came to steal knowledge." Ron's mouth opened, then shut again. Harry felt Theodore watching from his bed like a knife pressed against his back. Harry did not turn. He kept his attention on Ron. Ron's voice dropped, stubborn. "Dumbledore needs to know." Harry went still. The words landed heavy. Harry's scar pulsed once, hot. Harry's voice stayed flat. "So you are spying." Ron flinched. "I am not spying. He asked if I would keep an eye on you." Harry's jaw clenched. He pictured Dumbledore's bright eyes, the calm smile, the way he watched Harry at the feast. Harry's voice was quiet. "What did he say?" Ron hesitated again. Harry's shadow tightened around Ron's wrists. "Not hurting, just reminding." Ron swallowed hard. "He said you have been through a lot. He said you might be in danger. He said I should tell him if anything strange happens." Harry stared at Ron. He could almost believe Dumbledore said it like that. Kind words with a hook in them. Harry's voice stayed calm. "And you decided the strange thing was my trunk." Ron's face went red. "You do not trust anyone. You do not talk to anyone. You look at people like you hate them. So yes, that is strange." Harry's chest tightened, but his face stayed still. He could have punished Ron. He could have done what the Underworld did to thieves. But he heard Persephone's voice in his head. "Up there, you can be smaller sometimes. You can be a kid." He did not know how, so he chose control instead. Harry crouched down in front of his trunk, calm and deliberate. Ron watched him warily, breathing hard. Harry placed his palm on the trunk lid. The lock clicked open by itself. Ron's eyes widened. "You were not even trying to lock it." Harry's voice stayed flat. "I was. You just do not understand the lock." Ron swallowed. Harry opened the trunk. Inside were folded robes, a few books, some parchment, a quill. Nothing dramatic. Ron blinked fast. "That is it." Harry looked up at him. "What did you expect?" Ron hesitated, embarrassed. "Dark stuff." Harry's scar pulsed faintly. Harry let his expression go colder. "You want dark?" Ron's eyes widened. "What?" Harry reached into the trunk and pulled out something wrapped in cloth. It was not truly dangerous. It was a small pouch Persephone had given him, seeds inside. But in the low light, with Ron's fear, it could be anything. Harry placed it on the floor between them. Ron stared at it like it might bite. Harry's voice stayed quiet. "This is a binding." Ron's throat bobbed. "A binding." Harry nodded once. "It ties me to what raised me." Ron's hands clenched. "To what?" Harry stared at him. He thought of Hades, of torches, of calm judgment. He did not say the name. Not yet. Instead he gave Ron what Ron could carry. To death, Harry said. Ron went pale. Harry watched Ron's fear grow like a flame catching. Harry continued, voice steady. And there is something in this castle that should not be here. Something that hides inside a man. It wants what is not its own. Ron's breathing turned sharp. You mean you know who? Harry's mouth tightened. Yes. Ron flinched at the casual way Harry said it. Harry leaned closer. Now listen carefully. If you want to help Dumbledore, you will tell him this. Ron swallowed hard, nodding too fast. Harry spoke slowly, planting each word. The stone is not safe, Harry said. The protections are sloppy. There is a three-headed dog guarding a trap. The thief is already inside the school. The headmaster thinks he is clever, but he is not. He is leaving a weapon where children can reach it. Ron stared at Harry, eyes wide. How do you know? Harry's voice stayed flat. I can smell lies. I can hear hunger. I can feel where the castle is wrong. Ron swallowed again, desperate. What should we do? Harry almost smiled. Almost. He kept his face cold. Dumbledore should tighten his trap. He should stop pretending this is a lesson. He should stop using children as bait. Ron's cheeks flushed. He looked angry for a second. Then fear took it again. He would never. Harry's eyes stayed steady. He already is. Ron's mouth opened, then shut. Harry leaned back slightly, letting Ron sit in the discomfort. Theodore's voice came from the dark, soft and amused. Weasley. Ron jolted like he forgot other people existed. He looked toward Theodore's bed, face pale. You are awake. Theodore's eyes gleamed. You are loud. Ron's voice cracked. I am leaving. Harry's voice stayed quiet. Yes, you are. Ron scrambled to his feet, breathing hard. He looked at Harry, face twisted, like he wanted to hate him but could not find solid ground. You are not what they said, Ron blurted. Harry stared at him. What did they say? Ron swallowed. They said you were evil. Harry's mouth tightened. And now? Ron looked away. Now I do not know. Harry's voice stayed flat. Tell Dumbledore what you heard. Do not come back here. If you come back, I will not talk. Ron flinched. All right. He backed toward the dorm door, then paused like he could not stop himself. Why are you doing this? Ron asked, voice rough. Why not just tell him yourself? Harry's scar pulsed hot. Harry forced the iron gates down and kept his face still. Because he would not believe me, Harry said. He will believe you. You look like the kind of boy people trust. Ron's cheeks flushed again. He looked like he wanted to argue, but he did not. He turned and slipped out of the dorm. The door clicked softly. Silence returned. Harry stared at the empty space where Ron had been. His chest felt tight. Not guilt. Not exactly. Something like irritation mixed with something else. Theodore's voice came again, calm. You fed him. Harry did not turn. Yes. Theodore shifted in bed. Why? Harry's voice stayed flat. Because he is a mouth. And mouths can spread poison or spread what you want. Theodore was quiet for a beat. Then he let out a soft breath that might have been a laugh. You are going to get in trouble. Harry's mouth tightened. I am already in trouble. Theodore's eyes gleamed in the dark. True. Blaze's voice came lazy from his bed. Next time, wake me up. That was entertaining. Harry did not respond. He closed the trunk, relocked it with a touch and slid back into bed. His heart was steady, but his scar kept pulsing like it was angry he was playing games in the same castle as it. Harry pressed his fingers to his forehead once, hard, like he could push the feeling down. He stared up at the green light and whispered into the dark, too quiet for anyone else to hear. You can burn all you want. You are still trapped. The lake water moved above him. The castle breathed. And somewhere in the dark, deep in the school, Harry felt a thin thread of hunger pull tighter, like something had heard the name Stone and smiled without a mouth. Harry's scar woke him like someone pressed a hot thumb into it. He sat up in the dark, breath catching, hand already on his forehead. The Slytherin dorm was quiet except for the lake water's slow hush beyond Stone. Green light trembled on the ceiling. The air smelled cold and damp. His scar kept pulsing, Not sharp like pain, more like a steady warning. Something in the castle was moving. Harry slid out of bed and stood still for a second, listening. Draco's breathing was loud and annoying even asleep. Blaise was quiet. Theodore's breathing was controlled, like he was awake even when he was not. Harry padded into the common room barefoot. The fire was low. A few embers glowed. The glass wall showed fish drifting in the black water. His shadow followed him, too alert, curled around his feet, then stretched toward the corridor like it wanted to go hunting. Harry's chest felt tight. Not fear exactly, but a familiar pressure. The same pressure he got when he stood near the gates in the Underworld and felt something try to slip past. A door creaked behind him. Daphne stepped out of the girls' dorm, robe pulled tight around her, hair messy like she hated being awake. She froze when she saw him. "You're up," she said, voice low. Harry's hand stayed on his scar. "Yes." Daphne walked closer, stopping a step away. Her eyes flicked to his face, then to his hand. "It's burning," she said. Harry nodded once. Daphne's mouth tightened. "Is it him?" Harry did not say the name. He did not like saying it in Hogwarts air. He only said, "Something." Daphne studied him. "You look like you already decided." Harry's jaw clenched. "I did." Daphne's eyes narrowed. "About what?" Harry stared at the lake glass. "Someone is going for the stone tonight." Daphne's posture sharpened. "How do you know?" Harry's voice stayed flat. "Because the castle feels wrong. And because the parasite is excited." Daphne swallowed, then tried to keep her face calm. "That is not a normal sentence." Harry looked at her. "Nothing about me is normal here." Daphne held his gaze. "If someone is going for it tonight, the teachers will stop it." Harry's mouth tightened. "They want it to happen. They want to catch the thief." Daphne's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed again. "You mean Dumbledore?" Harry did not answer. That was answer enough. Daphne took a slow breath. "You told Weasley." Harry's stomach tightened. He hated that she was right. "Yes," Harry said. Daphne's voice stayed calm, but her eyes were sharp. "That was a mistake." Harry's shadow twitched. Harry's face stayed still. "I used him." Daphne's lips pressed together. "And he used you back. Or he will." Harry stared at the lake again. "Yes." Daphne leaned in a fraction. "What are you going to do?" Harry's voice was quiet. "Go down there. End it." Daphne went still. "End it," she repeated. Harry looked at her. "Punish the thief. Remove the parasite's hands from the stone. Make sure it cannot crawl out of the school stronger." Daphne's throat moved like she wanted to swallow the fear and could not. "You're talking like you're going to kill someone." Harry did not flinch. He kept his voice steady. "If it comes to that." Daphne stared at him for a long second, then her eyes dropped to the floor. "You're serious?" Harry's scar pulsed again, hotter. He pressed his fingers into it until the pain turned dull. "Yes," he said. Daphne exhaled slowly. "Then you cannot go alone." Harry looked at her. "Yes, I can." Daphne's eyes snapped up. "No." Harry's voice stayed flat. "Daphne." She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could smell soap on her skin and the faint scent of ink from books. "I'm not asking," she said. Harry's shadow rose a little, like a warning, but it did not move toward her. It never did. Harry's jaw tightened. "It will be dangerous." Daphne's voice turned sharp. "Everything is dangerous now. You think hiding in the library makes it safer." Harry stared at her. Daphne kept going, quieter now, almost angry at herself for caring. "I don't like the idea of you disappearing into a trap and never coming back. Not because I suddenly turned soft. Because if you die, the castle will get worse, and I'll be stuck with idiots and liars." Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "Honest," he said. Daphne rolled her eyes, but her hand lifted and grabbed the front of his robe, pulling him down a little so her voice could stay low. "If you go, you tell me where you are going," she said. "If you refuse, I follow you anyway and I do it badly and we both die. Pick." Harry stared at her hand on his robe. He did not like being held. It reminded him of Dudley grabbing his shirt. But Daphne's grip was not like that. It was steady, controlled, like she wanted to make a point and did not want to hurt him. Harry's voice stayed quiet. "You will not follow." not into the traps. Daphne's eyes narrowed. So you pick the third option. You lie and go alone. Harry's scar pulsed like it enjoyed the argument. Harry closed his eyes for half a second, then opened them. All right, he said. Daphne's grip loosened a fraction. All right what? Harry's voice stayed flat. You wait outside the corridor. You do not enter the trapdoor. If I do not come back, you run to Snape. Daphne flinched at the name. Snape hates you. Harry looked at her. Snape hates my father. That is different. Daphne's jaw tightened. Fine. Snape, if you do not come back. Harry nodded once. Daphne's eyes searched his face, like she wanted to see if he would promise something. Harry did not do promises lightly. Daphne's hand slid up his robe and then, suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed him. It was not soft and slow like something from a story. It was quick and hard, like she was angry and terrified and wanted to anchor herself to something real. Harry froze for half a second. Then his hand lifted and touched her wrist, not pushing her away, just holding her there. Daphne pulled back, breathing a little too fast. Her cheeks were pink. Her eyes were steady anyway. Come back, she said, voice low. Harry's chest felt tight again, but different. He nodded once. I will. Daphne stared at him like she wanted to call him a liar. Then she whispered, Good. Harry turned toward the corridor. His shadow stretched ahead of him, ready. Later that morning, the castle acted normal. That was how Harry knew it was lying. Breakfast was loud. Plates clattered. People laughed too hard. Ron kept glancing at the staff table like he was waiting for permission to breathe. Hermione stared at Ron with a hard look, then stared at Harry with a look that was half warning and half curiosity. Draco tried to act like nothing was wrong, but his hands kept tapping the table. Quirrell looked worse than usual. His shoulders were tight. His eyes kept flicking around the hall like he was tracking exits. He drank his tea with shaking hands, then wiped his mouth too many times like he tasted something sour. Snape watched Quirrell like a hawk. Dumbledore looked calm. Too calm. When Dumbledore stood up, the hall quieted fast. Good morning, Dumbledore said, warm voice carrying. I have received a message from the ministry that requires my attention. I will be away from the school today and will return as soon as possible. Professors, please continue as normal. Students, please continue as normal. His eyes flicked across the hall. For a second, they landed on Harry. It was quick. Almost nothing. But Harry felt it like a hand on the back of his neck. Dumbledore smiled at him, gentle. Harry did not smile back. Dumbledore left. The doors closed behind him. The hall's noise returned, but it sounded forced now, like everyone was trying to pretend they did not hear the click of a trap being set. Hermione stood up suddenly and walked straight toward the Slytherin table. A few people whispered as she did it. Daphne's posture tightened beside Harry. Hermione stopped at Harry's bench, eyes sharp. We need to talk, Hermione said low. Harry's voice stayed flat. No, Hermione's jaw clenched. Yes, Harry looked up at her. You can't order me. Hermione leaned in, her voice tight with frustration. Dumbledore left. Ron is acting weird. Quirrell is acting weird. The castle is acting weird. Are you really going to sit here and pretend nothing is happening? Harry's scar pulsed like a heartbeat. Daphne watched Hermione like she was watching a knife. Harry kept his voice calm. Go sit down, Hermione. Hermione flinched at the name. Then she forced herself steady. You know my name. Harry did not answer. Hermione swallowed. Ron told me you said something about a stone. He said you said the protections are sloppy. He said you said someone is already inside. Daphne's eyes narrowed. He told you. Hermione snapped her gaze to Daphne. Yes, because unlike some people, he talks to me. Daphne's lips pressed together. Congratulations. Hermione looked back at Harry. Is it true? Harry stared at Hermione for a long second. He could lie. He could stay silent. But Hermione was not Ron. Hermione's fear was different. It was not about pride. It was about being responsible. Harry's voice stayed quiet. Yes. Hermione's eyes widened. Then we have to tell a professor. Harry's mouth tightened. They already know. Hermione went still. How do you know? Harry's scar pulsed again. Hotter. Harry forced it down and kept his face blank. Because the headmaster left. Hermione's breath caught. You think he left on purpose? Harry stared at her. Yes. Hermione's face went pale, then angry. That's insane. He wouldn't use students as bait. Harry's voice stayed calm. He already did. He used Ron. Hermione froze. Her voice came out thin. What? Harry kept his gaze steady. Ron is watching me for Dumbledore. Hermione stared at him like he slapped her. Daphne leaned in slightly, voice low and cold. He broke into our dorm last night. He tried to open Harry's trunk. Hermione's face twisted. He what? Harry did not look away. He did. Hermione's hands clenched. Why would he do that? Harry's voice stayed flat. Because Dumbledore asked him to keep an eye on me. Hermione shook her head fast, like she wanted to shake the idea out. No, Ron wouldn't. He's stupid sometimes, but he wouldn't spy. Harry's mouth tightened. He already did. Hermione's eyes went glossy for a second. Then she blinked hard like she refused to cry in the Great Hall. She leaned in again, voice fierce. Then we tell McGonagall. Right now. Harry's scar throbbed. He could almost taste Quirrell's hunger from across the room. Harry shook his head once. Too late. Hermione's voice cracked. What do you mean too late? Harry stood up. His bench scraped softly. Daphne stood too immediately. Hermione stepped back, startled. Where are you going? Harry's voice stayed calm. To stop it. Hermione's eyes widened. You can't. You're a first year. Harry looked at her. So is Ron. That didn't stop him from sneaking into a Slytherin dorm. Hermione's face flushed. That's different. Harry's shadow stretched under the table, curling like smoke. Harry leaned in, voice low enough that only Hermione and Daphne could hear. If you want to help, Harry said, stay visible. Watch the teachers. If something happens, scream. Loud. Hermione swallowed hard. And you? Harry stared at her. I'll be fine, he said. Hermione looked like she wanted to grab his sleeve and stop him. Then she saw Daphne's hand already on Harry's arm. Not stopping him, just grounding him. Hermione's jaw clenched. Fine, she whispered. But if you die, I'm going to haunt you. Harry's mouth twitched. Good luck. He walked out. Daphne followed. They moved through corridors with the flow of students heading to class. Harry did not go to class. He did not care. They cut toward the third-floor staircase. By the time lunch came, the castle felt tighter. Teachers moved more than usual. Snape was not in the dungeons when Harry passed by. McGonagall's shoes clicked fast in a corridor near the staff room. Filch muttered angrily near a stairwell, cat tail twitching like it sensed trouble. Quirrell was nowhere. Harry's scar pulsed like a drum now. Daphne stayed close, silent, eyes scanning. When they reached the corridor that led toward the forbidden door, Daphne stopped. This is it, she said. Harry nodded once. The air here always felt colder. The torches burned lower. The portraits whispered less, like they did not want to be involved. Daphne grabbed Harry's sleeve. You said I wait here, she said, voice tight. Harry looked at her. Yes. Daphne's jaw clenched. You're going to break that promise too. Harry's voice stayed flat. No. You wait. If I do not return, you go to Snape. You tell him Quirrell went down. You tell him Dumbledore set a trap and left children in it. Daphne swallowed. He won't believe me. Harry stared at her. He will. He hates Quirrell. Daphne's mouth tightened. He hates everyone. Harry almost smiled again. Then he leaned forward and kissed her. This one was slower. Still not gentle like a story, but real. A pause. A breath. A choice. Daphne's hand tightened on his sleeve, then slid up to his shoulder like she did not know what to do with herself. When Harry pulled back, Daphne's eyes were bright and angry. Come back, she said again. Harry nodded. I will. Then he turned and walked down the corridor alone. The shadows clung to him. The forbidden door was at the end, heavy and old, wood scratched by something strong. Harry heard breathing behind it. Low, deep, multiple. He did not reach for his wand. He reached into his pocket and touched his coin. Cold metal. Heavy. Real. Anchor, he whispered. His shadow thickened behind him like it stood up. Harry placed his palm on the door. The door clicked open. The smell hit him immediately. Dog. Warm fur. Old meat. Something that reminded him of the underworld, not because it was death, but because it was guard duty. A creature made to keep people out. The room was huge, dusty. The floor was scarred. In the middle sat a massive dog with 3 heads. All 3 heads lifted at once. All 3 sets of eyes locked on Harry. The growl that rolled out was deep enough to shake dust from the ceiling. Harry did not step back. He took 1 step in and closed the door behind him quietly. The dogs' heads tracked him. 1 head snarled, lips pulled back. The 2nd head barked once, sharp and angry. The 3rd head sniffed, nostrils flaring, like it was trying to place Harry's scent in its brain. Harry's scar pulsed. The dog took a step forward. Claws scraped stone. Its mouth dripped saliva that hit the floor with wet taps. Harry held his hand out, palm down, slow. Easy, he said. The 1st head snapped its teeth, warning. Harry did not flinch. He whistled, low and steady. It was not a Hogwarts tune. It was the same whistle Hades used when he called Cerberus across the black fields. The dog froze. All 3 heads tilted. The growl lowered into something confused. Harry kept whistling. The dog took another step, slower now. Harry's shadow slid across the floor, long and calm, not attacking, just existing like it belonged here. The 3rd head sniffed again, then let out a low sound that was almost a whine. Harry's chest tightened. He walked closer, steady, slow, letting the dog see every movement. When he was close enough, he reached out and scratched behind the 3rd head's ear. The dog flinched, then leaned into the touch. The 1st head still looked angry, but it stopped snarling. The 2nd head blinked slow, like it was getting sleepy. Harry scratched behind the other ear too, careful to avoid teeth. "Good boy," Harry said quietly. "Guard duty is over." The dog huffed. 1 head let out a heavy sigh. Harry moved his hand down the dog's neck, feeling heat under fur, muscles shifting. He glanced at the trapdoor beneath the dog's paws. The dog's weight covered it. Harry stopped scratching. The 1st head growled again, but weaker. Harry's voice stayed calm. "Move." The dog's 3rd head looked at him like it understood more than it should. Then slowly the dog shifted. It dragged its body to the side, still watching Harry, but letting the trapdoor show. Harry stared at it for a second. Felt wrong. This was not supposed to be easy. Harry's scar pulsed hotter. He bent and opened the trapdoor. A rush of air rose from below, cold and damp. The smell of plant rot and old stone hit his face. Harry looked back at the dog. The dog's 2nd head yawned. Harry scratched its chin once. Then he dropped through. He landed hard on a bed of plants. Devil's snare wrapped around his arms and legs instantly, thick vines tightening like ropes. Harry sucked in a breath. The plant squeezed tighter. His ribs creaked. His heart kicked hard, fast, then steadied as he forced control. He could feel panic try to rise. He shoved it down. His underworld training kicked in. Do not thrash. Thrashing feeds it. Harry forced his arms still. He took a shallow breath. The vines tightened again, testing. His scar pulsed like it was laughing. Harry closed his eyes and pictured iron gates slamming down in his mind. Anchor, coin, cold metal, real. He opened his eyes and whispered 1 word. Light. A pale glow flared in his palm. Not bright like a spell show, but sharp and clean, like moonlight on bone. The plant recoiled. The vines loosened, hissing. Harry pushed his palm forward, and the pale light spread across the leaves like frost. The plant shrank away from it. Harry yanked his arms free, then his legs, breathing hard now, sweat cold on his skin. He rolled out, got to his feet fast. The room smelled like crushed leaves and damp dirt. Above, the trapdoor closed with a heavy thunk. Harry's scar pulsed again, warning. He moved forward. The next room was a narrow corridor with a door at the end. A soft, fluttering sound came from behind it. Harry opened the door and stepped into a chamber full of keys. Hundreds of keys, wings buzzing, metal flashing in torchlight. They swarmed in the air like angry insects. A broomstick leaned against the wall. Another. A few more. The door on the far side was locked. Heavy iron. Harry stared at the keys. His scar pulsed like it wanted him to fail here. Harry's shadow stretched upward. For a second the keys dipped, like they felt coldness beneath them. Harry could fly, he could chase, he could do it like a normal kid, or he could do it his way. He stepped forward and raised his hand, fingers spread. The air turned colder, not freezing, just enough that the key's wings started to stutter. They buzzed harder, frantic. Harry's face stayed blank, but his chest was tight. Shadow travel cost him. Pulling Underworld cold into Hogwarts cost him. He could feel it like hunger under his skin. He forced it anyway. The keys slowed. One key in the swarm looked different, just barely. Its wing was bent. Harry pointed at it. His shadow snapped up like a hand and grabbed it out of the air. The key thrashed, wings buzzing against Shadow like it was fighting water. Harry's jaw clenched. Sweat ran down his temple. He pulled. The Shadow yanked the key down and slammed it into Harry's palm. Harry's fingers closed around it. The metal was warm from frantic movement. Harry shoved it into the lock. The door clicked. Harry yanked it open and moved through. No lingering. No pride. The next chamber was stone and silent. A chessboard stretched across the floor, pieces taller than Harry, carved from black and white stone. They were already arranged. As Harry stepped in, the pieces turned their heads. Stone eyes tracked him. The white knight's mouth opened, and a voice boomed, echoing off walls. "You must play." Harry stared at the board. His scar pulsed, almost pleased. This was Dumbledore's idea of clever. A children's game with lethal pieces. Harry's jaw clenched. He stepped onto the first square. The board shuddered. The pieces shifted. Ready. Harry did not move to pick a side. He raised his hand instead. The shadow behind him thickened, then snapped forward like a wave. It was not a spell with Latin words. It was a shove of pure force, the kind Hades used when he wanted a door to stop being a door. The wave hit the nearest pieces. Stone cracked. A rook toppled sideways, shattering on the floor with a boom. A bishop split down the middle, breaking into chunks. The knight staggered back, cracks spidering across its chest. The board screamed with grinding stone. The White Queen lifted her arm like she was about to strike. Harry's eyes went cold. He shoved again. The force slammed through the entire board. Pieces flew, smashing into each other, hitting walls, exploding into rubble. The sound was deafening. Dust filled the air. Harry coughed, eyes watering, heart hammering once, then steady again. He stepped forward through the wreckage. Behind him, the chessboard's voice was gone. All that remained was broken stone and silence. Harry did not feel proud. He felt disgusted. Children were supposed to learn chess, not die on it. He moved into the next corridor. His scar pulsed, hotter now, like it was close to what it wanted. The air grew colder. The smell changed. Less damp stone, more something burnt, like old smoke trapped in cloth. Harry's stomach tightened. He knew that smell. Fear. He pushed into the final chamber. It was big, round, lit by flickering torchlight. The air was thick. In the center stood a tall mirror, gold frame carved with strange writing. The mirror of Eriste. Harry had not seen it before, but he knew what it was the second he looked at it. A mirror that fed on want. And in front of it stood Quirrell. Quirrell was not hunched now. He stood straight, almost confident, hands clenched at his sides. His back was toward Harry. He was whispering, voice low, fast, frantic. "Please," Quirrell muttered. "Please, tell me what you see. I'm trying. Harry's scar burned like fire. Harry's shadow rose behind him, tall and sharp. Quirrell froze. Slowly he turned. His face went pale when he saw Harry. Then it twisted into something like relief and panic mixed together. "Potter," Quirrell whispered, voice shaking. "You shouldn't be here." Harry took one step forward. His voice stayed calm. "Neither should you." Quirrell swallowed hard. His hands trembled. "You don't understand," Quirrell said. "This is far beyond you." Harry's mouth tightened. "You're sweating." Quirrell blinked, confused. Harry's voice stayed flat. "You smell like fear, and hunger, and something dead that refuses to be dead." Quirrell's eyes widened. His hand twitched toward his wand. Harry's scar pulsed like it wanted that. Quirrell's voice came out rough. "How did you get past the dog?" Harry stared at him. "I asked." Quirrell let out a strange laugh that sounded more like a cough. Of course you did. Then his expression changed. Not Quirrell's expression. Something else looked out through his eyes for a second, cold and old. Quirrell's voice dropped, deeper, steadier. You came, the voice said. Harry's spine went tight. The air behind Quirrell felt wrong, like something was leaning forward from inside him. Harry's shadow coiled. Ready. Harry's voice stayed calm anyway. I did. Quirrell's mouth smiled. But it did not look like Quirrell smiling. It looked like a mask. You have been raised strangely, the voice said. I can taste it. Death on you. Shadows. A throne you do not belong on. Harry's jaw clenched. You do not belong anywhere. Quirrell's eyes glinted. I belong in life. Harry's scar burned hotter. Quirrell's hands shook again, like the body could not hold the thing inside it for long. You are not like the others, the voice said. They flinch. They cry. They beg. You look at me like I am a job. Harry's mouth tightened. The voice laughed softly. You would make a fine ally. Harry stared at Quirrell, then spoke. Flat. Show yourself. Quirrell's smile widened. Slowly, Quirrell reached up and began unwrapping his turban. His hands moved with shaking urgency. The cloth fell away. Quirrell turned around. Harry's stomach clenched hard. The back of Quirrell's head was not normal. The face was there. Pale skin stretched too tight over bone. Red eyes that looked like they were floating in fever. A mouth that curled into a smile that hated everything. Voldemort. Even as a parasite, even as a thing stuck to another man's skull, the presence hit the room like poison. Harry's scar screamed. Harry's vision blurred for a second. Heat and rage surged like a wave trying to drown him. Harry forced his breathing slow. Iron gates. Anchor. Coin. Cold metal. Real. The pain dulled. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Better. Voldemort hissed. You are learning to shut me out. Harry's voice stayed quiet. You should have stayed dead. Voldemort's smile widened. You cannot kill what refuses. Harry's shadow snapped forward a little, like it wanted to tear the face off the skull. Harry held it back. Voldemort's eyes flicked to the mirror. The stone, Voldemort said, voice hungry now. Give it to me. Quirrell's body shifted, like it wanted to step closer to the mirror, but was waiting for permission. Harry looked at the mirror. The mirror's surface looked like liquid. It wanted to show him something. Harry did not step closer. He kept his eyes on Voldemort. You want immortality, Harry said. Voldemort laughed. Harsh. I want what I deserve. Harry's voice stayed flat. No one deserves to cheat death. Voldemort's eyes narrowed, anger flashing. Death is a weakness. Harry's mouth tightened. Death is law. Voldemort stared at him for a long second. Then Voldemort spoke, voice smoother, tempting. Law can be rewritten, Voldemort said. You have power. I can feel it. You could have anything. Your parents, returned. Your childhood, fixed. Your future, protected. Harry's chest tightened. The word parents hit him like a bruise. Voldemort watched his face closely, like he was looking for a crack. Look into the mirror, Voldemort whispered. See what you want. Then take it. Take the stone. Give it to me, and I will give you what the light never did. Harry's jaw clenched. He thought of Lily's eyes, but he did not have memories of her. He had a picture, a voice he invented. He thought of James, a face in a photograph, a laugh he never heard. He thought of Hades's hand on his forehead in a dream. He thought of Persephone brushing his hair back when he woke from nightmares in the Underworld, pretending it was nothing, pretending she was not soft. Harry's hands clenched hard. Voldemort hissed, sensing it. Yes, feel it, want it. Harry's voice stayed quiet, but it turned colder. You don't understand what I want. Voldemort's smile widened. Tell me. Harry took a slow breath. I want you gone, Harry said. Voldemort's eyes flashed. Harry continued, voice steady. I want the stone destroyed. I want this trap ripped out of the school. I want the people who set it to stop pretending children are pieces. Voldemort's mouth twisted. You think like a judge. Harry's eyes went cold. I was raised by one. Voldemort laughed. Sharp. Raised by death itself were you. How dramatic. Harry's shadow rose taller. Voldemort's voice turned smooth again, almost sweet. Then let me make you an offer. You stand on the edge of two worlds. You could rule both. I will teach you how to break every limit. I will give you the gate to Elysium, paradise, your parents, warmth, light that does not judge you. Harry's chest tightened hard. Elysium. Voldemort said the word like it was a prize. Harry's voice stayed flat. You can't offer me that. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. I can offer you more than your little underworld ever will. Harry stepped forward. The air in the chamber dipped colder. Harry's shadow slid across the floor toward Quirrell's feet. Voldemort's eyes flicked down, then back up, smile sharp. You want oblivion, Harry said. Voldemort's smile widened. I want victory. Harry shook his head once. You want nothingness for everyone who stands in your way. You want to hollow the world until only you are left. Voldemort's eyes flashed red with anger. Harry lifted his hand and pointed at Voldemort's face. I offer you oblivion, Harry said. Quirrell jerked, like the word hit his spine. Voldemort's smile froze. You dare, Voldemort hissed. Harry's voice stayed calm. Yes. For a second, the chamber was silent except for torch crackle and Harry's breathing. Then Quirrell moved. He whipped around, wand snapping up, voice trembling. Stupefy, Quirrell shouted. Red light shot toward Harry. Harry's body moved before his mind finished the thought. He twisted, shadow folding around him like cloth, and the spell slammed into the stone behind him, exploding dust. Harry's heart kicked hard. He felt the rush of danger. He liked it less than Voldemort thought he would. He stepped forward fast. Quirrell fired again. Expelliarmus. The spell sliced through the air. Harry's shadow snapped up like a shield. The spell hit shadow and fizzled, like it struck cold smoke. Quirrell's eyes widened, terror rising. Voldemort's voice hissed in Quirrell's ear, angry and urgent. Kill him now. Quirrell's hands shook harder. Avada! Quirrell choked. The curse did not even finish. Voldemort's presence surged, pushing through Quirrell like a whip. The curse exploded out anyway, green, violent, screaming. Harry's scar screamed back. For a second Harry's vision went white. He heard Hades's voice in his head, calm and sharp. You are not a door. Harry slammed the iron gates down. The green curse hit his shadow. The shadow did not vanish. Took the hit like a wall. The shadow shuddered, rippling like water, then held. Harry's breath came out hard. His hands shook for a second. Voldemort hissed, furious. What are you? Harry stepped forward, voice cold. Stop borrowing bodies. He raised his hand. The shadow behind him surged forward and turned into chains. Not pretty chains. Not shining. Black chains that looked like they belonged in a place with iron gates and no sunlight. They shot across the floor and wrapped around Quirrell's arms and chest, yanking him backward. Quirrell screamed. The chains slammed him into the stone floor with a crack that made Harry's stomach twist. Quirrell coughed, eyes wide, trying to breathe. His wand clattered away, skidding across the floor. Voldemort hissed like an animal. Quirrell thrashed. The chains tightened. Harry's sweat turned cold on his skin. He could feel the cost now, like hunger chewing at him from inside. Shadow travel, shadow chains, underworld cold in Hogwarts. It was draining him. He did not stop. Harry stepped closer until he was standing over Quirrell. Quirrell's eyes were full of panic now, tears spilling out. Please, Quirrell gasped. Please, he made me. Voldemort laughed through Quirrell's skull. Cruel. Pathetic. Harry stared down at Quirrell. Quirrell was a man. Weak. Coward. But still a man. Harry's jaw clenched hard. He hated the way Voldemort wore people like clothing. Harry looked up at the mirror. The mirror waited. Harry knew how this worked. It gave you what you wanted if you wanted it the right way. Harry stepped toward it. The mirror's surface shimmered. It showed him a boy standing in a dark field of pale flowers. Asphodel. The Underworld. Behind the boy stood Hades. Cloak heavy, eyes sharp, hand resting on the boy's shoulder like a claim. Persephone stood on the other side, face soft for once, fingers brushing the boy's hair like she did not care who watched. And behind them, far away, like a distant horizon, a warm green field under a bright sky. Elysium. Harry's breath caught. He saw two shapes there. A woman with red hair, a man with messy hair. They looked toward him, smiling like they knew him. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. His eyes stung. He hated it. He hated that a mirror could drag want out of him like that. Behind him, Voldemort hissed, hungry. Yes, take it. Take it. Harry swallowed hard. He pressed his fingers into his palm until it hurt. He forced his voice steady. I don't want to use it, Harry said, speaking to the mirror like it was a thing with ears. I want to keep it from him. I want to return it to death where it belongs. The mirror shimmered. Harry felt something shift in the air. A weight appeared in his pocket. Cold. Heavy. Real. The stone. Harry's hand slid into his pocket and closed around it. He did not pull it out yet. He turned back to Quirrell. Voldemort's eyes widened on the back of Quirrell's head. No. 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 Harry's face stayed blank. Too late. Voldemort's voice turned sharp. Give it to me. Harry stepped closer again, looming over Quirrell. Quirrell sobbed, trying to twist away from Harry's shadow chains. Harry's voice stayed quiet. You chose this. Quirrell choked out. I was scared. I was nothing. He promised I would matter. Voldemort laughed again. Cruel. And you still do not. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked down at Quirrell. You matter enough to be held responsible, Harry said. Quirrell's eyes widened. Harry's voice stayed flat. But I am not here for you. He leaned down toward the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's face was close now, skin stretched, eyes burning. Touch me. Voldemort hissed, voice almost excited. I will burn you. Harry's scar pulsed like it wanted to split open. Harry forced the iron gates down again. Then he reached out and placed his palm on Voldemort's face. The contact hit like frost and fire at the same time. Harry's skin prickled. His nerves screamed. Voldemort shrieked, not in Quirrell's voice, but in something older and uglier, like a wraith being dragged into sunlight. Harry's hand did not pull away. He pushed. Underworld cold surged through him. Not emotion, not poetry, just a force that belonged to death. Voldemort screamed again. Quirrell screamed too, the body jerking, trying to get away. Harry's teeth clenched. Sweat poured down his spine. His vision blurred. The chamber smelled like burning hair and rotten smoke. Voldemort's voice twisted, changing. Stop. 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 You don't know what you're doing. Harry's voice came out rough. Yes, I do. He shoved harder. The shadow chains tightened around Quirrell, holding him still. Voldemort shrieked, a high sound that made the torches flicker. Then Voldemort tried to push back. Harry felt it, a pressure against his mind, like claws scraping at iron gates. Images flashed. Elysium again, Lily reaching out, James laughing, warmth, light, a childhood Harry never had. Harry's throat tightened. His eyes stung. For half a second his hand weakened. Voldemort hissed, voice soft now, tempting. Let me in. Let me be your doorway. Let me give you what you deserve. Harry's chest hurt. He wanted to say yes, not to Voldemort, to the idea of being held like that by a mother he did not know. Harry's fingers shook. Then he heard Hades's voice again, calm and sharp. Do not let the old man turn you into a story. Harry inhaled hard. He slammed the iron gates shut so hard his head rang. No, Harry said. And then he did not fight Voldemort with anger. He fought him with law. Harry pushed his palm into Voldemort's face and spoke one word. Claimed. The shadow under Quirrell surged up like a mouth opening. Voldemort screamed. The sound broke into pieces. The air snapped cold. For one violent second, it looked like smoke was being ripped off Quirrell's skin, like something black was being torn away from flesh. Voldemort shrieked again. Then the sound cut off abruptly. Quirrell went limp. Harry's hand dropped. Harry staggered back, breathing hard. His stomach lurched. He bent over and gagged. But nothing came up. His hands shook. His scar still burned, but it was changing now, fading from hot rage into a dull ache like a wound after a fight. Quirrell lay on the floor, eyes wide open, chest barely moving. The room smelled like burnt cloth and something sour. Harry stared at Quirrell. He did not feel victory. He felt tired. Then Quirrell's body jerked. Harry's muscles tensed instantly. Quirrell coughed, a wet sound, and his eyes rolled toward Harry. You, Quirrell rasped. Harry's voice stayed quiet. It's done. Quirrell's lips trembled. He coughed again. He's gone. Harry stared at him. Yes, Quirrell's eyes filled with tears again. He swallowed hard. Am I going to die? Harry's jaw clenched. He could lie. He could say no. But death did not like lies. Harry's voice stayed flat. Probably. Quirrell let out a broken sound. Harry looked away for half a second, then back. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone. It glowed faintly in his palm, red and alive, like it hated being in a child's hand. Harry held it up so Quirrell could see it. Quirrell's eyes widened with desperate hunger. Harry's voice stayed cold. You wanted this more than your life. Quirrell's mouth opened, shaking. Please. Harry stared at him. Then Harry closed his fist around the stone and shoved it back into his pocket. No, Harry said. Quirrell's face crumpled. Harry's shadow chains loosened, not freeing him, just easing, like the fight was done. Harry stepped back toward the mirror. He did not want to look at it again, but his eyes flicked to it anyway. The mirror showed him something different now. It showed Harry standing in a dark hall with iron gates. Hades stood behind him, hand on his shoulder again. This time Hades was not cold. Hades looked proud. Harry's throat tightened. He did not like needing that. He looked away. A sound echoed in the corridor outside the chamber. Footsteps. Fast. Harry's body tensed. He shoved himself between Quirrell and the entrance. His shadow rose. Ready. The door burst open. Snape stormed in. His wand was up. His eyes were wild. Not the calm cruelty of a teacher, but real fear. For a second Snape saw Harry and froze. Then Snape's gaze snapped to Quirrell on the floor. Snape's face went pale. What have you done? Snape hissed. Harry's voice stayed calm. Stopped him. Snape's eyes flicked to the mirror, then back to Harry. You were not supposed to be here, Snape snapped. Harry stared at him. Neither was he. Snape's jaw clenched. His wand stayed pointed, but it wavered, like he did not know if Harry was the threat or the solution. Footsteps sounded again, heavier. A familiar calm presence filled the doorway. Dumbledore. He stepped into the chamber like he had all the time in the world. His eyes took in the mirror, the rubble dust on Harry's robe, Quirrell on the floor, Snape's raised wand. Then Dumbledore's gaze settled on Harry. For a second, Dumbledore's smile was gone. He looked old. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. What happened? Harry's scar pulsed once, then steadied. Harry's voice stayed flat. Your trap was sloppy. Snape's head snapped toward Harry like he wanted to shout. Dumbledore lifted a hand slightly, stopping him without words. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. I see you found the mirror. Harry nodded once. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's pocket. And the stone. Harry stared at him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone, holding it up. Dumbledore exhaled, relief flashing for a second. Harry tossed the stone toward Dumbledore. Dumbledore caught it easily. The stone looked small in his hand, like a simple jewel. Harry's voice stayed calm. Try harder next time, Snape hissed, furious. You insolent boy. Harry did not look at Snape. He kept his eyes on Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression tightened. You should not have come down here. Harry's mouth tightened. You should not have left. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly. I left because I received urgent information. Harry's voice stayed flat. From who? Dumbledore paused. Not long, but long enough. Harry's eyes went colder. You wanted him to move. Dumbledore's voice stayed gentle. I wanted to catch him. Harry's jaw clenched. And you used the school as bait. Dumbledore's expression softened like he was about to comfort Harry. Harry did not let him. And you used Ron, Harry said. Dumbledore froze. Snape's eyes snapped to Harry sharp. Dumbledore's voice came out careful. Ron. Harry's voice stayed quiet. He broke into my dorm last night. He tried to open my trunk. He told me you asked him to watch me. Dumbledore's eyes flicked down for half a second. He did not deny it. That was enough. Snape's mouth curled, disgusted. Of course. Dumbledore looked at Snape sharply. Severus. Snape did not look away. You told a child to spy. You planted him right into the hands of a predator. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. My intentions were to keep Harry safe. Harry's shadow twitched. Harry's voice stayed calm. Lies. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Harry. For a moment, the air in the chamber felt like a rope pulled tight. Dumbledore's voice went softer. Harry, you do not understand how delicate this situation is. Harry stared at him. I understand you set a trap and forgot the teeth. Dumbledore flinched just a fraction. Harry's voice turned colder. You left a three-headed dog and a plant and a chessboard and a mirror in a school full of children. You pretended it was safe because you wanted control. Snape's eyes narrowed, like he wanted to agree and hated it. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. The protections were strong. Harry's laugh was short and bitter. They were childish. Dumbledore's eyes flashed. And yet you came through them. Harry's voice stayed flat. Because I was trained somewhere that does not use games. Silence hit. Even the torches seemed quieter. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long second. Then Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Quirrell on the floor. Quirrell coughed weakly. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly, regret mixing in. Quirrell's voice rasped, barely a whisper. He's gone. Master, he's gone. Dumbledore knelt beside Quirrell, checking his pulse. Snape took one step forward, face hard. He let him in. Dumbledore looked up at Snape, voice tight. He was desperate. Snape's voice turned cold. So are many people. Most do not invite monsters into a school. Harry watched, silent. His hands were still shaking slightly. He hated that he could still feel Voldemort's residue on his skin, like smoke that would not wash off. He hated that it made him feel stronger for a second before it made him want to vomit. Dumbledore stood up slowly. He held the stone in one hand, wand in the other. He looked at Harry again. I am grateful you stopped him, Dumbledore said quietly. And I am concerned by how you did it. Harry's scar pulsed faintly. Harry's voice stayed calm. Be concerned. But do not pretend you are surprised. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. I have always known you were different. Harry's mouth tightened. Different is what people call a threat when they want to smile while saying it. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's face, then away like it burned. Dumbledore's expression softened again. You are a child. Harry stared at him. I am not your child. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. Harry's voice stayed flat. This ends now. You do not send children to spy. You do not leave bait in halls. If you want to fight monsters, do it yourself. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze. For a second, Dumbledore looked tired, like the weight of every choice pressed on him. Then the gentle mask slid back into place. I will take responsibility, Dumbledore said. And you will go to the hospital wing. Harry shook his head once. No, Snape snapped, furious. You will. Harry's eyes went cold. Make me. The air shifted. Dumbledore's voice turned sharp for the first time. Harry. Harry did not flinch. Dumbledore took a slow breath, then spoke softer again. Please. The word please sounded wrong in Dumbledore's mouth, like he was not used to needing it. Harry's jaw clenched. His body felt like it was made of lead now. The fight had drained him. His stomach was tight. His hands still trembled. He hated that he was tired enough for a soft voice to almost work. He looked at Snape. Snape's face was tight, eyes hard. But there was something underneath it now. Something like fear. Not of Harry, but of what almost happened. Harry exhaled slowly. Fine, Harry said. Snape's expression did not change, but his wand lowered slightly. Dumbledore nodded once. As Harry turned toward the door, a sound came from the corridor. Fast footsteps. A voice, high and panicked. Harry! Hermione burst into the doorway, hair messy, face pale. Ron stumbled behind her, eyes wide, breathing hard like he had been running. Hermione froze when she saw the chamber, the mirror, Quirrell on the floor, Snape and Dumbledore standing there, Harry with dust on his robe and sweat on his face. Hermione's mouth opened. No sound came out at first. Then she whispered, "Oh!" Ron's face went white. He took one step in, then stopped like his feet glued to the ground. His eyes flicked to Quirrell, then to the mirror, then to Harry. His throat bobbed. "What did I do?" Ron whispered. Harry's eyes went cold. Hermione snapped her head toward Ron. What do you mean, what did you do? Ron looked like he might throw up. He stared at Dumbledore, desperate. Professor, I told you. I told you what he said. I told you someone was coming. I told you. Hermione's eyes widened. She turned slowly toward Dumbledore. You used him, Hermione said, voice shaking with anger. Dumbledore's expression tightened. Miss Granger, this is not the time. Hermione's voice went sharp. It is exactly the time. Snape let out a low sound that was almost a laugh, but it had no humor. Ron's eyes filled with tears. He looked at Harry, voice cracking. I didn't mean for someone to die. Harry stared at him. His chest felt tight again, but not with pity, with something colder. You chose to spy, Harry said. Ron flinched. I thought he was keeping you safe. Harry's voice stayed flat. And you believed him because you wanted to matter. Ron's face twisted. Stop. Harry stepped closer. Ron took a step back without meaning to. Harry's shadow slid forward a little, not touching Ron, but close enough that Ron could feel cold. Harry's voice stayed quiet. Do not come into my space again. Ron's lips trembled. I'm sorry. Harry's eyes stayed hard. Sorry does not unspill blood. Ron's face crumpled. Hermione looked like she wanted to defend Ron and slap him at the same time. Harry turned away from them. He looked at Dumbledore one last time. Your trap was sloppy, Harry repeated. You almost fed him what he wanted. Dumbledore's voice was tight. I did not intend. Harry cut him off calm. Intent does not change results. Then Harry walked out. He did not look back. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey clucked and fussed and tried to scold him. Harry barely listened. His body shook when the adrenaline finally drained. His hands were cold. His stomach cramped. He sat on the bed while Pomfrey pressed a potion into his hand. Tasted bitter and hot. He swallowed anyway. Snape stood near the doorway like a black statue. He did not speak for a while. Then, finally, Snape said low, You used magic that is not taught here. Harry's voice stayed flat. Yes. Snape's eyes narrowed. Where did you learn it? Harry stared at the white sheet on his bed. Not from Hogwarts. Snape's mouth tightened. I noticed. Harry looked up at him. Snape's gaze was sharp, searching, like he wanted to find something that explained Harry in a way he could hate comfortably. Harry gave him nothing. Snape exhaled through his nose, irritated. Then his voice went quieter, almost reluctant. You saved the stone, Snape said. Harry's mouth tightened. I stopped the thief. Snape's eyes narrowed. And you made a choice not to die. Harry stared at him. Yes. Snape's jaw clenched. For a second, Snape looked like he wanted to say something that was not venom. Then he swallowed it. His voice went cold again. Do not be stupid enough to think that makes us allies. Harry's voice stayed calm. I do not want allies. Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's scar. You will. Then Snape turned and left. Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. His scar still ached, but it was quiet now, like something had been ripped out and thrown into the dark. He closed his eyes. For the first time since he arrived at Hogwarts, he slept without dreaming of torches and iron gates. The end of the year came fast after that. No one spoke about Quirrell out loud. They said he fell ill. They said he resigned. They said he left. Harry heard whispers, but they were softer now. People did not just fear him anymore. They respected him. That respect felt almost worse. Dumbledore did not punish him. Dumbledore did not praise him either. Dumbledore watched him. Harry hated that more than punishment. Ron avoided him. Hermione did not. Hermione tried once, near the library, to talk. Harry sat at a table with Daphne, both of them reading. Hermione approached slowly, like she had learned not to charge. I'm not here to argue, Hermione said quietly. Harry did not look up. Then don't. Hermione's mouth tightened. I wanted to say I'm sorry. Harry's eyes flicked up. You did not do it. Hermione swallowed. I didn't stop it either. Harry stared at her for a long second. Then he looked back at his book. You tried. Hermione blinked, surprised by the small mercy. Her voice softened. Ron is not sleeping. Harry did not react. Hermione continued, voice low. He keeps saying he ruined everything. He keeps saying he didn't know. Harry's jaw clenched. Hermione watched him carefully. He's still an idiot, but he's not evil. Harry's voice stayed flat. I did not say he was evil. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You said he chose. Harry turned a page slowly. Yes, Hermione exhaled. Do you hate him? Harry paused. Then he answered honestly. I don't have time to hate him, Harry said. Hermione's face tightened. That's not fair. Harry looked up at her. Neither is spying. Hermione flinched. Then she nodded once, accepting that. She left after that, quieter than she arrived. On the last day, the great hall filled with noise again. House points were announced. Harry did not care who won. He sat with Slytherin, Daphne beside him, Draco across the table still looking irritated that Harry existed. When the feast ended, students poured out, laughing and shouting about summer. Harry walked through the corridor toward the boats, robe fluttering around his ankles. Daphne walked with him. They reached the edge of the lake. The air smelled like wet grass and water. The sky was gray, wind cool against skin. Students climbed into boats, Hagrid shouting instructions. Daphne stopped beside Harry. Not boarding yet. You're leaving, she said. Harry nodded once. Yes. Daphne's mouth tightened. And you're coming back. Harry looked at her. Yes. Daphne swallowed. For a second her mask slipped, and she looked like a kid who did not like being left behind. Then she shoved it back into place. I don't like waiting, she said. Harry's mouth twitched. I know. Daphne's eyes narrowed. Don't do that thing where you act like you don't care all summer. Harry stared at her. I don't act. Daphne rolled her eyes. Then she stepped closer and kissed him again. Quick this time, like she wanted to steal it before she could rethink it. Harry's hand lifted and touched her elbow. Steady. When she pulled back, her cheeks were pink, eyes sharp. Right? She said. Harry blinked. What? Daphne's voice turned annoyed. A letter, you know. Words on paper. I know it's difficult for you. Harry almost smiled properly this time. I will, he said. Daphne held his gaze, then nodded once like a contract was made. She stepped into a boat. Harry got into another. As the boats moved across the lake, Harry felt the castle behind him like a weight lifting. The train ride was loud and hot. Harry sat in a compartment with Daphne for a while. Then Theodore joined, quiet and watchful. Draco tried once to enter, then saw Theodore's eyes and Daphne's expression and decided he had better places to be. Later, Hermione opened the compartment door. She hesitated when she saw Daphne. Daphne lifted an eyebrow like she was daring Hermione to say something. Hermione ignored her and looked at Harry. Ron wants to talk, Hermione said quietly. Harry's mouth tightened. No, Hermione's eyes flashed. Harry stared at her. No, Hermione clenched her hands. Fine, then I'll say it. Dumbledore told Ron he did the right thing. He told him he was brave. Ron is going to carry that excuse forever unless someone tells him the truth. Harry's chest tightened. He looked at the window. Fields blurred past. He could almost smell the underworld through the moving air, like his body already missed cold stone. Harry's voice stayed flat. Tell him yourself. Hermione flinched. He won't listen to me. Harry looked back at her. Then he will learn the hard way. Hermione's jaw clenched. You talk like you're older than all of us. Harry's mouth tightened. I feel older. Hermione's face softened for a second. That's sad. Harry did not answer. Hermione took a slow breath. If you ever decide you want friends, you know where to find us. Daphne scoffed softly. Hermione shot her a glare. Then Hermione left. Not long after, Ron appeared in the corridor outside the compartment. Harry saw him through the glass. Ron stood there for a second, pale and thin, eyes tired. He did not come in. He just looked at Harry through the glass. Harry stared back. Ron's throat moved like he wanted to speak. Harry's voice carried through the door anyway, calm and low. Stay out of my shadow, Ron. Ron flinched. Then he nodded once, small, like he understood that was all he was going to get. He walked away. Daphne watched Ron go, then looked at Harry. You didn't forgive him, she said. Harry's voice stayed flat. Forgiveness is not trust. Daphne studied him for a long second. Then she nodded like she respected the difference. When the train finally pulled into King's Cross, Harry stepped onto the platform and breathed in the warm, dirty air of the normal world. People pushed past. Parents shouted. Luggage rattled. Harry did not feel like he belonged here. Daphne stopped in front of him, holding her trunk handle. She looked up at him, eyes sharp. "Letter," she reminded him. Harry nodded once. "Letter." Daphne's mouth tightened like she wanted to smile and refused. Then she turned and walked away without looking back. Harry watched her go. For a second his chest felt tight again. Then he turned toward the edge of the crowd, toward Shadow. He slipped behind a pillar, away from eyes. He reached into his pocket and touched his coin. Cold metal, heavy, real. "Anchor," he whispered. The shadow at his feet thickened. It opened like a door without a door. Harry stepped through. The air changed instantly. Cold, clean, damp stone, iron, torch smoke. The underworld. Harry stood on black ground under a sky that was not a sky. Torches burned steady in the distance. He inhaled and felt his lungs unclench. A figure waited ahead. Hades stood with his hands behind his back, cloak heavy, posture calm. Persephone stood beside him, arms crossed, expression annoyed like she had been waiting too long. And at their feet sat Cerberus, massive, 3 heads lifted, tail thumping once against the ground. Harry's throat tightened. He walked forward. Hades watched him approach, eyes sharp. Then Hades's mouth shifted. Not a smile like a human. A rare, small curve like he was allowing himself something. "You came back," Hades said. Harry nodded once. Persephone's eyes flicked over Harry, checking for wounds. Then she scoffed like she was not relieved. "Took you long enough," she said. Harry's mouth tightened. "It was messy." Hades's gaze sharpened. "Tell me." Harry exhaled slowly. He looked down at his hands. They were clean now, but he could still remember the smell of Voldemort burning off skin. "I killed the thief," Harry said. Persephone went still. Cerberus let out a low huff. Hades's eyes did not soften, but his voice stayed calm. "And the parasite?" Harry nodded. "It ran. It screamed. It's weaker." Hades stepped closer and placed 2 fingers on Harry's forehead, right over the scar. Harry flinched slightly, then held still. Hades's touch was cold and steady. "You held the gates," Hades said quietly. Harry's throat tightened. "Barely." Hades's eyes stayed sharp. "Barely is enough." Persephone stepped in and grabbed Harry's wrist, turning his hand over, checking his skin like she was looking for burns. "You smell like smoke," she muttered. Harry's mouth tightened. "I know." Persephone's fingers squeezed once. Then she let go like she did not want to be caught being gentle. Cerberus shoved one head into Harry's side, hard enough to nearly knock him over. Harry stumbled, then caught himself, breath huffing out. One head licked his cheek, wet and gross. Harry wiped his face, annoyed. "Stop." Cerberus did it again. Persephone laughed under her breath. Hades watched. Then his rare smile returned for half a second. Harry stood there in the cold, surrounded by the only place that felt honest to him, and he let his shoulders drop. The light world thought it could play with dark things and stay clean. Couldn't. It had only invited the shadow inside.